Section 44 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 44, with Maude, at the Taking of Baghdad, 1917, by Arthur T. Clarke. England declared war on Turkey November 5, 1914. The Turkish fort at Foul, at the head of the Persian Gulf, was taken November 7th, and Busra on the 23rd. In the operations of 1915, a force under General Townsend captured Kut al-Amara September 29th, and the Turks withdrew to Baghdad. General Townsend then pushed on in the direction of Baghdad with 15,000 men, but he suffered a reverse, and after losing several thousand men, retreated to Kut, where his forces were besieged by the Turks until he was forced to surrender after 143 days. The second campaign against the Turks near Kut began to be successful in January 1917, and Kut fell February 26th. By March 8th, the British were within 8 miles of Baghdad, which fell into their hands 3 days later. The way was then open for campaigns elsewhere. The author of this selection is a young American who went to Mesopotamia to engage in Y.M.C.A. work. The editor. The new campaign was underway. General Maude had taken command of the expeditionary force. Townsend and his men were prisoners of the Turks. Kut el-Amara was in Turkish hands. Kut el-Amara must be taken. So stood affairs when our transport arrived at the Tigris. We stuck on the bar at the mouth. Every boat does. It was hot and sticky, like a summer day in New York. Near the mouth of the river, a fleet of native boats, Mahilas, was starting on a trading expedition. Shades of Sinbad indeed. Those great bulging sails might take their ancient hulls and the Arabian pilots to any magic shore. Afternoon brought the tide and set us free. We entered the muddy river, steaming between banks of swamp. Little was said as we steamed up the winding current. We studied the faces of the skippers of the native boats we passed. Little they knew or cared whether British or Turks were winning farther up the river. They had their business as usual, and had never paid the Turks any taxes. We spent the night amid peaceful oriental scenes and people, where Father Time is never heeded, and where present and future blend into one. We were due for a different, more modern atmosphere. In the morning we were at Busra. All the thoughts of peace, of quiet, of ease, conjured up with the night, fled before the light of a different scene. There was war, unceasing and tireless. The proof was on every hand. The river was full of transports of the army and gunboats of the navy. The land for miles was a mass of camps, barracks, supply dumps, and workshops. It was war and nothing else. None of these things would have been here otherwise. It was a tremendous business, and Busra was the warehouse and workshop. Time meant something now. Immense bands of Indian and Egyptian laborers were working at top speed on roads, railroads, and wharves. Other bands were unloading stores from the ocean boats and piling them up in great huge pyramids. Here and there a motor lorry or a Ford ambulance was sending up a cloud of dust as it tore over the desert, while at the transport stations were hundreds more, with their drivers awaiting orders to get on with a job. Not a moment must be lost. Kut el-Amara must be taken. Busra, with its river district of Ashar, lay on the west bank of the river. The many flat-roofed Turkish buildings were now converted into billets or offices of the British Army. Where had stood soft couches for the idle pasha, now stood tables with typewriters going at newspaper office speed. Where had been Turkish gardens, now were piles of cut stone for roads brought from overseas. There were signs of the intrigue of the days of peace. Materials for the Berlin-Baghdad railway were piled as they had been left by the Teuton railway engineers. A canal near the town was bridged for the small British Army railway by rails made in Berlin, marked Basra. Immense as were the preparations, we knew that each unit of troops, each stock of stores, each conveyance, machine, building, and improvement was to have its share, large or small, in the great campaign, which must be successful because everything was ready. It was a cold, crisp evening in December, one of the coldest days of the year, though still above freezing, when a paddle-boat landed at the casualty dock and sent off the wounded on stretchers. With their uniforms spattered with blood and rough field dressings on their wounds, they were brought into the hospital huts. They were the first wounded of the campaign. Some of them young boys of 19 or 20 had gone over the top for the first time. One of them was sitting up on his stretcher and seemed quite happy. "Good evening, chum," I said. "Where do you cop it?" With a broad grin he turned and said, "Aw, I copped it fair, not 'alf. A blinkin' bit of shell in me thigh." But he smiled when he said it. A few hours later I found him sitting on his bed, wiggling his 5 toes to show he could use the leg he still had. Another boatload came next day. They were a game lot. Yes, they had done their bit, but were willing to take more if there was more coming to them. Some of the operations were worse than wounds, but they went to them all like men. We had a celebration in one of the wards. A piece of shell was taken from one of the men's legs. With the iron scrap were a button and a piece of a watch that had come from the clothes of the comrade on his right. "Good Christmas present that," he said, as he thought of the approaching day of days. All was going well at Coote. General Marshall's force was moving westward south of Coote, while the other section of the force, under General Cobb, was attacking the Sagnet trenches on the northern bank. The Tigris from Coote, running almost due east, gave 2 distinct fronts, one on each bank. Marshes north of the river made any enveloping movement by the British in that section out of the question. But on the south side the position was different, and the blow was struck. The enemy's attention was held by our attacks on the north bank at Sagnet, while at some distance south of the river a force moved west, lengthening out its line over the river High, which flows due south from Coote, till the cavalry advance post was 4 miles west of Coote. The position changed its face from north and south to east and west. Slowly but surely the line moved nearer the Tigris, the Turks steadily falling back toward its edge. There was hard fighting to be done, and Tommy did it well. Christmas came, and there was a light-hearted, happy lot of men to enjoy the songs that go round at Christmas time. Wherever it was possible, an extra fine concert was got up among the men to celebrate the occasion. In one of our hospital tents, queer-looking performers stood on the platform of the improvised stage, bandaged heads with slits for eyes, arms in slings, feet with bandages so thick they might mean gout, brought added zest to the occasion when each man tried to do his part in the evening fun. When pieces of sweet chocolate were offered as prizes for excellence with the mouth organ, or with songs, the applicants for the test came in crowds. "I can no sing, but I will try," said a Scotchman who had just come from Sagnet, with a slight scrape from a stray bullet. He started off on a little Scotch ballad that sent the thoughts home to the fireside. But there were more serious things to be thought of elsewhere. In the firing trenches were men who could not take time off to think about Christmas. Many units had gone from our station into the trenches a few days before, and each boat brought back some of the old friends who had stopped something during one of the engagements that were going on so steadily. January came round, and the new year started. The pressure against the Turkish line south of the river became more and more earnest. Casualties were heavy on both sides. In one sector of the line, a small detachment of English troops got into a tight hole and was nearly surrounded. Help was slow in arriving. Something went wrong. Some of them thought, "The beggars have let us down." But they didn't say it. They gritted their teeth and fired till their rifles were hot. When relief came, the Turks were repulsed. The little force was nearly wiped out, but they found more Turkish dead around them than they had lost. Day after day the pressure against the Turks continued, till at last it was too great to withstand, and after nearly a month's resistance they withdrew to the northern bank, crossing in pontoons and native craft under cover of darkness. The river High now became the centre of activity, and convoys and wounded came quite regularly from the trenches just below the town of Coote. "We could see the place easy. I think we'll be in a few days," said one enthusiastic Tommy, who a few hours before had been hit as he was wildly plunging on toward Coote, as though it were his responsibility to take the town. Little did he suppose that there was no intention of entering the city from that direction. It wouldn't do to disillusion him. The 1st of February was celebrated by the bringing down of a German Fokker airplane. Now wild and marvelous exploits were following each other in quick succession. On the 2nd, a section of cavalry galloped up the river 25 miles past Coote and threatened to cut the Turkish line of communications with their force. On the 10th, the force moving north was just across the river from Coote. The Turkish licorice factory shelled till it was no longer a landmark, and the position around it fell into British hands. 5 days later, in a bend of the river at Coote, the Turkish force, less fortunate than the one that got back to safety, surrendered. All day long they came out of their trenches with white flags tied to their bayonets. In one place the surrendering force outnumbered the attacking force. They seemed happy to be taken. "We have waited for the rain and mud to stop you," said a young Turkish officer, "but fate willed that it should not rain." Now every fighting Turk was on the north bank of the river. 2 days afterward the Scotchman delivered a terrific attack on the Sanyat position. It failed, and casualties that day were heavy. It was a busy time for us in camp, but work is a pleasure when there is such response as comes from wounded men. Some of the men had smoked their last fags, and when we found them they were as thankful as though we had found them bags of gold. Some had no hands to hold them or light them, but when a chum stuck one into another's mouth and held a match to it, a smile came over his face with a meaning that words could not express. At night the pain grew worse and the smiles less broad, but there was never a whimper. One man had copped it a little worse than he could stand, and was gradually approaching the time to go west. He whispered to ask whether he might have a fag. He had it, and the lines of his face that were drawn with pain relaxed in an easy smile. The 22nd was a day which will be long remembered. Another attack at Sanyat, this time a success. All through the day they fought. 6 times the Turks counterattacked, only to be beaten back, almost destroyed. By evening 2 lines of trenches were in our hands. All through the night the British force on the other side of Coote was preparing to cross the river, the Turks all on the northern bank. Across the river from Coote there was a great commotion among the British troops, and anxious to stop what might cross there, the Turks brought all the men they could spare to the scene. Nothing stirred. A little lower down a party launched a pontoon, crossed and captured a Turkish trench mortar. More Turkish troops were drawn down the river. It was nearly day when quietly, mysteriously, 3 parties of boats started to cross the river 4 miles above Coote. The Turks had been drawn away. The stunt was a surprise. 3 companies of English and 1 of Indian troops got a foothold on the Turkish bank. That was the beginning of the end. A pontoon bridge fairly sprang across the river. While it was in progress, the Scotch again attacked at Sanyat. Still trusting in their strong position, the Turks fought doggedly, despite the fact that a few miles to their rear the British were crossing the river. Perhaps they did not know. The attack was splendid, and the opposition crumbled. By 4:30 in the afternoon the army was crossing the newly made bridge, built in 9 hours across a river in flood 340 yards wide. That was the end. Pell-mell the Turks rushed up the river, leaving guns, stores, shells, small arms, ammunition, equipment, bridge material, tents, trench mortars strewn over the country in their wake. The story of that hasty retreat, 115 miles to Bagdad, with the British following, gunboats on the river, cavalry on the right, and infantry following us as fast as their legs could carry them, is a melodrama in itself. A river bank strewn with war materials, guns half buried or thrown into the river, Turkish wounded, stripped and plundered by Arab boodoos, half-dead animals struggling in a mess of harness and rope, and the Turkish force, now a disorderly mob, fleeing for Bagdad, closed in and riddled with bullets on both sides and driven from behind. That tells something of the scene. A week's halt at Assisi gave time for the British to reorganize and prepare for the final drive. The Turks, still disorganized and demoralized, took up a position at Lodge, the site of Townshend's camp at the time in 1915, when he could sweep on no farther toward Bagdad. A day of heavy-spirited attacks was all the Turks could stand this time. They evacuated the position during the night. 7 miles south of Bagdad, the river Diyala flows from the northeast into the Tigris. Here the Turks made their last feeble stand. To press the advantage of the Turkish retreat, boats were launched in the bright moonlight to cross the river without the aid of artillery, for which registering was impossible, so swift had been the advance. Time after time volunteers entered these boats, only to be shot down and to float in the drifting boats down the river. Next night, behind a barrage of dust raised by a volley of shells, 60 men made the opposite bank. All that night, in a natural stronghold in the bank, they held back the Turkish attacks. Next day, British machine guns on the south bank, playing in front of the little position, prevented the Turks from attacking. Next night, while the little force still held their position, the main British force silently crossed, high up over the stream, and swung round in the rear of the Turks. Another pell-mell retreat began, and there was no determined halt until the pursued Turks were 20 miles north of Bagdad. Our paddle-boat was steaming toward Bagdad. We were turning the last bend in the winding river, just as the sun was rising. There, through the mist, we could see the shimmery city of the caliphs. All that the wondrous tales of Bagdad had told us lay half concealed through that veiling mist. The domes and the minarets of the mosques, as perfect as the best in form, the clusters of palms, the fruit orchards, and the old wall to keep out the hordes of infidels, all were there. The city of golden domes and the palace of Harun al-Rashid. We steamed nearer, the mist cleared, and there was the tumble-down city of a Turkish pasha. Nearer still we moved, and now there was more to be seen, barges of supplies, the paddle-boats, the huge camps in the palms, and the British flags. It was the British city of Bagdad. End of section 44.
Section 45 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 45, The British in the Promised Land, 1917, by W.T. Massey. Active steps toward the invasion of Palestine began when the British Army from Egypt, under General Sir Archibald Murray, laid down a railway across the Sinai Desert to Rafah on the Turkish border. A battle with the Turks occurred at Katia, August 4th through 5th, 1916. El Arish was taken by the British December 21st, and Rafah was captured January 9th, 1917. The Turks, with 20,000 men, attacked the British near Gaza March 27th, but were repulsed with the loss of a general and an entire divisional staff and about 8,000 men. The Turks regard Syria and Palestine as highly important, and hence they deeply entrenched themselves between Gaza and Beersheba, with forces numbering fully 120,000. Beersheba was taken by the British November 1st. This victory prepared the way for the capture of Gaza November 7th and the scattering of the Turkish army. Ascalon was taken November 10th and Jaffa November 18th. The account which follows is by a war correspondent of the London Times. The Editor. The Promised Land. After 12 months' incessant toil in the Sinai Desert, sometimes fighting hard, always digging, making military works, building railways, constructing pipelines and roads, and forever marching over the heavy, inhospitable wastes, our troops have at last come into the Promised Land. What a marvelous change of scene! They are in Palestine. Behind them is 100 miles and more of monotonous sand. Before them, as far as the eye can reach, is unfolded a picture of transcending beauty. No wonder, when the troops come up to Rafah and look over the billowy downs, they break into rounds of cheers. Before and around us everything is green and fresh. Big patches of barley, for which the plain south of Gaza is famous, shine like emeralds, and the immense tracts of pasture are today as bright and beautiful as the rolling downs at home. I have been out on a reconnaissance over ground evacuated by the Turks and toward positions which the enemy at present holds. The high minaret of Gaza showed itself to us from above the dark framework of trees enclosing the town. That mosque was formerly a Christian church built by the Knights Templars in the 12th century, when the Crusaders fortified themselves within Gaza's walls, but Saladin drove them out. After many centuries, Napoleon's hold on Gaza was merely temporary. British forces are within sight of the town. Away on our right over the abandoned Turkish stronghold of Wali Sheikh Naroun is Beersheba, tucked in the plain beneath the southern end of the hills of Judea. These two of the most ancient cities of Palestine. It was in Gaza that Samson was betrayed by Delilah to the Philistines, and Abraham dug the well of the oath in Beersheba. Having been seen by some of our troops, and the desert column is exceeding glad. The biggest battle in all Palestine's long history is being fought at Gaza by bodies of troops on both sides, immeasurably larger than any armies which have taken part in the countless campaigns of the Holy Land. Though we have only fought the first phase, it is clear that we are engaged upon the hardest struggle in this age-worn battle area. We have gained our first line, which we are consolidating, but apparently there is a period of trench warfare before us ere we reach the important system of trenches which has lately been cut to turn Gaza into a modern fortress of great strength. We paid a price for our gains, but we inflicted very heavy casualties on the Turks, whose counterattacks were repulsed with sanguinary losses. With the conditions preeminently favorable to the defense, an early decision before Gaza must not be expected. We had to depose the British forces on a 16-mile front, practically the whole of which the Turks had entrenched deeply. The positions we had to attack on the Gaza front could not be stronger if the whole country had been built up for defense. There are sand dunes 2 miles deep between the sea and the town, and an extraordinary variety of redoubts, trenches, and pits covering the western town, while Sampson Ridge, 3,000 yards to the southwest, is strongly held to secure the enemy observation posts. Southeast of Gaza there is a green plain 1.5 miles wide and 6 miles deep, enclosed on the seaside by sand dunes, on the north by the town, and the east by a range of hills running for Al-Muntar, the spot where Samson displayed his prodigious strength. The plain is intersected by the Wadi Guza, a ravine with precipitous sides through which the winter rains on the Judean hills pour in terrific torrent to the sea. It is now dry, but crossings have been made for guns, cavalry, infantry, and supply columns. The northernmost part of the plain is covered with trenches protecting the town, and for 2 miles to the southeast of Al-Muntar, the enemy on the irregular hills and deep woods at one spot prepared an intricate system connected up with trenches of great defensive power. 3 miles due south of Al-Muntar is Mansoura Ridge, facing another important series of defenses. About a mile farther to the east is Sheikh Abbas Ridge, backed by ground torn and cracked as if by an earthquake, and looking over the country rolling to the Beersheba road. East by south are the tiny villages of Sihan, Atawina, Asafaria, and Munkaila, near which our cavalry fought strong actions against infantry counter-attacking from Harera Sharia. The whole country is extremely difficult for cavalry, as it constitutes a continuous bottleneck, full of deep ravines, but the part played by the mounted troops under these disadvantageous circumstances was superb. Soon after daybreak on April 17th, our movement began. A war vessel assisted the shore batteries to cover a short advance of infantry to take up positions from which we might hope to secure our first objective at a subsequent date. The operations were brilliantly successful. We got to our mark on the sand dunes quickly, reached the positions in front in a few minutes, and took Sheikh Abbas Ridge by 7:30, with remarkably small casualties. The cavalry were out on the right during this blazing hot morning, but it was impossible to hide them owing to every movement raising dense columns of dust. A wet night would have been of immense advantage, but throughout the operations rain was denied to us. On April 18th, while the country was obscured by dust clouds, we made ready for the next advance, sending much supplies forward. The whole terrain was covered with supply columns, and when the wind decreased, an enormous pall of dust hung over the area. An occasional motor rushing across country raised a trail of dust like steam issuing from an express train. Bombardment of the outer trenches of Gaza began as the sun lifted over the black hills of Judea on the 19th. Infantry attacks were launched at 8:30 o'clock. On the left they gained Samson Ridge and found the trenches full of Turkish dead. The enemy observation posts were seized. Toward Al-Muntar and south of Gaza, progress was more difficult and slower, but Scottish troops went forward with splendid steadiness under a desperately heavy machine gun fire, and ultimately advanced 2,000 yards to Outpost Hill, south of Alamuntar, where they have consolidated their gains. There was also considerable progress from Sheikh Abbas Ridge. Between 9 and 10, I saw a tank go into action against a green hill near a warren in front of Alamuntar. She stood with her nose poised in the air across a trench, down which her crew poured rapid fire right and left. Then she crossed the trench and turned south. The Austrian gunners with the Turks soon found the range and turned an immense volume of fire on the tank, which seemed completely surrounded by bursting high explosive shells. For several minutes I lost sight of her, but presently she emerged, pursuing the uneven tenor of her way toward our lines. Then a second succession of rapid artillery fire again enveloped the tank. When the fire ceased, she had disappeared. I thought she had been smashed to pieces, but I learned she dropped back into the trench we had captured. During the day, particularly in the afternoon, our mounted troops were heavily engaged. The Turks made 5 desperate counterattacks with infantry against the mounted troops and Camel Corps. Though inflicting considerable losses on us, they must have suffered severe casualties. One heroic episode I did not see, but I repeated from the evidence of competent witnesses. It was an effort by 60 men of the Camel Corps. The enemy had concentrated considerable forces at one spot to break through. A junior officer of the Camel Corps saw the preparation and took his men forward, with 2 machine guns, up a grassy slope to prevent the advance with absolutely no cover. His small party crept on stealthily, undeterred by a murderous machine gun fire in what was a forlorn hope. A tremendous shell fire fell about them, but the party, gradually becoming smaller through inevitable losses, pressed on until within 300 yards. The crest was lined with scores of machine guns and hundreds of riflemen. There they stopped and kept the Turks from issuing to attack by sound and accurate bursts of fire every time the enemy showed themselves. For an hour and a half, this gradually reduced band staved off attack until everyone was hit. Most of them were killed, and the wounded fell into Turkish hands. It was too late in the day for the Turks to get through. My informant declared that every Camel Corps man in this section deserved the Victoria Cross, whether he be alive or dead. End of section 45.
Section 46 of The World War. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Jerusalem Delivered. Photograph, page 266. On December the 10th, 1917, Jerusalem was at last delivered from centuries of Turkish oppression by the British Army under General Allenby. The Turks and their Teuton allies had already evacuated the city, and the British forces took possession without bloodshed. Carrying out the customs of the Crusaders, who many centuries before delivered for a short time the holy city from the infidels, General Allenby is seen in the picture entering Jerusalem on foot through the famous Jaffa Gate. With him are his staff and commanders of the French and Italian forces. Of the scene that marked the transfer of Jerusalem from the hands of the Turks, W.T. Massey, correspondent of the London Daily Chronicle, wrote, "There were no thunderous salutes to acclaim the world-stirring victory, which will have its place in the chronicles of all time. No flags were hoisted, and there was no enemy flag to haul down. There were no soldier shouts of triumph over a defeated foe, but just a short military procession into Mount Zion, a portion of the city 200 yards from the walls and out of it. The ceremony was full of dignity and simplicity, though it was also full of meaning. It was a purely military act with a minimum of military display, but its significance was not lost on the population, who saw in it the end of an old regime and the beginning of a new era of freedom and justice for all classes and creeds. No bells in the ancient belfries rang, no Te Deums were sung, no preacher came forth to point the moral to the multitude, but right down in the hearts of the people, who cling to Jerusalem with the deepest reverence and piety, there was unfeigned delight that the old order had given place to the new. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of The World War. Read for LibriVox.org by Piotr. The World War, Part 7. Life in the Trenches. Historical Note. The modes of making warfare and the habitat of the soldier changed rapidly after the Battle of the Marne. Since the Germans were unable to press forward to Paris, and had met with a disastrous defeat in open battle, the resource seemed to be to dig in, as the phrase now goes, and produce habitable quarters underground. Accordingly, the defeated armies turned to the new task, and the Allied armies followed suit. The result was not only a prolongation of the war, but the discovery of new difficulties without number, for with all the aid that could be given by the huge guns in the rear and the machine guns close at hand, it was almost impossible to make determinate headway. The history of the war for many months was the exasperating record of trenches taken at terrible cost, lost and retaken with hardly ever a victory of importance. Naturally, the mode of life pursued in the trenches adapted itself to the type of warfare. In stormy times, in cold weather, the trench added greatly to the hardship of war. Nothing short of the dangers of an attack near the barbed wire entanglements seemed to be more uncomfortable than life in trenches knee deep with cold water and mud. The sufferings from disease were added to the tortures of war. Meanwhile, however, new comforts and even luxuries were added to trenches built to outlast a season. Apparently some of the Germans came to prefer trench life to any other, and to make it almost impossible for their enemies to drive them from their new haunts. These trenches seemed impregnable at a certain stage of the war. Not until the Battle of the Somme did it appear possible to destroy on a large scale these new haunts of the soldier, namely by the massed fire of heavy artillery, or by tunnelling underneath and blowing up whole sections at a time. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 48. The Arrival of Kitchener's Mob, 1915, by James Norman Hall. Coming into the trenches for the first time, when the deadlock along the Western Front had become seemingly unbreakable, we reaped the benefit of the gallant little remnant of the 1st British Expeditionary Force. After the retreat from Mons, they had dug themselves in and were holding tenaciously on, awaiting the long-heralded arrival of Kitchener's mob. As the units of the new armies arrived in France, they were sent into the trenches for 24 hours' instruction in trench warfare, with the battalion of regulars. This one-day course in trench fighting is preliminary to fitting new troops into their own particular sectors along the front. It was quite dark when we entered the desolate belt of country known as the fire zone. Pipes and cigarettes were put out and talking ceased. We extended to groups of platoons in fours, at 100 paces interval, each platoon keeping in touch with the one in front by means of connecting files. We passed rows of ruined cottages where only the scent of the roses in neglected little front gardens reminded one of the home-loving people who had lived there in happier days. Dim lights streamed through chinks and crannies in the walls. Now and then blanket coverings would be lifted from apertures that had been windows or doors. and we would see bright fires blazing in the middle of brick kitchen floors, and groups of men sitting about them luxuriously sipping tea from steaming canteens. They were laughing and talking and singing songs in loud, boisterous voices, which contrasted strangely with our timid noiselessness. I was marching with one of the trench guides who had been sent back to pilot us to our position. I asked him if the Tommies in the houses were not in danger of being heard by the enemy. He laughed uproariously at this, whereupon one of our officers, a little second lieutenant, turned and hissed in melodramatic undertones, "Silence in the ranks there! Where do you think you are?" Officers and men, we were new to the game then, and we held rather exaggerated notions as to the amount of care to be observed in moving up to the trenches. As we came within range of rifle fire, we again changed our formation, and marched in single file along the edge of the road. The sharp crack, crack of small arms now sounded with vicious and ominous distinctness. We heard the melancholy song of the ricochets and spent bullets as they whirled in a wide arc, high over our heads, and occasionally the less pleasing fit, fit of those speeding straight from the muzzle of a German rifle. We breathed more freely when we entered the communication trench in the center of a little thicket, a mile or more back of the first-line trenches. We wound in and out of what appeared in the darkness to be a hopeless labyrinth of earthworks. Cross streets and alleys led off in every direction. All along the way we had glimpses of dugouts lighted by candles, the doorways carefully concealed with blankets or pieces of old sacking. Groups of Tommies in comfortable nooks and corners were boiling tea or frying bacon over little stoves made of old iron buckets or biscuit tins. I marveled at the skill of our trench guide, who went confidently on in the darkness, with scarcely a pause. At length, after a winding, zigzag journey, we arrived at our trench, where we met the Gloucesters. There isn't not one of us who hasn't not a warm spot in his heart for the Gloucesters. They welcomed us so heartily and initiated us into the mysteries of trench etiquette and trench traditions. We were at best but amateur Tommies. In them I recognized the lineal descendants of the Line Atkins, men whose grandfathers had fought in the Crimea and whose fathers in Indian mutinies. They were the fighting sons of fighting sires. And they taught us more of life in the trenches in 24 hours than we had learned during 9 months of training in England. We learned how orders are passed down the line, from sentry to sentry, quietly and with the speed of a man running. We learned how the sentries are posted and their duties. We saw the intricate mazes of telephone wires and the men of the signaling corps at their posts in the trenches, in communication with brigade, divisional, and army corps headquarters. We learned how to sleep 5 men in a 4x6 dugout, and when there are no dugouts, how to hunch up on the firing benches with our waterproof sheets over our heads, and doze, with our knees for a pillow. We learned the order of precedence for troops in the communication trenches. Never forget that. Outgoing troops as the right way. They ain't had no rest, and they're all slathered in mud, likely, and beat for sleep. Incoming troops is fresh, and they stands to one side to let the others pass. We saw the listening patrols go out at night, through the underground passage which leads to the far side of the barbed wire entanglements. From there they creep far out between the opposing lines of trenches, to keep watch upon the movements of the enemy, and to report the presence of his working parties or patrols. This is dangerous, nerve-trying work, for the men sent out upon it are exposed not only to the shots of the enemy, but to the wild shots of their own comrades as well. I saw one patrol come in just before dawn. One of the men brought with him a piece of barbed wire, clipped from the German entanglements, 250 yards away. I was tremendously interested. At that time it seemed incredible to me that men crawled over to the German lines in this manner, and clipped pieces of German wire for souvenirs. Several men were killed and wounded during the night. One of them was a sentry with whom I had been talking only a few minutes before. He was standing on the firing bench, looking into the darkness, when he fell back into the trench without a cry. It was a terrible wound. I would not have believed that a bullet could so horribly disfigure one. He was given first aid by the light of a candle, but it was useless. Silently his comrades removed his identification disc and wrapped him in a blanket. "Poor old Walt," they said. An hour later he was buried in a shell hole at the back of the trench. One thing we learned during our first night in the trenches was of the very first importance, and that was respect for our enemies. We came from England full of absurd newspaper tales about the German soldier's inferiority as a fighting man. We had read that he was a wretched marksman. He would not stand up to the bayonet. Whenever opportunity offered, he crept over and gave himself up. He was poorly fed and clothed, and was so weary of the war that his officers had to drive him to fight, at the muzzles of their revolvers. We thought him almost beneath contempt. We were convinced in a night that we had greatly underestimated his abilities as a marksman. As for his all-around inferiority as a fighting man, one of the Gloucesters put it rather well. "'Ere, if the Germans is so bloomin' rotten, 'ow is it we ain't a-fightin' 'em summers along the Rhine, or in Austry-Hungary? No, they ain't a-firin' wild, I give you my word. Not around this part o' France. They ain't." How am I to give a really vivid picture of trench life as I saw it for the first time? How make it live for others? When I remembered that the many descriptive accounts I had read of it in England did not in the least visualize it for me. I watched the rockets rising from the German lines, watched them burst into points of light over the devastated strip of country called No Man's Land, and drift down. And I watched the charitable shadows rush back like the very wind of darkness. The desolate landscape emerged from the gloom and receded again, like a series of pictures thrown upon a screen. All of this was so new, so terrible, I doubted its reality. Indeed, I doubted my own identity, as one does at times when brought face to face with some experiences which cannot be compared with past experiences or even measured with them. I groped darkly for some new truth which was flickering just beyond the border of consciousness. But I was so blinded by the adventure that it did not come to me then. Later I understood. It was my first glimmering realization of the tremendous sadness, the awful futility of war. The fire trench was built in much the same way as those we had made during our training in England. In pattern it was something like a tessellated border. For the space of 5 yards it ran straight. Then it turned at right angles around a traverse of solid earth 6 feet square. Then straight again for another 5 yards. Then around another traverse, and so throughout the length of the line. Each 5-yard segment, which is called a bay, offered firing room for 5 men. The traverses, of course, were for the purpose of preventing enfilade fire. They also limited the execution which might be done by one shell. Even so, they were not an unmixed blessing, for they were always in the way when you wanted to get anywhere in a hurry. And you are in a hurry when you see a Minenwerfer coming your way. But you gets trench legs after a wheel. It'll be a funny sight to see the blokes walking along the street in London when the war is over. They'll be so used to dodging in and out of traverses, they won't be able to go in a straight line. As we walked through the firing line trenches, I could quite understand the possibility of one's acquiring trench legs. 5 paces forward, 2 to the right, 2 to the left, 2 to the left again, then 5 to the right, and so on to Switzerland. My own experience was confined to that part of the British front which lies between Mezzanines in Belgium and Leux in France. There certainly one could walk for miles through an intricate maze of continuous underground passages. But the firing line trench was neither a traffic route nor a promenade. The great bulk of inter-trench business passed through the travelling trench, about 15 yards in the rear of the fire trench, and running parallel to it. The two were connected by many passageways, the chief difference being that the fire trench was the business district, while the traveling trench was primarily residential. Along the latter were built most of the dugouts, lavatories, and trench kitchens. The sleeping quarters for the men were not very elaborate. Recesses were made in the wall of the trench, about 2 feet above the floor. They were not more than 3 feet high, so that one had to crawl in head first when going to bed. They were partitioned in the middle, and were supposed to offer accommodation for 4 men, 2 on each side. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 49 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brittany Bogle. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 49, The New Warfare, 1915, by Eney. The trench system has one thing to recommend it. It tidies things up a bit. For the first few months after the war broke out, confusion reigned supreme. Belgium and the north of France were one huge jumbled battlefield, rather like a public park on a Saturday afternoon, one of those parks where promiscuous football is permitted. Friend and foe were inextricably mingled, and the direction of the goal was uncertain. If you rode into a village, you might find it occupied by a Highland regiment or a squad of Uhlans. If you dimly discerned troops marching side by side with you in the dawning, it was by no means certain that they would prove to be your friends. On the other hand, it was never safe to assume that a battalion which you saw hastily entrenching itself against your approach was German. It might belong to your own brigade. There was no front and no rear, so direction counted for nothing. The country swarmed with troops which had been left in the air owing to their own too rapid advance or the equally rapid retirement of their supporters, with scattered details trying to join their units, or with dispatch riders hunting for a peripatetic divisional headquarters. Snipers shot both sides impartially. It was almost upsetting. Well, as already indicated, the trench system has put that all right. The trenches now run continuously, a long, irregular, but perfectly definite line of cleavage, from the North Sea to the Vosges. Everybody has been carefully sorted out. Human beings on one side, Germans on the other. Nothing could be more suitable. The result is an agreeable blend of war and peace. This week, for instance, our battalion has been undergoing a rest cure a few miles from the hottest part of the firing line. We had a fairly heavy spell of work last week. In the morning, we wash our clothes and perform a few mild martial exercises. In the afternoon, we sleep in all degrees of dishabille under the trees in the orchard. In the evening, we play football or bathe in the canal or lie on our backs on the grass watching our aeroplanes buzzing home to roost, attended by German shrapnel. We could not have done this in the autumn. Now, thanks to our trenches, a few miles away we are as safe here as in the wilds of Argyllshire or West Kensington. But there are drawbacks to everything. The fact is, a trench is that most uninteresting of human devices, a compromise. It is neither satisfactory as a domicile nor efficient as a weapon of defense. The most luxuriant dugout, the most artistic window box, these, in spite of all biased assertions to the contrary, compare unfavorably with a flat in Knightsbridge. On the other hand, the knowledge that you are keeping yourself tolerably immune from the assaults of your enemy is heavily discounted by the fact that the enemy is equally immune from yours. In other words, you get no farther with a trench, and the one thing which we are all anxious to do is bring this war to a speedy and gory conclusion, and get home to hot baths and regular meals. For reasons foreshadowed last month, we find that we are committed to an indefinite period of trench life, like everyone else. Certainly we are starting at the bottom of the ladder. These trenches are badly sited, badly constructed, difficult of access from the rear, and swarming with large, fat, unpleasant flies of the bluebottle variety. They go to sleep chiefly upon the ceiling of one dugout during the short hours of darkness, but for 20 hours out of 24 they are very busy indeed. They divide their attention between stray carrion and our rations. If you sit still for 5 minutes, they also settle upon you like pins in a pincushion. Then, when face, hands, and knees can endure no more, and the inevitable convulsive wriggle occurs, they rise in a vociferous swarm, only to settle again when the victim becomes quiescent. To these, high explosives are a welcome relief. The trenches themselves are no garden city, like those at Armentières. They were sited and dug in the dark not many weeks ago to secure 200 yards of French territory recovered from the Boche by bomb and bayonet. The captured trench lies behind us now and serves as our second line. They are muddy. You come to water at 3 feet, and at one end, owing to their concave formation, are open to enfilade. The parapet in many places is too low. If you make it higher with sandbags, you offer the enemy a comfortable target. If you deepen the trench, you turn it into a running stream. Therefore, long-legged subalterns crawl painfully past these danger spots on all fours. Then there is Zacchaeus, the sniper. We call him by this name because he lives up a tree. There is a row of pollarded willows standing parallel to our front 150 yards away. Up or in one of these lives Zacchaeus. We have never seen him, but we know he is there, because if you look over the top of the parapet, he shoots you through the head. We do not know which of the trees he lives in. There are 9 of them, and every morning we comb them out one by one with a machine gun. But all in vain. Zacchaeus merely crawls away into the standing corn behind his trees and waits till we have finished. Then he comes back and tries to shoot the machine gun officer. He has not succeeded yet, but he sticks to his task with gentle persistence. He is evidently of a persevering rather than vindictive disposition. The day's work in the trenches begins about 9 o'clock the night before. Darkness having fallen, various parties steal out into the no-man's land beyond the parapet. There are numerous things to be done. The barbed wire has been broken up by shrapnel and must be repaired. The whole position in front of the wire must be patrolled to prevent the enemy from creeping forward in the dark. The corn has grown to an uncomfortable height in places, so a fatigue party is told off to cut it. Surely the strangest piece of harvesting that the annals of agriculture can record. On the left, the muffled clinking of picks and shovels announces that a sap is in course of construction. Those incorrigible nightbirds, the Royal Engineers, are making it for the machine gunners who, in the fullness of time, will convey their voluble weapon to its forward extremity, and loose off a belt or two in the direction of a rather dangerous hollow midway between the trenches, from which of late mysterious sounds of digging and guttural talking have been detected by the officer who lies in the listening post in front of the barbed wire entanglement, drawing secrets from the bowels of the earth by means of a microphone. Behind the firing trench, even greater activity prevails. Damage done to the parapet by shell fire is being repaired. Positions and emplacements are being constantly improved. Communication trenches widened or made more secure. Down these trenches, fatigue parties are filing, and ammunition from the limbered wagons which are waiting in the shadow of a wood, perhaps a mile back. It is at this hour, too, that the wounded who have been lying pathetically, cheerful and patient in the dressing station in the reserve trench are smuggled to the field ambulance, probably to find themselves safe in a London hospital within 24 hours. Lastly, under the kindly cloak of night, we bury the dead. Meanwhile, within various stifling dugouts in the firing trench or support trench, overheated company commanders are dictating reports or filling in returns. There is the casualty return and a report on the doings of the enemy, and another report of one's own doings, and a report on the direction of the wind, and so on. All this literature has to be sent to battalion headquarters by 1 a.m., either by orderly or telephone. There it is collated and condensed and forwarded to the brigade, which submits it to the same process and sends it on. You must not imagine, however, that all this night work is performed in gross darkness. On the contrary, there is abundance of illumination, and by a pretty thought each illuminates the others. We perform our nocturnal tasks in front of and behind the firing trench amid a perfect hail of star shells and magnesium lights, topped up at times by a searchlight, all supplied by our obliging friend, the Hun. We, on our part, do our best to return these graceful compliments. The curious and uncanny part of it all is that there is no firing. During these brief hours, there exists an informal truce, founded on the principles of live and let live. It would be an easy business to wipe out that working party over there by the barbed wire with a machine gun. It would be child's play to shell the road behind the enemy's trenches, crowded as it must be with ration wagons and water carts into a blood-stained wilderness. But so long as each side confines itself to purely defensive and recuperative work, there is little or no interference. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 15. The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 50. A Description of Trench Life, by René Nicolas. So I examined my domain. It is not very extensive, 120 meters at the most, occupied by my 60 men. My trench is composed of the communication trench and 2 large salients, each containing half a section or 2 squads. Its general arrangement is as follows. Each of the salients is divided in the middle by a bomb shield, and contains therefore 2 squads, whose dugouts, rather deep, are at the right and left ends of the salient. In front, in shell holes, the listening patrols are posted during the night. There are machine guns in each of the salients. My headquarters are so placed that I am in immediate touch with both my half-sections. A little winding trench leads to my dugout, which is about 2 meters underground. It is comfortable and contains a rather dilapidated hair mattress which the Germans, formerly proprietors of this little trench, brought over from the village of Perths. A set of shelves made of 3 boards has on it some old tin cans, along with the things I have taken out of my haversack. 2 or 3 pegs stuck in the dirt wall serve as clothes hooks. The furnishing is completed by a wooden stool brought from the village, and by a brazier in which charcoal is burning. In one corner are some trench rockets and a large case of cartridges. This domicile is not at all bad. It is almost luxurious. The dugouts of my soldiers are large undergrounds, holding 15 men comfortably. Straw helps ward off the dampness of the soil of Champagne, and discarded bayonets stuck in the walls serve as hooks for canteens and haversacks. Meanwhile, as the cold was a bit sharp, I had some braziers made for the men by piercing holes in old tin cans with bayonets. Charcoal was brought up from the kitchens. So life was sufficiently endurable. We felt pretty secure. The loopholes were well protected, and one could fire comfortably. The machine guns were always in readiness, and in short, the Germans over opposite did not seem malicious. All that could be seen of them were white streaks across the land, many and intertwined, with wire entanglements alongside. That was all. Nothing that budged or had the least human semblance, only here and there a sort of ragged, bluish heap that seemed a part of the earth on which it lay, a corpse. There were not many dead directly in front of us, but to the west, on our left, much higher up, in front of the skeleton remnant of a wood, lay a number of those motionless bundles, bearing witness to recent attacks. Thus the region opposite us was fairly uninteresting. Barbed wire, torn-up earth, skeleton trees, and dead men's bodies, and the enemy was there at 100 meters. I discovered this rather promptly, moreover, and had a very narrow escape. At a given moment, very early in the morning, I went into the communication trench that formed the eastern end of my trench. There was a large hollowed-out place through which one could get a better view of what lay in front of us. At the left, the ruined village. In front, the labyrinth of trenches and the skeleton wood. Suddenly, as if warned by some instinct, I turned away a little. 5 or 6 bullets, undoubtedly intended for me, whistled through my window, one of them grazing my field-glass. Not a little shaken up, I left that dangerous spot. I soon began to laugh, however, and I should have enjoyed telling my neighbours, the Boches, that they had missed me, but I was more prudent after that. Besides, everything was silent except for an occasional shell that passed above our heads and burst so far away that we could not hear it explode. Listening patrols, being useless during the day, were replaced by 2 sentries for each half-section who watched through the loopholes of the trench itself. The men in their warm dugouts smoked their pipes, ate, read, or played cards. If this is war, there are many of them, it isn't half bad. But like most good things, it did not last. At 9 o'clock a messenger came to tell me that the captain wanted to see me. I went to his headquarters, situated in the second line. Orders had just come. A French attack was to be delivered on the Boche trenches to the north and east of Perth. The plan was to attack at 2 other points, so that, once having taken the German trenches there, the whole system could be enfiladed. Our role was to put them on the wrong scent, and at a specified time to make as much noise as possible with our muskets and machine guns, in order to attract attention to ourselves at the moment when the main attack was being launched elsewhere. So I went back to my trench and gave the men the necessary instructions. About 10 o'clock we were startled by 4 loud reports coming almost simultaneously. It was a battery of 75s, placed 200 meters or so behind us. At the same instant the shells went whistling over our heads and raised 4 black clouds in the trench opposite. It was the beginning of the bombardment. It was very violent. At the start we all ducked, but we gradually got used to it and learned to distinguish the difference in sound of French firing. Posted at a loophole, I watched through my glass the effect of the bombardment. All the German trenches, as far as the eye could reach, were filled with constantly recurring explosions. They looked like an uninterrupted line of volcanoes. The noise and the superb masses of earth thrown up into the air fairly intoxicated me. The Boches in their turn began to answer, and, scorning us poor infantrymen, sent their shells far in our rear in quest of the gunners and their guns. The chorus grew deafening. The sensation was that of being under a roof of steel, invisible, but with the voices of all the fiends. And in the midst of all this din, 2 larks kept flitting about joyously, and mingled their song of life with the dull chant of the engines of death. When everything was quiet, I hurried to the captain to make my report. He was well pleased, congratulated me, and instructed me to congratulate my men. Our baptism of fire had been thoroughly first class, and we behaved rather well. As for the French attack, it had succeeded in seizing the extreme northern point of the German line. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful. Then slowly night fell. The order came to detail 2 men from each squad to go with tent sheets, under the conduct of the corporal on duty, to fetch rations from the kitchens. When we got back, we were rewarded by supper, consisting of sardines, roast meat, and rice, which we warmed on the braziers. After the meal I took a little rest. My 2 sergeants divided the rest of the night, and it was solid comfort to go to sleep snugly wrapped in my blanket, with my feet against the warm brazier. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 51. The Impregnable Trenches, 1916. By Henry Sheahan. The principal element of this modern warfare is lack of mobility. The lines advance, the lines retreat, but never once, since the establishment of the present trench swathe, have the lines of either combatant been pushed clear out of the normal zone of hostilities. The fierce invisible combats are limited to the first line positions, averaging a mile each way behind no man's land. This stationary character has made the war a daily battle. It has robbed war of all its ancient panoply, its cavalry, its uniforms brilliant as the sun, and has turned it into the national business. To this end, in numberless sectors along the front, special narrow-gauge railroad lines have been built directly from the road station at the edge of the shell zone to the artillery positions. To this end the trenches have been gathered into a special telephone system, so that General Joffre at Chantilly can talk to any officers or soldiers anywhere along the swathe. The food, supplies, clothing, and ammunition are delivered every day at the gate of the swathe, and calmly redistributed to the trenches by a sort of military express system. Only one thing ever disturbs the vast, orderly system: the bony fingers of death will persist in getting into the cogs of the machine. The first line trenches, in a position at all contested, are very apt still to preserve the hurried arrangement of their first plan, which is sometimes hardly any plan at all. It must be admitted that the Germans have the advantage in the great majority of cases, for theirs was the first choice, and they entrenched themselves, as far as possible, along the crests of the eastern hills of France, in a line prepared for just such an exigency. It being out of the question to strengthen or rectify very much the front line trenches close to the enemy, the effort has taken place in the rear lines. Wherever there is a certain security, the rear lines of all the important strategic points have been converted into veritable subterranean fortresses. The floor plan of these trenches is an adaptation of the military theory of fortification, with its angles, salients, and bastions, to the topography of the region. The gigantic concrete wall of the bomb-proof shelters, the little forts to shelter the machine guns, and the concrete passages in the rear line trenches will appear as heavy and massive to future generations as Roman masonry appears to us. There are, of course, many unimportant little links of the trench system, upon whose holding nothing depends, and for whose domination neither side cares to spend the life of a single soldier, that only have an apology for a second position. The war needs the money for the preparation of important places. At vital points there may be the tremendously powerful second line, a third line, and even a fourth line. The region between Verdun and the lines, for instance, is the most fearful snarl of barbed wire, pits, and buried explosives that could be imagined. The distance would have to be contested inch by inch. The trench theory is built about the soldier. It must preserve him as far as possible from artillery and from the infantry attack. The defences begin with barbed wire, then come the rifles and machine guns, and behind them the light artillery, the 75's, and the heavy artillery, the 120's, the 220's, and now an immense howitzer whose real calibre has been carefully concealed. To take a trench position means the crossing of the entanglements of no man's land under fire from artillery, rifles, and machine guns, an almost impossible proceeding. An advance is possible only after the opposing trenches have been made untenable by the concentration of artillery fire. The great offensives begin by blowing the first lines absolutely to pieces. This accomplished, the attacking infantry advances to the vacated trenches under the rifle fire of those few whom the deluge of shells has not killed or crazed, works toward the strong second position under a concentrated artillery fire of the retreating enemy as terrible as its own, fights its way heroically into the second position and stops there. The great line has been bent, has been dented, but never broken. An offensive must cover at least 20 miles of front, for if the break is too narrow the attacking troops will be massacred by the enemy artillery at both ends of the broken first lines. If the front lines are 1 mile deep, the artillery must put 25 square miles of trenches hors de combat, a task that takes millions of shells. By the time that the first line has been destroyed and the troops have reached the second lines, the shells and the men are pretty well used up. A great successful offensive on the Western Front is theoretically possible, given millions of men, but practically impossible. Outside of important local gains, the great Western offensives have been failures. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52 of the World War, read for LibriVox.org by Tim811. The World War, Part 8. The Fighting Machines, Historical Note. From the first, the Great War had brought surprises which showed that the method of warfare and the engines used were rapidly changing. Formerly, there were great engagements in the open, which continued for a short time only, or forts equipped with heavy guns were able to hold out against a prolonged siege. The Germans early proved by their successes at Liège, Namur, and Antwerp that the great modern siege guns could soon silence a fortress which had been deemed impregnable against an attack from the field. After the Battle of the Marne, trench warfare began to take place of fighting in the open, and barbed wire entanglements were brought into play in no man's land between the lines. Moreover, the use of airplanes as scouts made it impossible to carry on warfare in the open, as in former times when armies could be deployed unseen by the enemy until the time for action arrived. The armored railway train and the armored car had come into being. They were not only machine guns, but such guns mounted on motorcycles, also guns for destroying machine guns. Then, at the Battle of the Somme, came the new British armored cars known as tanks, able to ride over any obstacle and withstand heavy gunfire. Huge guns were still available after the warfare of the trenches began, but the Allies had to produce more effective guns to meet those already possessed by Germany. Meanwhile, bayonets and the butt ends of rifles were still in vogue, and hand grenades supplemented the older modes of hand-to-hand combat. The employment by the Germans of gas and liquid flame as weapons of offense compelled the Allies to adopt gas masks and to find other ways of protecting troops from the effects of these terrible means of attack. Great skill and invention has been shown in the effort to meet the latest output of the enemy with something more effective, if not more terrible. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 53. The Machines, 1916, by William J. Robinson. When the British blockade was tightening its coils about Germany, a sigh of relief went up from the Entente powers, and their press proclaimed that with gasoline and rubber cut off from the enemy, the war would soon come automatically to an end. I'm not concerned with the failure of these prophecies to reckon with German chemical ingenuity. They merely throw light on the interesting fact that modern warfare, with its demand for swift striking movement in every branch of the complicated military organism, could not exist without the motor vehicle in its various forms. Through the illustrated weeklies and the moving pictures, Americans have become familiar with the Skoda howitzers taken to pieces for travel, rumbling along behind great Mercedes traction motors. They have seen the London motor buses, loaded to bursting with grinning Tommies on their way to the front, flaunting Beauville and Nestle's food signs against an unfamiliar background of canals and serried poplar trees. They cannot realize, however, because they have not witnessed with their own eyes the vast orderly ferment of wheeled traffic that fills the roads on both sides of that blackened, blasted battle line between the armies of Western Europe. Where once the task of fulfillment fell to straining horse flesh, the burden is now laid on wheels winged by gasoline. From the flashing wire spokes of the dispatch rider's motorcycle to the clanking, crushing feet of the caterpillar tractor that pulls the big guns into action, the incredibly complicated machinery of war is now dependent on an element which at the time of the Spanish-American War was unknown to military use. It was chance which got me into the British Army. It was also by chance that I was attached to the staff of a captain of the 5th Dragoon Guards and sent off to Belgium 5 days after my enlistment, without the usual weary months of training in the riding school. On October 8, 1914, our regiment landed at Ostend. This was the beginning of 13 months of service, during which I passed from my regular duties in the Dragoon Guards to the Army Service Corps as motor driver to General Byng, and was subsequently attached to the headquarters staff of the 5th Army Corps. While in this, I saw service in an armored car of the Royal Naval Air Service, went into action with the motor machine gun section, and also acted as a dispatch rider. This enabled me to get a fairly good first-hand idea of the use made by the British Army of the various types of motor vehicle, and if some of my experiences left me in doubt as to the ability of the human nervous system to stand up under the racking, killing pace demanded by these branches of the service, I came away from my term at the front full of admiration for the men behind the organization which is responsible for the smooth functioning of the motor vehicle wing of the British Army. My first good opportunity to see this great system in action came shortly after my arrival at the front near Zillebeke, where, while waiting for assignment to duty, we watched the supplies coming through, fresh supplies, vast quantities of them, arrive every day from the various seaports, brought on trains which deposit them at the railhead or private railway station with which every Army Corps and division is provided. The trains are met by motor lorries or trucks which swing into the yards, range up in long lines alongside the freight cars, load up and pull away again in surprisingly short time. As they drew out of the yards, I noticed that they fell automatically into little groups, and on inquiry found that before the column is formed, all lorries containing a certain kind of supplies go in one group, lining up until in an orderly arrangement of, say, 12 trucks of meat, 10 trucks of bread, so many trucks of clothing, groceries, petrol, mechanical stores, and so on, until a column consisting of perhaps 100 lorries stands ready to start toward the front. The order given, off they go to the clatter of chains and open exhausts. The roads of Belgium were once good roads, but the endless stream of heavy traffic has reduced them to a fearful condition, despite the efforts of the Royal Engineers and Jack Ward's battalions, the large semi-military force of navies and labourers recruited in London by a patriotic contractor for just such badly needed work as highway repairing. Down the middle of these roads runs a strip of cobblestones, greasy, full of holes, but still cobblestones. On either side there is mud, a slough of despond for the unwary driver. Many a time in winter I've seen lorries so hopelessly stuck that it is impossible to get them out for the moment. All that can be done is to transfer the load to another car and leave the derelict by the roadside to the tender mercies of the salvage companies or the nearest portable mechanical transport workshop. Before going to the front, I never so much as thought of the problem of caring for the great number of cars that are disabled in the day's run, so that I was surprised to find what thorough high-class work is done by these portable workshops. Mounted on lorry chassis, they present the appearance of box cars, the sides of which in service are lowered to a horizontal position and serve as platforms for the crew to stand on when manipulating the lathe or dynamo inside. Power is furnished by a special gasoline motor. The mechanics employed in these workshops are all highly trained men who are obliged to pass the most severe tests before they are accepted for this branch of the service. Most of them have been building cars in England, and they are often allowed to specialize on the make with which they are most familiar. If an automobile is beyond the help of these first-aid specialists, it is immediately sent to one of the depots where there is a permanent workshop, and another vehicle is sent up to the front to take its place. No cars are kept running if they are not in first-class condition, and every precaution is taken to avoid accidents due to defective machines. Practically all makes of cars are to be seen at the front. Each kind is assigned to the work to which it is best adapted, the fast cars, generally speaking, being used for dispatch work and also for carrying officers to and from the firing line. The steadier cars find their niche in ambulance work, and other duties where speed is a secondary matter. These details I noted down in the impersonal way of the cavalryman who is supposed to be concerned with other matters. While we were still at Zilibeki, however, the driver of General Byng's car was killed, and as I knew there was a shortage of competent drivers, I made the somewhat irregular request to take his place. This was granted to my surprise and pleasure, for I had heard that all our untrained men were shortly to be sent back to England to finish their course at the riding school. Although I had had considerable experience in driving cars at home, I was glad that the general was partial to slow going and objected strenuously to being bumped. This enabled me to lead up gradually to the more severe demands that were made on me when shortly after I was attached to the headquarters staff of the 5th Army Corps. Here I was treated to my first and only ride into action with an armored car. The armored car is unquestionably the most wicked-looking thing at the front, and its lines, its whole appearance, give the suggestion of an unlimited capacity for slaughter. The entire body of the car is made of finest sheet steel. Nearly half an inch thick in the place of the tonneau, there is a revolving steel turret mounting a rapid-fire gun or a 3-pounder. The engine is protected by the same quality of armor as the body, and the vulnerable radiator finds safety behind 2 steel doors, which, when the car goes into action, are adjusted so as to leave a small opening for the circulation of air. An apron of steel extends round the wheels to within a foot of the ground, guarding as far as possible the pneumatic tires. However, in spite of this precaution and the use of double tires on each wheel, I've seen cars come limping home with all 8 tires flat. The crew of an armored car is a variable quantity, but there are always 2 drivers. It was the lack of a spare driver that led to my being ordered one day to sit beside the man at the wheel of a car that was just going into action. In case anything had happened to him, I should have had to take his place. As he drew into the zone of the enemy's fire, the bullets began to hit our car, first scatteringly, then in a regular shower, coming at the rate of 100 a minute, and beating a devil's tattoo on our armor. The din made by bullets on this steel plating is amazing. It sounds as if some one were striking with a hammer, and striking hard, too. I did not know that, so far as the ordinary rifle bullet is concerned, these armored cars are practically invulnerable, and I expected any moment to find the metal giving way under the shock. We were in action only about 10 minutes, but in that short time the terrific noise of our own gun and the scoring bullets, the heaving and lurching of the car, the semi-darkness, and worst of all, my own inactivity almost broke my nerve. There was absolutely nothing to do but sit still and receive new sensations, and the unpleasantness of these was indescribable. When we finally got back to safety, I climbed out and took a look at the car, expecting to find it pockmarked and dented beyond recognition. Except for a few small depressions in the armor and a couple of holes through the mudguards where pieces of shrapnel had struck, there was scarcely a trace of our ordeal by fire. Not a single bullet had penetrated. The armored car gives unlimited opportunities for the exercise of nerve and initiative, and no man in the war availed himself of these more fully than the famous Commander Sampson of the Royal Navy Air Service. This officer, for whose capture, dead or alive, the Germans were reported to have offered 20,000 marks, was equally at home in an aeroplane or an armored car. I've never seen him at work as an aviator, but the town in which we had our headquarters was the starting place for his amazing trips in his car. Just where he went and how he got there is more or less of a mystery. All we knew was that at 4 o'clock in the morning or thereabouts, Commander Sampson would leave Hazebrouck, and hours later come rolling back into the square almost invariably with a batch of German prisoners. His arrival at headquarters was the event of the day. Everyone in sight would come rushing forward to see what sort of game he had bagged. From the stories that followed these exploits, he must have taken his car right into the German lines, a feat which was as dangerous as you please, but not literally impossible. Few people seem to realize that many of the highways leading across country and connecting the hostile lines had not then been destroyed. They were formidably guarded by barbed wire barricades, and their surface was torn and pitted by shell holes, but neither side was willing to eliminate a means of communication which would be of vast value in case of an advance. These are the roads that Commander Sampson must have used on his swift trips of destruction. On the front of his car was a formidable arrangement of upright, scythe-like wire cutters, strong enough to rip through the entanglements and bunt the wooden supporting posts out of the way, and with these, backed by the momentum of the ponderous car, he forced his way on steel-studded tires through barbed wire and shot and shell, and accomplished the impossible, not once, but again and again. His car would come back looking as though it had been through 1,000 years of war, but the occupants were generally safe and sound, and, as I say, they had things to show that they had given the Germans cause to regret receiving a visit from Commander Sampson. So far as I am aware, no one has yet come forward to claim that reward of 20,000 marks. It was not long after my outing in the armored car that I was detailed to duty in the motor-cycle machine-gun section as motorcycle driver. The machines used in this work are much lighter and smaller than the American type. They carry a sidecar attachment, but in place of the familiar wife-killer, a rapid-fire gun is mounted, and the comfortable cushioned seat gives way to a wooden affair so small that the gunner practically holds his rapid-firer in his lap. On his right is the box with the loaded belts of ammunition. When he threads these through the gun and starts firing, the belt uncoils smoothly and falls into an empty box on the other side of the machine. I was almost ignorant of the workings of this section when our battery of 4 machines first went into action, and when, after the rush and clatter of getting into position, my gunner began to pour streams of bullets into the enemy's lines, directing the aim like the spray of water from a hose, I sat stupidly upright in my saddle, fully exposed to a hot fire from the Germans. It was sheer luck that carried me through unhurt until an officer hurrying past told me in a few short, crisp words what sort of a fool I was. Then I dropped down full length on the ground beside my machine until it was time to retire, watching my gunner, a seasoned soldier, sitting there in his little seat, unprotected and unconcerned, working his machine without even taking his old clay pipe from his mouth. The second time I took one of these machines into action near Ypres, things went much better. We went up in the dark, and sometime before we were needed, we were given our position in a ditch, with our gun covering a road. Our orders were simply to fire when the Germans tried to rush that road. For several hours we waited in the strain of uncertainty, but not a sign of Fritz, although we could hear the other guns along the line in action. Suddenly they attacked. It was a terrible sight. They seemed to rise from the ground in thousands. My gunner had his machine working on them at the first sign, and the Germans coming on in waves seemed to melt away before our fire. I never saw men die so quickly before. They went down by hundreds, and still they came on, trampling over their own dead. Those Germans are extremely brave men. There is no other word for it. When their rush was checked and they had retired, we held our position for a while longer, returning to headquarters by evening. We had been in the firing line for hours, and not once had our situation been dangerous. My last experience with the motor machine gun section came during the fierce fighting around Hill 60, where records were made that still remain records after long months of war. For 2 days before the action came off, we knew there was something in the wind, although no definite orders had been given. Our mining and tunneling companies had been working for some time. A general concentration of artillery was taking place in the neighborhood. Finally, the attack took place. For 35 minutes, 92 batteries rained shells from their 368 cannon on the bit of rising ground known as Hill 60, a withering, scorching fire which stopped as suddenly as it began. Off went the mines. We had laid under the hill. The earth shook, the air was filled with thick clouds of mingled dirt and smoke. Instantly our men were out of the trenches, advancing at a dead run, while our machine gunners poured steel into the German positions until the progress of our troops made this dangerous. It was all over in a few minutes, and although we were called for once again, This was the last action in which I served with the MMGS. Motorcycling, even with the best of roads, is an exhausting business in the long run, and when I was designated for dispatch riding, I knew enough of the details of the work not to be overjoyed. The dispatch rider must, first and foremost, be speedy. A leather case, crammed with virtually important documents or empty for all the rider knows, is strapped to his shoulder, and from that moment his one thought must be to deliver that case to its destination in the shortest order possible. If the rider comes to grief, he can commandeer the first man he meets, but the dispatches must be delivered at all costs. As I said, I was not over-eager for this new work, but my feelings in the matter were not consulted. My first trip took me from the brigade headquarters to the divisional headquarters farther back. It was dark night when I started. The roads were all shelled to pieces, and as no lights could be carried, I simply had to take chances on the shell holes. I had not been gone 3 minutes when I felt the ground drop away beneath me, and I went flying over the handlebars. My knees and elbows were skinned, but the machine was uninjured, so off I started again. At first I tried to be careful. I soon realized, however, that I should be losing precious time. All I could do then was to shoot ahead in the blackness, trusting to luck. 2 or 3 more tumbles came my way on that ride, and by the time I got down to headquarters I was stiff and sore beyond belief. I handed in my dispatch case, and then after an hour off duty I had to return over the same road. It can easily be seen that the light British motorcycles are infinitely superior to the heavy American machines for this rough-and-tumble work. If one of these latter ever fell on the rider, the chances are that his leg would be broken, and he, in all probability, severely burned by the heated engine as he lay beneath it. The number of motorcycles put out of action at the front is astounding. During the second battle for Calais alone, a dispatch rider in our corps lost 14 machines. He carried dispatches through the thick of this fighting, and was never so much as scratched. A remarkable record, for statistics show that during the first months of the war 50% of the riders sent to France were killed. Generally speaking, the branch of the motor vehicle service most to my liking was driving a staff car, and luckily I had more of this work to do than anything else. A staff driver has a car to himself, and as a rule works entirely with one officer. He has complete charge of the care of the car. Anyone else caught driving it is punished for disobeying orders. When he takes control of his car, he signs a receipt for the car and the tools, lamps, tires, and accessories that go with it. For all these things he is personally responsible, and if anything happens to them through his carelessness, he is obliged to make good the loss. The staff driver's life is no sinecure. He is liable for duty practically 24 hours each day, and carries a heavy burden of responsibility for the good condition of his car and the welfare of his officers. With all this, however, there goes a latitude of personal initiative and a continual possibility of new and interesting work that made a strong appeal to me. It was while I was driving a staff car in Flanders last summer that I was ordered to take 3 officers to the little village of Kemmel, a short distance southwest of Ypres. This place was almost always under fire, and at one time had been in German hands, in the possession of the Crown Prince, as a matter of fact. When they were occupying the place, we shelled it. When we drove them out and took the village, they began shelling, and have kept it up ever since. It was what is known as unhealthy ground. As we turned from the main highway into the road leading to Kemmel, I noticed 2 sentries at the crossing, but they merely saluted and allowed us to pass. I can only account for this failure of the sentries to warn us of what lay ahead by the fact that I was driving staff officers who are allowed to pass unhindered anywhere. The road to Kemmel leads up a long hill, the top of which must be reached before one comes in sight of the village itself, lying in a little valley between Mont Kemmel and Mont Noir, at the bottom of a long downgrade. As we took the hill going up, I had an uneasy feeling that all was not right, although nothing out of the way had been seen except those 2 sentries. We were going at a rapid clip, and as we shot over the brow of the hill, we ran right past a post of German artillery observers. They were in a windmill, and I think they were as much surprised as we. I shall never forget my feeling of cold helplessness as I realized what sort of a trap we had put our heads in. Needless to say, I made that car fairly fly down the hill to the village, and we had hardly got there before shells began to drop around us. There was nothing to do but pop down into the cellar of a brewery, one of the few buildings that were not completely wrecked. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we got there, and for 3 hours we were in that cellar, shells pouring into the village all the time. It was a miserable, filthy hole, half full of rotten potatoes, the floor deep in slimy mud, and the ceiling so low that we could not stand upright anywhere. There was nothing to do but lie there in the dirt while the Germans tried their best to blow the place up. I kept wondering what our car would look like when the bombardment let up. It seemed impossible that it should escape. Yet, when twilight came and the shells finally stopped bursting, we crawled out of our cellar into the ruins of the brewery and found that the car had suffered no vital damage. It was half full of bricks and debris. There were holes through the body and the hood. It was dented and scarred almost beyond recognition. The engine, however, was untouched, and I finally got it going, the sound of its whirring sweet music in our ears. We were now confronted by the trip back over that same hill. There was no other way to get out of the place. The Germans knew this as well as we did, and they were certain to have some sort of surprise waiting for us, a blockaded road, or machine guns, perhaps both. We felt our way slowly out of the rubble-filled street of the village, and once on the highway I took as long a run as possible for the hill, giving the car every ounce of power that was in her. Lights were not to be thought of course, and as it was almost pitch dark, I drove ahead blindly and trusted to luck to keep us on the road. We took the hill magnificently, and to our unending surprise the car flew over the summit without a single thing happening. Evidently the possibility of our escaping alive from the ruined village had not occurred to the Germans. This was as close a call as ever I had. There was no lack of excitement, however, when I was caught with an officer in the city of Ypres at the beginning of the bombardment preceding the second battle for Calais. We were at the farther side of the city when the shells began to fall, and as we had come up on horses, there was no way for us to get through. I hunted round, and presently came across a car, a wretched specimen. Still, it could be called a car. It had once been an ambulance, but the body had been destroyed and replaced by a couple of rough bucket seats built from bacon boxes. Such as it was a lucky find, and I seized on it at once. After some difficulty, I got the engine running haltingly and brought the car round to where my officer was waiting. We started off immediately. By this time the shells were bursting in and around the Grand Place at the rate of 40 a minute, and our chance of getting through at all was a long one. I worked up speed as fast as I could, so that by the time we got to the square we were doing between 30 and 40 miles an hour. In the square itself conditions were indescribable. The buildings were crumbling on all sides. The air was filled with smoke and flame and dust, to say nothing of flying fragments of shell and bricks, and it was impossible to see more than a few yards ahead. It seemed incredible that we could get through. I slackened speed. My officer must have felt much as I did, but he rapped out, "Drive like hell," and huddled down into his bacon box seat, his head held low. I threw open the throttle. The car choked a bit, then responded with a leap, the steel-studded tires striking streams of sparks from the cobbles. My hands were more than full with the steering. As one leaves the square there comes a very sharp turn, and I dared not think what would happen when we reached this. At the speed we were going, it was impossible to twist the car round that corner, yet it would be suicide to slow down. I had read of the trick of racing drivers who skidded round hairpin turns, and I decided to try this as our only chance. The turn loomed up before us in the smoke, and I opened the throttle still wider. Just as we reached the corner, I twisted the wheel slightly and jammed on the foot brake with all my might. The skidding stud squealed as the rear end of the car shot over. I felt her tip a little as the two outside wheels came off the ground. She righted it once, though, and in a moment we were safely through. If I had had time to examine those bacon box seats, I don't think I should have dared to carry out my little maneuver. It is still a mystery to me how they held under the fearful strain of rounding that corner. With this trip fresh in my mind, I should gladly have dispensed with another visit to Ypres, but my wishes in the matter were not consulted. When later on, in the progress of this same bombardment, preceding the second battle for Calais, I was ordered to take an officer from headquarters to the village of Patitsa. To reach this village there was no way to avoid passing through Ypres. and the city was still under such terrific fire that getting across seemed almost hopeless. We made our start about 9 o'clock in the morning, and in a short while we were in the zone of fire, heading for ravaged Ypres, portions of which were in flames. It happened that in front of us was another car containing 2 Canadian officers, a captain and a colonel, if I remember correctly, which, when we swung into the section of straight road leading into the city, had perhaps 100 yards start of us. We were both going along at a brisk clip when a shell, a big one, burst close beside the car in front, completely smothering it in dust and heavy smoke. Even to us, the concussion was terrific. I stopped at once and waited to see what had happened. When the smoke lifted, the Canadian officer's car was revealed to us, turned almost around on the road by the swirl of the explosion. As we came up, we found that the running parts of their car were intact, but the windshield and both of the rear doors had been carried away. The mud guards were torn about, and in the tonneau, the headless body of one of the officers was crumpled up in a swiftly forming pool of blood. The other officer, who had been sitting in the front seat, was horribly wounded in the head and side. He had been flung across the driver, who, although spattered over with his companion's blood, was unhurt, and insisted on driving back with us to Vlamertinge, supporting the body of his officer. I shall never forget the man's white face smeared with crimson, or the look of his staring eyes. I shall never forget the tone of his voice as he cried to the orderly who came rushing out of the field ambulance at Vlamertinge, "For God's sake, take this thing away." It was simply good luck that brought me unharmed through these experiences. The vast majority of men who survive the ordeal of this war will have only their good luck to thank. Personal initiative, a cool head, a quick hand do count, but never before has the factor of bravery been of so little avail to the man in the fighting line. Mere human flesh, no matter what its fibre, seems to stand no chance in the clash and welter of mechanical forces that science has let loose over the battlefields of today. Romance, in the old high sense of the word, has almost vanished, but such traces of it as remain are found to their fullest extent perhaps in the aviation and motor car divisions of the modern army. Here the man is most nearly his own master. Here he has the best chance to show of what stuff he is made. It is interesting to think that some of the oldest and most appealing qualities of warfare have found their reincarnation, as it were, in the latest developments of the military art. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain. Section 54 of the World War, read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. German prisoners in Ypres, photograph, page 312. To future generations of Englishmen, Ypres, or Wipers, as the Tommies call it, will be a sacred name, for there the British Army has written one of the most glorious pages in its history. In October 1914, after the German retreat from the Marne, the city was occupied by the little British Army under Sir John French. Here it was attacked by a vastly superior force of Germans bent on driving through to Calais and the Channel. In this first battle of Ypres, the old British Army was virtually annihilated, but it held until support arrived, and the Kaiser's thrust to the sea was barred. 5 months later came the second Battle of Ypres, heralded by the first use of poison gas. Thanks to the magnificent defense of the Canadian troops, the line held, and although the British were forced to give up the high ground before the city, Ypres itself remained in their hands. For 26 months the Germans, from their commanding positions on 3 sides of the city, battered the ruins of Ypres with their artillery and made the British position one of the most costly and difficult to hold on the Western Front. To straighten out their line, secure the high positions, and attempt eventually to sever the German communications with their U-boat bases on the Belgian coast, the British, in June 1917, began the Third Battle of Ypres with a series of brilliant attacks that retook from the Germans all the ground the British had lost in the first and second battles. Pressing forward, the British continued their thrusts, taking many prisoners and guns, until November, when the weather rendered further attacks unprofitable. This illustration is from a photograph taken on October 31, 1917. A group of German prisoners captured in the Battle of Menin Road are seen marching through Ypres, guarded by British soldiers and carrying a wounded comrade. The ragged walls and heaps of debris that alone are left of this city, once among the quaintest and most beautiful of Europe, bear terrible testimony to the destructive force of modern artillery. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain. Section 55 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 55, The Machine Gun Destroyers, 1916, by Louis-Octave Philippe. For some time it has been noticed that the Germans, to make up for the enormous losses which they have sustained, have been replacing their soldiers by matériel. Men are not lacking, not yet, but their principal force of resistance is now represented by a great quantity of artillery and an abundance of machine guns. The German artillery production was long ago counterbalanced by our own. It was the machine guns that caused us the most trouble in our attempts to advance, and we were thus forced to try to find a new instrument for their destruction. After some experimenting, it was decided to equip all our regiments with a new portable cannon, 37 millimeters in caliber, and designed purposely to demolish machine guns during an attack. It is not permissible for me to describe the 37, but I can say that there exists nothing in the world more accurate. Anything which can be seen can be hit, and it is perfectly possible to strike with the second shell a rolled-up handkerchief 1,500 meters away. The speed of fire is extreme. A well-trained crew can shoot 30 or 35 shells a minute. Since the cannon can be very conveniently and quickly taken to pieces, its transportation is comparatively easy. Its weight allows it to be carried by its crew over the roughest ground. When in my regiment volunteers were called for to form a group of 37 gunners, I was instinctively attracted toward this pretty little jewel of a miniature cannon, and immediately offered my services. I have a profound distaste for talking about myself. However, I shall have to overcome it, because in recounting my experience with the 37 millimeter gun, it will be absolutely necessary to speak personally. From the time of my arrival at the School of Instruction, I set to work with ardor. I felt in my element. I quickly fell in love with my new specialty. I was taught to be marksman of the piece, a most delicate role, and was discovered to be an excellent shot. When the course of instruction was over, my gun crew carried off first prize in a competitive examination for the Army Corps against 123 rivals. At the same time, though it was not obligatory, I followed the course of instruction for gun captains, and I learned as well as any non-commissioned officer how to calculate distances, angles of projection, and so forth. I was then far from realizing that this supplementary work would be responsible at a later day, during the Battle of the Somme, for my nomination as a sergeant and my promotion to the captaincy of the gun for heroic conduct under fire after having been a corporal only 24 hours, a unique experience in our regiment. For a citation in the Ordre du Jour before the whole army, the personnel, felicitations of the general, and a nice wound which now permits me to recover quietly in Paris from my long fatigues and privations. But let us not anticipate. I should like, however, to say just one more word before beginning my story. You must not think, in reading what follows, that I am a prodigy of valor and recklessness. It is simply that I have become used to danger during my long experience in battles. Whatever happens, I am always calm and master of myself, and then I may as well confess it, since the war I have become a fatalist. I believe that when the hour of death is destined to come, nothing can postpone it, and on the other hand, until that hour is ready to strike, one is invulnerable. This idea is so firmly implanted in my soul that I recoil before nothing, knowing well that nothing will happen to me except that which must happen. In the first-line trenches on September 10th, our complete crew consisted of a sergeant, a corporal, a man to load the gun, 4 shell carriers, and myself, the marksman. On the 12th, as we left to take part in the attack on the forest of Andalou, our corporal was wounded by a piece of shrapnel, which grazed his neck and then broke his collarbone. We went forward on the first wave of assault, carrying on our shoulders the cannon, which had been taken to pieces, and 6 sacks containing altogether 108 shells, weighing about 230 kilograms. For the first 300 or 400 meters all went well, but when we arrived at the southern edge of the wood, one carrier fell, wounded by a piece of shrapnel in the hip. Then 5 minutes later another fell with a wound in the head. Then the gun loader with a piece of shrapnel in his chest. Pretty bad luck for our first sally. Our burden became heavy with so few to carry it, so we decided to abandon 3 sacks of shells. A third carrier was wounded by a machine-gun bullet just as we were about to put the gun in position. There remained only the sergeant, one carrier, and myself. Since our 75s had by this time destroyed the enemy machine-guns, we arrived at our first objective without having fired a single shot. On the 13th at noon, alert, we put ourselves in firing position and wait. While on his way to ask the commandant's orders, the captain of the gun is hit in the thigh by a piece of shrapnel. I'm alone with my one carrier. What am I to do? I decide to stay in the same place, and as we are expecting a counter-attack at any moment, we wait for it to break loose. I shall have to aim, load the gun, and fire while my single carrier hands me the shells. I take the lead of my little column, and after numerous stops, for the cannon is hard to carry for those who are not used to it, especially when the shells are falling thick, we arrive at a sunken road which runs along the northern edge of the forest, forming our first line of trenches. At once I look for a good place to set up the cannon, and I choose, at the northwestern corner of the wood, a high mound of earth under which there is a half-demolished German bomb-proof. From this position I command the ridge behind which runs the hospital trench. I can see perfectly every point of this trench, and even way beyond it. Of course, if I can see, I am seen, but no matter. At 4:30 the attack breaks loose. Our first waves of assault are soon stopped at the crest by the enemy machine-guns. I've made all my men get into the Boche bomb-proof because the shells are falling rather thickly and their splinters are flying round everywhere. As for myself, I climb up on the bank, and with the aid of field glasses I do my utmost to find out where the machine-gun shots are coming from. All of a sudden, while looking in the direction from which I hear the furious tic-tacs, I believe I can see some very thin puffs of white smoke. My eyes are tired from continual straining. I make desperate efforts to differentiate the various objects. Yes, there is no doubt about it. There is at least one enemy machine-gun over there, but where shall I aim? Fortunately, I make out through my telescope sight a picket 20 millimeters to the left. What luck! I'm going to have a chance to shoot. Come out quick, I call to my men. Then I lie down on the gun, carefully place my range-finder 20 millimeters to the right, and slowly take aim. I rise, put the field glasses to my eyes, and look at my objective. With my foot I press the trigger, and the shot is fired. My first shell falls short. I lengthen the range and see my second fall exactly on the spot from which the little white puffs of smoke have risen. I shoot as fast as I possibly can, 30 shells, and when the last shot has been fired, I discover with joy that the rapid tic-tacs have stopped. A few minutes later the hospital trench became ours, and I did not have another chance to shoot that day. The next day we were to attack the Prier farm, and I was under the orders of my friend Commandant B. He had confidence in me, and since he was a friend of my family, was very fond of me. He sent for me and said, "You know, I've learned what you did yesterday. It was splendid. Today I hope that you will do even better. I give you perfect liberty to make whatever arrangements you like. We shall attack at 1 o'clock." I was very happy, filled with a great desire to do good work. I made up my mind to try to do all I possibly could to prove my gratitude to this man who had been so good to me, and who had always treated me as if I were his own child. I did do all that was humanly possible that day, but alas, I did not do enough, since I did not succeed in shooting the Boche who killed my friend a few hours later. I spend the whole morning in studying carefully with my field glasses the Prier farm, its surroundings, and the ravine of Comble. In front of the farm I see 5 or 6 Germans running across a little open space, disappearing immediately in a hole. At once I put my gun in action, and the dirt and the Boche fly into the air. I'm in the act of levelling my cannon when I see Commandant B. beside me with 2 other officers. "You don't intend to knock over the brickyard with your little gun, do you?" he asks. "No, mon commandant," I answer, "but I intend to make my shells pass through the little loopholes which you see. They will explode inside the brickyard, wounding or killing the Boche who are there, and destroying the machine-guns which may be in there too. It is impossible that you can succeed in making your shells go through those little holes. Wait 2 minutes and you can judge, mon commandant." I put my cannon in position, carefully take aim and shoot. The first shot is too long and slightly to the right. The second again is too long. The third explodes inside the brickyard, and several seconds later we see smoke coming out of the little holes. Without losing any time, I shoot at full speed. All my shells hit their target. The commandant and the two officers were lost in astonishment. Like everyone else in the regiment, they had been skeptical of the real value of our new little cannon, although the work which I had done the day before had shown that it could be useful, but the sight of such accuracy of fire literally stupefied them. At exactly 5 o'clock, our waves of assault start for the attack. I hoist my cannon to the position which I have prepared on the highest spot I could find. It is none too easy to do this, as we are in full view from all sides. All of a sudden, the fire of the enemy machine guns is let loose. In front of us, in the orchard, 1, then 2, then 3 begin to shoot at full speed, as well as several others down in the ravine. I begin to fire on those situated directly in front. Immediately, countless bullets whiz around us. I make my men go down and continue to shoot alone, with one man to pass me the shells. I destroy one machine gun, then 2. The third stops firing. I don't know why. Now the bullets are coming from everywhere at once, striking the gun shield with a dull thud, though fortunately not penetrating it. My hour has not yet come. I let them clatter and whistle, and now I level my cannon in the direction of the ravine. I am the target of 2 or 3 machine guns, which are visibly and obstinately trying to put me out of action. A terrible duel is taking place. The man who is passing me the shells says his hand pierced by a bullet. I summon another and keep on firing. I silence 2 more enemy machine guns. Finally, seeing that our first waves of attack have reached the outskirts of the farm, I bring the cannon down, take it to pieces, and we set out in the direction of the orchard by way of the hospital trench. On the way I set up the cannon 3 times, and 3 more machine guns are silenced. I spent that whole day in examining with great care the ravine of Comble and the ridge of hill 140, behind which lies Frazer. I discovered during the course of these observations at least 20 loopholes for machine guns. I told the commandant about them, and our 75 sprinkled them with shells, as was fit and proper. I did no shooting that day. The morning of September 16th was again spent in making observations, and in the afternoon, when our attack broke out at 5 o'clock, my cannon was set up astride a trench ready to sweep the ravine of Comble. I had a great deal to do that day, for the Boche machine guns were numerous. It is extremely difficult to discover the exact spot from which the shots are fired. The flashes are rendered absolutely invisible by the fire screens with which all the German machine guns are provided. Only with the greatest difficulty can one succeed in distinguishing, even with a good pair of field glasses, a very thin and tiny puff of white smoke which escapes from behind the screen at each shot, only to evaporate immediately. I was fortunate enough to destroy 2 more machine guns, though it was unusually hard to fire from this position, as the ground in front was broken up into little valleys. Then, as our waves of assault progressed, I silenced the third, situated at the crest of hill 140. I had a particularly hard time destroying this last one. I could not find any position from which to fire conveniently. Each time that I tried to put the gun into action, I encountered some new obstacle to obstruct my range. As a last resort, I decided to get right in front of the machine gun, about 100 meters away from it. We mounted it in the bottom of the trench itself. Then we raised it carefully above our heads and set it right across the trench. 6 seconds later, the first shell fell exactly on my objective. 2 minutes later, the machine gun and its crew no longer existed. For the first time, my gun shield was pierced by a bullet, fired point blank, I don't know from where. The next day, an intense German bombardment made us fear a counterattack, so I set up my cannon in a position from which I should be able to protect our left flank, in case the Boche should try to surprise us from that side. Toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when I was in the commandant's shelter, the German bombardment still raging, the colonel entered fresh from inspecting the positions of the battalion. We are to be relieved at midnight. I began to make my preparations, for I foresee that it is not going to be easy to transport our cannon in the pitch dark. The rain, indeed, has transformed the trenches into quagmires, into which we sink up to our knees. On that account, I asked the commandant if we cannot wait until daybreak before starting out, and he readily grants the permission. Toward 5 o'clock in the morning comes the order to depart. The march is extremely difficult. We sink in the mud, and it is necessary to use our hands to climb out. We slip, men and cannon often fall and roll together in the shell holes. After a few moments we are nothing but moving masses of mud. It takes us 8 hours to cover the 5½ kilometers which separate our first-line trenches from Maurepas. There we find again the gun carriage and the rolling kitchens. From the moment of his arrival, the general begins to congratulate us upon the brilliant manner in which the regiment has conducted itself. He tells us, moreover, that we shall probably have in the near future an opportunity to gather new laurels. There is no longer any room for doubt. We are going back into that furnace Nevertheless, we would rather know the worst than remain as we have been in uncertainty. During the course of the review, the colonel called me to the attention of the general on account of my conduct under fire. The general complimented me heartily and told me that my citation in the order of the day would be brought to the attention of all the regiments of the Army Corps. He shook my hand cordially, telling me to continue to do my duty. On the 25th in the afternoon came the order to depart. That evening we again arrived at Maurepas. On the 26th, Comble was taken by the 110th. During the night of the 27th, we relieved that regiment. Our first-line trenches were situated several hundred meters in front of the railroad station of Comble. The enemy trenches were between Morval and Frégicourt, 1,200 meters away. I installed myself with my men a little to the left of the railroad track in a large, comfortable bomb-proof of reinforced concrete, which had formerly been occupied by some Boche officers. The cannon we set up on top of the bomb-proof itself, taking care to cover it with some green painted canvas. During the night of the 28th, we advanced our line 300 meters without opposition. The following night we again advanced 300 or 400 meters under the same conditions, and on the morning of the 1st of October we found ourselves nose to nose with the Boche, 100 meters from their trenches. End of section 55. This recording is in the public domain. Section 56 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 56. The Tanks, 1917, by Colonel E. D. Swinton. The decisive part played by the tanks in the great British drive at Cambrai established anew the military value of these engines of war. An atmosphere of mystery surrounded these dust-colored tortoises, or steel landships, when they came into being, the name given to the new section of the Machine Gun Corps at Bisley in April 1916. The heavy armored section of the Motor Machine Gun Service gave no clue, as there were no signs of cars. A site was chosen in a remote part of England for the preliminary trials, and uncommon measures were taken to protect the region. Later companies were drafted, and the new engines were put into operation. The following description of the tanks is from an article written for the World's Work, September 1917, under permission of the British government, by Colonel Swinton, to whom is due the invention of these armored cars. The Editor. On a certain Friday in September 1916, after 2 years of fighting, when it might have been thought that human ingenuity in the art of killing had been exhausted, a fresh engine of war was suddenly sprung upon a world sick of hearing of new methods of slaughter. A day or two later, so soon as the newspapers were able to give some information about this development, the word tank was on all British lips, and since that moment has probably been spoken, written, and printed more often than during the whole previous period since its incorporation into the English language. That Friday in September 1916 marked a step forward. It was the beginning of an era in which dwindling manpower will force more and more into prominence the necessity for the conservation of life, and in which the power and insensibility of machinery will have to be as fully exploited upon the field of battle as they have been in that of industry. Why should a fighting automobile have been so inappropriately named? The reply can be given in 2 words: for secrecy. In its experimental stage the machine was known as a land cruiser or a land ship, but it is a military platitude that the element of surprise, as it is always called in the textbooks, has immense value in war, and it was naturally realized that the greatest results to be expected from the employment of this new weapon would be attained if it could be launched unexpectedly, so that the enemy might be caught unprepared to meet it. And when it crystallized into a definite shape and reached the stage of production, it became obvious that its original names were far too suggestive of the real thing. It was therefore decided to christen it by some non-committal word, which would give no inkling of its nature and would at the same time be sufficiently descriptive and short to be readily adopted by all legitimately concerned. That all the care and precautions taken in the manufacture and transportation of the tanks were successful in their object is now a matter of history, though the Germans apparently had a suspicion that some surprise was in preparation. They had no knowledge of its nature until a day or two before the tanks were let out of the bag, when their aviators reported certain objects that looked like armored motors at certain places behind our lines. Beyond this they were unprepared, and had taken no special measures to meet the attack, which after all was the business end of the matter. It is in the circumstances impossible to present, even to the public of a nation which is fighting the common foe, more than a very incomplete account, lacking in information and details on the very points upon which an accurate statement of facts would be most enlightening and welcome. And it is obvious that this must be so when a weapon actually in use is the subject of discussion, more especially when it is still in its infancy and owes a great part of its potentialities for the future to whatever of its nature and capabilities still remains unknown to the enemy. Were it not for such limitations, it would be instructive to describe the mechanical evolution of the tank from its embryonic stage until the actual monster, complete in its then form, loomed up through the mist on the morning of the 15th of September, and amidst the laughter of our infantry heaved its bulk across the crater-pitted surface of no man's land toward the startled Huns. For other reasons also it is not yet possible to give an account of the fight waged against apathy, inertia, and other obstacles which, though merely a repetition of the history of the struggle for life of every other invention that has forced its way into existence for the benefit of a conservative and unimaginative race, possesses its own special interest. Novel to the present generation as is the tank, the basic principle underlying it, that is the provision of collective protection of troops attacking and therefore on the move, is not new. It has exerted its influence ever since the time when engines capable of throwing large numbers of missiles took their place in warfare. The present machine is the result of evolution through intermediate stages, as mechanical science has grown of old prototypes such as the Roman testudo or tortoise, and the medieval belfry used in siege operations, of which the missile-throwing power of the defense gradually forced on the attack the adoption of some form of mobile protection. The reason for its production is the same, making allowance for development, as that which was responsible for the tortoise of old, the great firepower of the defense of recent years greatly intensified by the introduction of the machine gun. The possibility of producing it is due to the perfection of the internal combustion engine, to which also the ordinary automobile, the airplane, the submarine, and the airship owe their existence. Ever since the appearance of the magazine rifle, the advantage that would be conferred on the attack by employing a moving armored shield, fort, or cupola has indeed been so obvious that a vague consciousness of it has probably at some time or other formed the subject of the daydreams even of those not directly concerned with war, but happening to possess some knowledge of military history and mechanics and to be blessed with imagination. Since the introduction of the machine gun and the more recent appearance of the armored motor car of the ordinary wheeled type, the concrete idea of constructing some such engine has occurred to the minds of many, more especially to engineers. Monsieur Albert Robida, both in his writings and pictures in La Caricature, predicted the use of tanks in 1883. So far as the writer is aware, the first definite proposal for a fighting machine on the lines of the existing tank was due to the appearance of the Hornsby Ackroyd Caterpillar tractor, which was tested for military traction purposes in England in 1906-08. It was made by a military officer and was carried up to the stage of the preparation of sketch drawings when the project died for want of support. Independently, without knowledge on their part of the previous abortive effort, a similar idea took shape in the minds of some other soldiers at the very beginning of the war, and it was on this occasion, inspired by an invention from the country in which new ideas are supposed always to be welcome. In July 1914, it became known that there was in existence an automobile for agricultural purposes, propelled on the caterpillar principle, which was possessed of quite unusual powers of crossing rough ground and traversing obstacles. This was the Holt tractor, made in Peoria, Illinois. The accounts of the performances of this machine, constructed for haulage and not especially for climbing, suggested that one similarly designed especially to travel across country would, except in speed, have all the value of the existing armored motor cars without their limitations. The immediate incentive to action on the part of those responsible for the tank movement, therefore, was the fact that the construction of such a machine at last seemed to be a practical proposition. Even its most ardent backers, however, did not then fully realize how great the need for it was. The war had not lasted long, however, before this was made abundantly clear. A word of general description, and a few more upon the functions of the tanks. They are powerfully engined, armed automobiles, enclosed in a bullet-proof casing for the protection of their crews. Propelled on the caterpillar principle, they possess considerable powers of traveling over rough ground, both in crossing trenches, craters, and other cavities, and climbing over raised obstacles such as parapets, can tear their way without difficulty through wire entanglements, can uproot largish trees, and can throw down the walls of ordinary dwelling houses. Nevertheless, despite their elemental strength and apparent clumsiness in the hands of skilled drivers, they are as docile as trained elephants. They are divided into males and females. The male is par excellence the machine-gun hunter and destroyer. He carries light, quick-firing guns, capable of firing shell, and is intended to be to the machine-gun what the torpedo boat destroyer was designed to be to the torpedo boat, or the ladybird is supposed to be to the aphis. The female, which, in accordance with the laws of nature, is the man-killer, carries nothing but machine-guns for employment against the enemy personnel. Her special role is to keep down hostile rifle fire, to beat back counter-attacks and rushes of infantry, and to act generally as a consort to her lord and master. Both sexes, however, are heavyweights endowed with great brute force, and share in common the attribute of being able to roll out and flatten machine-guns and their emplacements. Both, therefore, act as protectors to infantry, insomuch as they can destroy or blanket the one thing which has so far proved its greatest bugbear in the attack. Moreover, every tank that goes forward, whether actually moving or disabled, assists the infantry near it in another way. It bulks above them, and is the center of attraction. It acts as a magnet for the bullets of the hostile machine-guns, and collects them to itself, as Arnold von Winkelried is supposed in 1386 to have drawn to his own body the spears of the Austrians at the Battle of Sempach. Every bullet that clangs against its steel sides is one less aimed at the infantry. Each silvery star splashed on its hide is the signature of one that has not drilled its way through the body of an infantry soldier. It is true that in any consideration of their employment too much importance must not be attached to some of the results of their first appearance, for certain influences then came into play which could never again have quite the same effect. Against the Germans they had all the advantages of being a surprise, and by their strangeness and the apparently irresistible nature of their advance inspired terror. On our own infantry, on the other hand, their almost equally unexpected debut and their abnormality had quite the contrary effect. It was a relaxation of tension, and a reaction which had its own particular value. The very grotesqueness of the machines, their ungainly, indescribable method of progress, their colouring, surpassing in weirdness the sickest fancies of the most rabid cubist, were in reality great moral assets. They supplied the touch of comic relief, and excited the mirth of the British soldier, always blessed with a keen sense of the ridiculous. As has been related in the accounts published at the time, it was a laughing, cheering crowd of infantry which in many cases followed the tanks forward on that 15th of September. On the other hand, the new engines underwent their baptism of fire, and there were failures due to this which should not recur. Some of these results were produced by the element of novelty and are already discounted, but the solid material value of the tanks to the infantry remains. Mr. Frederick Palmer, the American War correspondent, has estimated that in the latter stages of the Battle of the Somme, the intervention of the tanks, though many machines failed from mechanical and other defects, saved some 20,000 British lives, and subsequent estimates of the quality of the assistance rendered by them during May 1917 are similar. But the most convincing proof of the difference made by their intervention is ocular, and is afforded by the pattern of the field of battle over which a British attack has passed, where tanks have accompanied the advance and have been able to eat up the enemy machine guns left over by our bombardment. The bodies of our infantry strew no man's land irregularly here and there. Where tanks have not been used in some places, the bodies can be seen to be lying in front of the enemy's machine gun nests and strong points in swaths like cut corn, in a series of high-water marks, showing where the successive waves of the assault have met and been petrified by the death-dealing spray of the German Maxims. This, the latest engine of war, of course, has its limitations. For instance, tanks alone, in their present state of development, cannot push matters to a decision nor win a great action. That must still be done, as in the past, by the infantry, the queen of battles. But Behemoth, clad in his bullet-proof skin and urged onward by the power of scores of horses, laughs at entanglements, whilst machine guns are his meat. His main object cannot be too often or too strongly emphasized. Other ancillary duties need not be specified here. To the infantry soldier attempting to force his way by his own puny strength through mud or dust and groves of barbed wire, he is body naked to every kind of missile, but more especially to the sleet of lead which whistles horizontally across no man's land. He is the mechanical big brother with the punch and the big stick. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. British Tanks in Action. Photograph, page 332. Of the many instruments of destruction that owe their birth to the present war, none has captured the imagination of the world more than the British armoured tank cars first used in the Somme campaign of 1916. These battleships on wheels owe their birth to an American, having been adapted from our Caterpillar tractors. The cars are about 23 feet long and 9 feet wide, and weigh approximately 70,000 pounds or more. Around either side of the car are corrugated belts. On the inside are two lines of jointed steel rails on which the car runs, laying its track as it goes. Thanks to the size of the caterpillars, the tanks can pass over ground that would bog down an ordinary car, and as the centre of gravity is near the rear base, they can charge up the steepest slopes or run more than half their length across a trench without tipping. The technique of tank fighting and the usefulness of the monsters in battle are well illustrated by the following incident of the Somme fighting told by Philip Gibbs, the British war correspondent. A tank had been coming along slowly in a lumbering way, crawling over the interminable succession of shell craters, lurching over and down into and out of old German trenches, nosing heavily into soft earth and grunting up again, and sitting poised on broken parapets as though quite winded by this exercise, and then waddling forward in the wake of the infantry. It moved forward in a monstrous way, not swerving much to right or left, but heaving itself on jerkily, like a dragon with indigestion, but very fierce. Fire leapt from its nostrils. The German machine guns splashed its side with bullets, which ricocheted off. Not all those bullets kept it back. It got on top of the enemy's trench, trudged down the length of it, laying its sandbags flat and sweeping it with fire. The German machine guns were silent, and when our men followed the tank, shouting and cheering, they found a few German gunners standing with their hands up as a sign of surrender to the monster who had come down upon them. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by BettyB. The World War, Part 9, The Work of the Navies. Historical Note. As early as July 26, 1914, British and French fleets were made ready for sea. The German fleet was ordered to concentrate in home waters, and the Italian fleet was massed. July 29th and 30th, the British fleet left Portland, and the British and German fleets in the Far East began to mobilize. The first encounter of the war was between German and Russian cruisers off Libau, August 2nd. On the same day, the German High Sea Fleet seized the Wilson liner Castro. August 4th, a British mine layer was sunk by a German fleet. The British 3rd Flotilla had a battle with the Germans in the North Sea, August 5th, and the British cruiser Amphion was damaged. The German mine layer Königin Louise was sunk, and many German merchant ships were seized by English, French, and Russian authorities on the same day. Naval actions and the seizing of ships soon became general throughout the world. August 13th, the German cruisers Goeben and Breslau, which took refuge in the Dardanelles, were seen flying the Turkish flag. The first action of moment was the fight off Heligoland, August 28th, between British and German warships. The exploits of the German cruiser Emden, long the terror of the seas, began September 20th and continued until November, when the Emden was run to earth by the Australian cruiser Sydney. November 1st, a German squadron under Admiral Spee defeated a British squadron under Admiral Craddock off Coronel, Chile, and the British flagship Good Hope and the cruiser Monmouth went down with all on board. But presently the remaining German warships and commerce destroyers were either sunk or compelled to seek refuge in some neutral port till the end of the war, and the seas were free save so far as the submarines were concerned. The Battle of Jutland brought great losses to both sides, and a period of relative quiescence followed. The Allies lost several battleships and other warships in the Dardanelles, but the larger warships played a less conspicuous part as the submarines and their destroyers increased in numbers and activity. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 59. The Escape of a Merchantman, 1914, by Edward Noble. The following narrative is the last episode in the thrilling voyage of an English sailing ship, the Juggernaut, bound homeward with grain at the beginning of the war, and arriving at last in the danger zone where enemy raiders and submarines may be expected to appear at any moment. The Editor. So far, the Navy had kept faith with them, shepherding them, smiling at their sluggish march. The Navy, it appeared, knew the Juggernaut quite as well as her crew knew her. But now, since they had squared away for the run home, the Navy had become invisible. They were sorry for that. They had grown accustomed to see the gray holes popping up and coming to greet them. They missed the news they gave, diluted and censored as it was. They missed the new comradeship which had been born of this war. The acknowledgment, at last, that the mercantile marine was an admitted safeguard. That was splendid. It gave a new color to all their work. Yesterday, a couple of trawlers had steamed past, punching into the breeze which kept the Juggernaut humming. But the men did not connect them, the trawlers, with the Navy. They wondered stolidly what fishermen were doing so far from home. Then, on a day when they drew down the Irish coast, they heard the thunder of guns so distant that they wondered what sort of luck had permitted the squareheads, the Germans, to get so far west. They babbled over this for an hour, saw more trawlers, and confessed they were done. At noon, a destroyer vomiting smoke from 4 funnels came full tilt from the east and halted a moment alongside to ask had they seen anything of the enemy. The Juggernaut had seen nothing and said so. But we heard gunfire out west, Captain Mason added. It went on for an hour. Is there any news? None. We're after one of his cruisers. Seems to have gotten through, though. Make the best of your breeze into the land, Captain, if you want to see it. And he was off, dancing into a sea that tried to swallow him. He moved in a Niagara of spray, leaping like the cars on a switchback. If they wanted to see home, they whispered the officer's phrase, staring at the dim seascape, wondering, thrilled. At last they were in touch with the war. They talked incessantly of it, reiterating the facts they had gleaned. They longed for the speed of that destroyer, and questioned whether the Navy would have any use for them when they got in. There had been hints of raiders and submarines. Captain Mason knew just how much and how little to pass on to the crew, and he succeeded in keeping them enthusiastic. He had been told, among other things, that if he had an opportunity, he must sink any enemy ship, and he looked at the dim bulk of this grain carrier and acknowledged her power end on. But he was not prepared for what happened. For some time a dense blob of smoke had lain over the eastern horizon in the direction of the Channel. It had grown suddenly out of nothing, far off, and shortly after the destroyer had passed them. It was a smoke blotch similar in character to that made by the destroyer, but very much denser. Captain Mason decided, when his attention had been drawn to it, that it must be the smoke of a squadron, and again became engrossed in the details of sailing. There ensued an interval given over to the men's song as they hauled, and at the end of it all hands clustered in the waist to watch that growing cloud of smoke. It was nearer already by 6 or 7 miles. They began to pick out the funnels that threw it, to count them. 2 or 3 were on the leading ship, the rest astern. They decided presently there were 3, if not 4 vessels astern, destroyers or cruisers. Then quite suddenly the leading ship fired. That made them silent. They could not tell where the shells fell. They only knew they did not come near the Juggernaut. The excitement became intense. Here they were in the middle of it, listening to the thud of guns, watching the flashes. They guessed it was an enemy ship chased by some of ours. The vessels which were astern made no reply, only their smoke cloud became blacker, more detached from that of the leading vessel. It was wonderful and very grim. A race for life, there could be no doubt about that. And as they formulated their theories, twin puffs of greenish smoke lighted momentarily by tongues of flame leapt forth, and far, far astern 2 columns of water lifted without sound into the air. The men rubbed hands and broke into a cheer. Instinctively they had come to understand that this vessel, which approached at such speed, was the enemy ship, about which the destroyer had inquired with so much feeling. There was no doubt in their minds now. They could see the 3 great funnels, towering above tier on tier of decks. She was an armed cruiser, one of the Atlantic liners, Captain Mason decided, in confab with his chief, and she could steam 25 or 6 knots an hour. The ethics of frightfulness scarcely touched him. He knew very little about it. He only knew the squareheads were the devil, meet them where you would. A shell came to advise him of tactics about which all the world talked. He saw that it passed over them, and decided that the fellow's elevation was faulty. It was followed by one which cut away a foretopmast backstay and left a humming all down the spar, but the mast held. It was of steel, one with the lower mast, and while all hands gazed, considering this outrage, a shell fell amidst the group, and 2 of those who had craned out to watch lay writhing on the deck. The captain looked over, calling to the mate, "Get them in the cabin, Carter, and see what you can do for them. Make the men stay in cover." Flags caught his eye, fluttering to the raider's yardarm. He fetched his code and read out, "Heave to, or I will sink you." "And," he commented grimly, diagnosing the situation, "if I heave to, you will sink me." The Juggernaut leaned over heavily, pressed toward the land, and humming like a top newly set spinning. She seemed to know what was required of her, and bent to her task jovially. "Let her have it, Skip," came from the throats of those who watched. "Give her all she knows." Then a shell reached, which pierced the ship's side forward, and they hurried to see its handiwork. A wisp of smoke at once appeared from the scuttle, and when the carpenter returned, he announced that she was holed. "Got us just foreside the bulkhead, sir. She's afire, and you could pass a bucket through the hole they've made." "Good," said the commander. "Tell the second mate to get the head pump rigged and the hose on her." He added as an afterthought, Clear away the boats aft here, a couple of hands. We may as well be ready in case anything should happen." The men cheered. Was their ship not drawing away? Was not the raider twisting on her helm, too? Possibly he had sighted the column of smoke rising out there in the west. Perhaps he considered he had already cooked the goose. But the Juggernaut was not yet out of range. Half a dozen shells came her way, and one of them got the ship's short bowsprit. It was the raider's last shot as she turned and made off at full speed for the south, and with the crash it made, the Juggernaut's foretopmast came down quite gracefully and took up a position alongside. Captain Mason scarcely stirred. He seized his megaphone and gave a new order. "Forward there! Let go t'gallant and royal halyards, main and mizzen. Clew them up. One watch go on with the pumping, the other aft to shorten sail," the commander added. He luffed to ease the pressure, watching still in spite of the strain he endured. He must fight for his own life and the ship's. The grain he carried was wanted at home, and presently would be worth treble its value, unless ships could run the gauntlet and bring it through in safety. He was unaware that the Navy, which seemed to have deserted him, was even at that moment sending out messages which would bring him aid. He turned to watch the raider, acknowledged that she had scored, but the great vessel had lost interest in the Juggernaut and was bent on escape, smoke driving from her funnels, plunging, smothered in spray. Crossing the stern were those three cruisers, in the wake of the flying raider. It would have been good to watch them, but he dared spare only a passing glance. He saw the leader of them fire, and wondered whether at that range it was possible to do much. He refused conjecture, noted the facts, and continued as before, conning his ship, nursing her as only a master can. The royals and topgallant sails presently hung in their gear, and he saw the mate lead his small group forward to commence, with axes and cold chisels, the work of cutting away the spars which trailed alongside. The ship moved easily now, but she was down by the head, dipping in a fashion that troubled him. She was holed badly forward, yet it was possible the mast and bowsprit would cause even greater damage than that wrought by the shell. By supreme good luck, or the grace of God, that had taken effect aforeside the bulkhead instead of abaft it. He acknowledged the mercy in the quiet fashion which comes to men of the sea when in the presence of peril. He looked astern and saw the raider melting into the haze, the three who followed dashing in her wake. That was fine. He noticed, too, a signal fluttering on the yard of the leading cruiser and read it. "Ship ahoy," it said on the one hand. "Are you in immediate danger?" on the other. Captain Mason realized that the question had long been hoisted and hurriedly replied with a signal flag, "No." He felt the thrill that comes to those who are prepared to give blows as he pulled it aloft. Three of the trawler fleet, called by the cruisers as they swept out in chase, came tumbling to see what passed. They came direct, not by intuition or guesswork, nor by the law which produces a tug when salvage is in the air, but by methodic ordering. "Out there," said the message, "is a sailing vessel, dismasted and in danger. Go to her assistance." And they were there. 2 hours later, a procession was trailing beneath the Flying Scud. 2 trawlers ahead, the Juggernaut with her stern in the air and her nose down, following, and aft another trawler to give her a jerk if she failed to steer as she should. As a matter of fact, the Juggernaut trusted entirely to the pluck of that gentleman who hung on her quarter, could not port or starboard without his aid, and an hour before dawn passed Haulbowline and reached a breathing place. She had been much agitated. She had lost men and spars, but she arrived, sent her dead ashore to the sound of muffled drums and the march that wails, sad as the pipers of the north, and came back to sit down and learn the news, to find out why England was at war, to discover what those queer slides on the trawlers' decks were for, and to hear miraculous stories of escapes from mines and submarines, and the method adopted by the Admiralty to fight them. And that, if any further word be required, was how a cargo of wheat from Oregon reached England in the early days of her trial, how her crew held out against odds while the men in Flanders stood in ice-cold water holding back the Hun. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 60, The Heligoland Action, 1914, by W. McNeill Dixon. Heligoland is a small German island in the North Sea, 35 miles off the coast of Schleswig-Holstein. It contains only about 1/5 of a square mile, but is strongly fortified and is very important as a naval base. In 1807, the island was occupied by the British and was officially ceded to Great Britain by Denmark in 1814. Through a treaty with Germany in 1890, the island became a German possession in exchange for Zanzibar. This transaction, which took place while Lord Salisbury was Premier, now appears to have been one of the colossal mistakes of history. During the present war, Heligoland has more than once served as a convenient base for sudden raids on the part of German cruisers. The first action between British and German warships in the vicinity of the island occurred August 28, 1914. The British ships sank 2 German cruisers, set fire to a third, and sank 2 torpedo boats. The Editor. With her grand fleet sentenced to inactivity within its canals and landlocked harbors, her merchant navy captured or driven from the seas, over 500,000 tons of German shipping was captured in the first month of hostilities. In 2 months, over 1,000,000 tons. Germany was already in evil case. Samoa, taken by the New Zealand expedition, and New Pommern in the Bismarck archipelago by an Australian, were early lost to her. The wireless stations in Togoland, Southwest Africa, the Caroline Islands in the Pacific, and German New Guinea all went the way of her stricken raiders. In August 1914, Germany had numerous fast vessels on the ocean routes, but she could not maintain them. Like the 100-handed giant of the old fables, the British Navy, bestriding the world, destroyed them in their far-separated hunting grounds. Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse was the first victim, sunk by High Flyer off the Cape Verde Islands on August 30, 1914. Next, Cap Trafalgar, after a duel with Carmania, went down in the South Atlantic on September 14th. Spreewald was captured in the same month by Berwick in the North Atlantic. Then it was Emden's turn, by far the most successful raider, whose skillful handling under von Müller aroused considerable admiration in Britain. The Kaiser had just dispatched his congratulations to the town of Emden on its godchild in the Indian Ocean when the end came, and she was battered to a wreck by Sydney off the Cocos Keelings on November 10th. On December 8th, von Spee's powerful squadron ran into Sturdee at the Falklands, and that day's fighting disposed of Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Nurnberg, and Leipzig. On March 14th of the following year, Dresden was destroyed off Juan Fernandez by Kent and Glasgow. Prince Eitel Frederick, no longer able to keep the seas, retired to Newport News and was interned there on April 8th. Karlsruhe's fate remains unknown. She vanished possibly in a storm and ceased to trouble the world's commerce. Königsberg ran and hid herself amid the trees of a tropical African forest, but perished there in the Rufiji River under the guns of monitors on July 11, 1915, and the game was at an end. Soon, too, since the fatherland could send them no assistance, the greater German colonies began to fall like ripe fruit from the shaken tree. After the Falklands battle, the Guerre de Corps collapsed, and before 5 months were over, Germany's zone of naval warfare was restricted to the Baltic and the North Sea, except for the operation of submarines here and there, in bursts of brief activity. In this early part of the war, she had, however, one great and startling success against war vessels, which brought sharply to the attention of Britain and the world in general the destructive power of this venomous type of craft. A single submarine under von Wettingen disposed within half an hour of the cruisers Aboukir, Hogue, and Cressy, ships of considerable value, though somewhat old and slow. The policy of patrolling a submarine area with such vessels was, of course, a mistake for which Britain paid dearly. She learned her lesson, however, or rather lessons, that patrol work should be conducted with small, swift craft, that ships in the vicinity must not slow down for the sake of rescue, as Cressy and Hogue did, an act prompted indeed by humanity, but indefensible in modern war, and that the submarine must be seriously reckoned with in all future operations. No comparable success was ever again achieved. Neutrals, too, now began to suffer from the hidden dangers of warfare in the new and stealthy style. Dutch and Danish vessels were early sunk by mines in the North Sea, the first American ship in the melancholy list being Evelyn of 3,000 tons off Borkum. A few shots were exchanged in the early weeks between destroyers. Then on August 28th, the certain liveliness announced by the British Admiralty culminated in a pretty little engagement off the north of Heligoland, and at times within sight of its defences. Heligoland, ceded by Lord Salisbury to Germany, has been converted by that power to important naval ends. Heavily fortified at a cost of £10,000,000 and armed with 11-inch guns, it thrusts a threatening wedge deep into the North Sea, protects the wet triangle behind which lie the chief German naval ports, provides useful shelter, an anchorage for warships, a harbour or base for submarines, destroyers, or zeppelins, and a telegraphic outpost for signals. The bight itself forms a channel about 18 miles in width, through which lies the course for vessels from the Elbe bound to the north. In this area the British admiral arranged a rendezvous. Picture the saucy Arethusa stealing through the haze with her grey sea dogs, the destroyers in attendance. Darker patches appear in the mist, cruisers, destroyers, enemy or British. A few moments' observation, and the guns open fire. When the range reached the 2,000 yards mark, the forward 6-inch gun of the British cruiser spoke, says one who was there, a short, sharp crack that hurt the ears, followed by the duller boom of the bursting shell. It was a fitting beginning for the inferno of noise that immediately followed. It was a fight in the dark, where no man could see how his brother fared, and when it was only just possible to make out the opposing grey shadow, and hammer, hammer, hammer at it, till the eyes ached and smarted, and the breath whistled through lips parched with the acrid, stifling fumes of picric acid. Another German cruiser came up, and ranging by her partner, added to the rain of shells bursting around and upon the struggling Arethusa, till with all save one of her guns silenced, she stood out of the fight for a moment to regain breath. Neither of the enemy's cruisers followed, for both had had all they wanted. 55 strenuous minutes then, with the wreckage cleared away, the wounded carried below, and her guns again fit for action, the Arethusa came back for more. Into the haze she steamed, seeking her old opponents, found them, and redoubled her previous efforts. A very few minutes sufficed this time. One of the cruisers burst into flame, the other was visibly sinking. To understand such an affair as this, we must have some acquaintance with the aims and plans of the attacking squadron. Naturally, however, the British Admiralty has not disclosed them, but one perceives clearly enough that something in the nature of a raid or reconnaissance in force was intended, whereby enemy light cruisers and destroyers scouting in the neighbourhood of Heligoland might be cut off from their base and destroyed. If supported by heavier vessels speeding to their rescue, Sir David Beatty's battle cruisers were prepared to deal with them. These tactics, old as the game of war itself, obtrude themselves in every phase of the North Sea operations, German and English. You bait your trap with a small vessel or two, a larger squadron in wait to pounce upon pursuers. The enemy reinforces or retires, and the opening moves may or may not lead to a decisive action. Fought in thick weather and over a wide expanse of water, the Heligoland battle resolved itself largely into a series of separate encounters. Enemy vessels loomed up through the haze, were engaged, disappeared. Destroyer met destroyer, or cruiser cruiser. German submarines attempted unsuccessfully to torpedo the larger ships. A confused series of combats ended with the arrival of the great vessels Lion, Invincible, New Zealand, Queen Mary, their high speed, the use of the helm, and the smooth sea making it easy to avoid the German submarines, and the overwhelming force drove the enemy into the nearest shelter. "We saw the Mainz," wrote an officer just before she sank. Though we did not know at the time who she was, it was impossible to recognize her, as she had only one battered funnel left, the stump of one mast, and was heavily on fire. I also saw the Colleen sink after being smashed up by the whole battle-cruiser fleet. She was a worse wreck than the Mainz, I think, though she was so badly on fire that she was at times almost completely enveloped in smoke. The result of the action was the loss to Germany of 3 light cruisers, 2 destroyers, and perhaps 1,200 men. The British losses were 69. Among the prisoners, some hundreds rescued by the British, was the son of Admiral von Tirpitz himself. This was the action in which the destroyer Liberty, thirsting for more than her due share of glory, actually dashed under the very forts of Heligoland to torpedo, if fortune held, the cruisers lying in the harbor under the 11-inch guns. The shells fired at her might have sunk a fleet. When only 1 torpedo was left and 1 round of ammunition, she thought it time to come away. As she swept round, a shell killed her commander and 3 others, but the lieutenant took charge and brought her proudly home. Thus men today shame the heroes of the ancient tales. This smart and dashing little action in the dim weather illustrates many of the features of modern naval warfare, fought at the utmost speed of the vessels engaged, at perhaps the distance of a couple of miles, or if between larger ships of as much as 8 or 10, to find and keep the range in a modern engagement provides a dozen problems. Your first shot falls short and to the right. You lengthen and correct, and your second goes too far or to the left. But you have your bracket, and the third or fourth should find the target. Unhappily, a turn of the wheel, and the enemy sheers to port or starboard, altering her distance, and the range has again to be found. These darting shapes, moving with the rapidity of fast trains, have no mind to be caught and held under fire. Constant zigzagging under fire, turning away, that is a point or perhaps 2 points, when the enemy has found the range, is now a feature of all naval engagements. Remember, too, that the gun is laid upon a swinging platform, which in the chop or roll of the sea dances with its motion, and that to spot the shell, its splash, if short or over, amid the surf churned by the wind and the opposing vessel's speed into perpetual foam, is as essential as to discharge it. With spray and smoke or both, the gunner has constantly to contend. If the position to leeward of the enemy's line gives the advantage that gun laying is not interfered with by your own smoke, something of a balance is established by the inconvenience from which the weather position is free of continual driving spray which obscures the gun sights. Armchair gunnery is simpler. The advantage of time and place in all martial action, said Drake, is half victory. That half victory has in almost every engagement between the rival fleets lain with the Germans. In the Bight of Heligoland, as off the Jutland bank, the British ships fought far from their bases in enemy waters and exposed to special dangers, their antagonists within sight, one might say, of their permanent defences. A port under one's lee is a great encouragement to face the gale, but the British Navy always fights off the enemy's coast. No one can blame the German caution, nor the policy upon which it rests, for what alternative is open to the weaker power? Germany still adheres to the doctrine of a fleet in being, that is, an alert and threatening fleet, which, though it may never strike, keeps the weapon uplifted, and by its very menace, if it cannot destroy, can at least impede, constrain, and distract from other purposes the enemy's superior but fettered forces. End of section 60.
Section 61 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 61. The Battle of Jutland, 1916, by W. McNeill Dixon. The swift cruiser raids on the east coast of England served a double purpose. They wounded British while they heartened German homes. They had, however, a military as well as a political object. To entice, said a German sailor who was present, the British fleet out of port. In the first place, he remarked, our small cruisers, which were packed full of mines, had strewn the local waters with them. In the second place, we had shown the Englishman, who was always boasting of his command of the sea, that he cannot protect his own coast. In the third place, we have given the inhabitants of England, and especially the people of Yarmouth, a thorough fright. These, then, were the aims, illustrating clearly enough German tactics and German psychology. In the first raid on Yarmouth on November 3, 1914, the attacking vessels were invisible from the shore in the autumnal haze, and were too distant and too frightened themselves to do much damage. In the second, on December 16th, the casualties were heavy in Hartlepool, Whitby, and Scarborough. Many women and children were slaughtered, and churches and houses wrecked, the firing being quite indiscriminate and at a venture. Once more in the mist, the German vessels, retiring at full speed, escaped their pursuers. The third was planned, but intercepted. On January 24th, 1915, Admiral Beatty's patrolling squadron sighted a German fleet of 4 battle cruisers, accompanied by a number of light cruisers and destroyers, making for the English coast and distant from it about 30 miles. Without hesitation, the Germans turned and fled at their best pace for home. A grim chase and a running fight ensued. The disposition of the German guns, for their vessels are more heavily armed for flight than for pursuit, gave them some advantage, while the British in the rear could bring to bear only their bow guns, and not broadsides upon the escaping raiders. During the greater part of the engagement, only the leading British ships, Lion and Tiger, came within reasonable range of the enemy. It should be borne in mind that in a general engagement, however desirable it may be for the superior force to close with the enemy, and thus ensure his destruction, a complete overlap must first be established by superior speed. Until that is obtained, the enemy screen of destroyers thwart any such attempt by dropping mines, the line of which cannot safely be crossed to secure a close range. With the great ships racing at 30 miles an hour, one marvels that the range could be kept at all, yet the fire was deadly. The unhappy Blucher, a great 15,000-ton ship, but slower than her colleagues, fell out of the line shockingly mangled, and was torpedoed out of existence by Arethusa. The rest fled on. Favored by fortune, for a lucky shot disabled one of Lyon's feed tanks, they reached in melancholy straits their own minefields, which forbade further pursuit. But when last seen, the flames were mounting on Seydlitz, the next in line, as high as her masthead, and Derfflinger, ahead of her, was in hardly better case. Some hundreds of grateful survivors were picked up by the British from Blucher's crew, one of whom is reported to have said, "On land we can beat you, but here, no." Despite the German tales, not a single British vessel failed to return, and the casualties were very few. This action gave pause to Germany. Licking her wounds and nursing unhappy memories, she decided to forego for a time the pleasures and political advantages of raiding, and to spread for Britain less costly lures. A half-hearted attempt on Lowestoft, which had little serious result, was indeed made in April 1916, a half-hour's friendly call. Sir John Jellicoe would have preferred a longer visit, but in these matters Germany preserves a rigid etiquette. Of raids great and small, it may be observed that they are the only activities, no great things, left to the German navy, powerful as it is. Other and better occupations, indeed, it has none, no mercantile marine to protect, no mines to sweep, no transports or wide extent of coast to guard. A raiding squadron can choose its own hour, dash out at night or in fog, fire at anything it may chance to see, trawler or trader, fisher or warship, enemy or neutral, and return at express speed. Of these trivial achievements, is it possible that so great a fleet, debarred from all other undertakings, can really be proud? Come now to that stern and decisive conflict which clinched, as it were, the naval situation, the Battle of Jutland. In respect of all particulars that make a battle great, the magnitude of the forces engaged, the scale of the operations, and the significance of the results, the fiercest clash of fleets since Trafalgar. Fought on a summer's day, the eve of the glorious 1st of June, so famous in the annals of the British Navy, it compares in hardly a single feature with any naval conflict in history, except perhaps with that minor action in the Bight of Heligoland, which in some fashion it resembles. For like that it was a far-flung and dispersed series of conflicts, a clashing of ships in mist and darkness, or in patches of short-lived light. At extreme range, to avoid the deadly torpedo attacks, the great war vessels pounded each other amid haze and smoke screens, behind which the Germans, when pressed, withdrew from sight. Wounded vessels drifted out of the scene and left their fate in doubt. Destroyers dashed to and fro, attacking and retreating. Ships, the flames licking their iron masts 100 feet aloft, loomed up for a few moments only to vanish in the mist. As was anticipated, the Germans put their trust chiefly in torpedo attacks, easily made against approaching, difficult to direct against retiring vessels. Throughout, destroyers on both sides played a magnificent and conspicuous part, the hussar tactics of a naval action. But so numerous were the vessels engaged, and so dim the weather, that a certain confusion inseparable from the conditions reigned the entire day. Indubitably a long-hoped-for opportunity had come to the British. The German fleet had actually emerged in strength and upon an enterprise, yet emerged only to withdraw, to tantalize, and, if possible, to lure into fatal areas the pursuing foe. To understand, even in a measure, this immense conflict, one must bear in mind that the British Grand Fleet, under Sir John Jellicoe, was on May 30th actually at sea, to the north of Sir David Beatty's battle-cruisers, who on the 31st, having completed his sweep, turned away from the south to rejoin the commander-in-chief. Since the tactics which led to it cannot be here disclosed, let us pass at once to the encounter itself. At 2:30 Beatty received signals from his light cruiser squadron that the enemy was out and in force. A seaplane scout went aloft and confirmed the signals. German battle-cruisers were in sight, but falling back upon probably still stronger forces. To engage or not to engage was hardly Beatty's problem. Should he at all cost pursue, encounter, and detain the foe, or, avoiding more than a mere exchange of shots, continue on his course to join Admiral Jellicoe? Faint heart never won a great decision. He chose the heroic, the British way, and determined to force the battle, to engage the enemy in sight. We may perhaps best understand the action if we divide it into 3 stages: A. Pursuit, B. Retreat, C. Again pursuit. The first, that in which Beatty was engaged with the enemy's battle-cruisers, falling back upon their main fleet, which lasted about an hour, from 3:48, when the opening shots were fired, till the German high seas fleet showed itself at 4:38. At this point Beatty swung round to draw the enemy toward Jellicoe approaching from the north, and the second stage of the battle began, in which the British were heavily engaged with a greatly superior force, in fact the whole German navy. They had, however, the assistance of the 5th Battle Squadron under Evan Thomas, 4 powerful battleships which had come up during the first phase, fired a few shots at the extreme range of about 12 miles, and took the first fire of von Scheer's battleships. Steaming north now instead of south, Beatty slackened speed to keep in touch with the heavy ships. This stage of the action also lasted about an hour or more, when about 6 o'clock Jellicoe came in sight 5 miles to the north, and the third phase began. Beatty, toward the end of the second stage, had drawn ahead of the enemy, pressing in upon and curving round his line, and now drove straight across it to the east, closing the range to 12,000 yards, with 2 objects: first, to bring the leading German ships under concentrated fire, and second, to allow a clear space for Jellicoe to come down and complete their destruction. It was a masterly maneuver which enabled the 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron, in advance of Jellicoe, under Admiral Hood, to join at once in the battle and assist in crumpling up the head of the German line. The supreme moment had come. Jellicoe's great fleet was in line behind Hood, bearing down on von Scheer in overwhelming force. By beautiful handling, the British admiral effected the junction of his fleets in very difficult conditions. There still remains in naval warfare much of the splendid pageantry of old, which in land operations is gone beyond recall. "The grandest sight I have ever seen," wrote an officer in the fleet, "was the sight of our battle line, miles of it, fading into mist, taking up their positions like clockwork, and then belching forth great sheets of fire and clouds of smoke." But the prize was snatched from the British grasp, It was already 7 o'clock, and the evening brought with it the thick North Sea haze behind which, and his own smoke screens, von Scheer turned and fled for his ports. Great care was necessary, wrote Sir John Jellicoe, to ensure that our own ships were not mistaken for enemy vessels. By 8:30 or 9 practically all was over, save for the British destroyer attacks, which lasted far into the darkness on the scattered and fleeing enemy. Only 2 hours of a misty daylight had been left to Sir John Jellicoe to accomplish his task. Then came night, and in the night the shattered and shaken Germans crept, one if not quite clear by what route, through their minefields to the blessed security of protected harbors. Had the weather been different, well, who knows whether in that case the German fleet would have put to sea. Now as ever in naval warfare, commanders must choose conditions the most favorable to their designs. The British admiral remained on the scene of the battle, picking up survivors from some of the smaller craft till after midday, 1:15 p.m., on June 1st. On that day not one German ship was in sight on a sea strewn with the tangled and shapeless wreckage of proud vessels, the melancholy litter of war. Perhaps Jutland, inconclusive as it seemed, may yet be judged by the world the true crisis of the struggle. While Germany, after her manner, poured forth to the sceptical world tidings of amazing victory, Britain, too, after her manner, said little save bluntly to record her losses, and later published merely the reports of the admirals engaged. They are very plain and matter-of-fact, these documents, without brag, so they can be recommended to the attention of seekers after truth. For lovers of romance, of course, the German versions will afford brighter reading. Here, however, is the unofficial account of a midshipman on board one of the battleships. We were all as cheery as Punch when action was sounded off. The battle-cruisers, which, by the way, were first sighted by your eldest son, who went without his tea to look out in the foretop, were away on the bow, firing like blazes and doing a colossal turn of speed. I expect they were very pleased to see us. The battle fleet put it across them properly. We personally strafed a large battleship, which we left badly bent and very much on fire. They fired stink shells at us, which fortunately burst some distance away. They looked as if they smelled horrible. We engaged a Zepp which showed an inclination to become pally. I think it thought we were Germans. Altogether it was some stunt. Yes, you were right, I was up in the foretop and saw the whole show. I told you I was 17 hours up there, didn't I? Simply bristling with glasses, revolvers, respirators, ear protectors, and what-nots. I cannot imagine anything more intensely dramatic than our final junction with the battle-cruisers. They appeared on the starboard bow, going at tremendous speed and firing like blazes at an enemy we could not see. Even before we opened first, the colossal noise was nearly deafening. The Grand Fleet opened fire. We commenced by strafing one of the Kaisers that was only just visible on the horizon, going hell for leather. The whole high-sea fleet was firing like blazes. It is the most extraordinary sensation I know to be sitting up there in the foretop, gazing at a comparatively unruffled bit of sea, when suddenly about 5 immense columns of water about 100 feet high shoot up as if from nowhere, and bits of shell go rattling down into the water, or else, with a noise like an express train, the projectiles go screeching overhead and fall about a mile the other side of you. You watch the enemy firing 6 great flashes about as many miles away, and then for 15 seconds or so you reflect that there is about 2 tons of sudden death hurtling toward you. Then, with a sigh of relief, the splashes rise up, all 6 of them, away on the starboard bow. On the other hand, there is a most savage exultation in firing at another ship. You hear the order, fire. The foretop gets up and hits you in the face, an enormous yellow cloud of cordite smoke. The charge weighs 2,000 pounds, rises up and blows away just as the gentleman with the stopwatch says, "Time," and then you see the splashes go up, perhaps between you and the enemy, behind the enemy, perhaps, or if you are lucky a great flash breaks out on the enemy, and when the smoke is rolled away you just have time to see that she is well and truly blazing before the next salvo goes off. I had the extreme satisfaction of seeing the Lutzow get a salvo which must have caused her furiously to sink. There are minor sideshows, too, which contribute greatly to the excitement. We also discharged our large pieces at the Rostock, but she was getting such a thin time from somebody else that we refrained from pressing the question. Her mainstay and after funnel had gone. She was quite stationary and badly on fire. We sighted submarines, 2 in number, and also large numbers of enemy destroyers, one of which we soundly strafed, so soundly, in fact, that it gave up the ghost. Well, when I climbed down from the foretop late last night, I was as black as a nigger, very tired and as hungry as a hunter, I having missed my tea. I wish you could have seen the state we were in between the decks. Water everywhere, chairs, stools, radiators, tin baths, boots, shoes, clothes, books, and every conceivable article, chucked all over the place. We didn't care a fig, because we all thought of der Tag on the morrow, which we all expected. Destroyers and light cruisers were attacking like fury all night, and when I got up at the bugle, action at 2 a.m., I felt as if I had slept about 3.5 minutes. At about 3 a.m. we sighted a Zepp, which was vigorously fired at. It made off quam celerame, which means quick with a capital Q. Look now a little more closely at the details and episodes of this engagement. Picture a calm and hazy sea, and spread over an immense area the fleets of larger ships, surrounded by screens of light cruisers and destroyers, furiously engaged in encounters of their own, battles within the greater battle, and one sees how entirely this action lacks the classic simplicity of such engagements as the Nile or Trafalgar. But the main movements are clear enough. The heaviest losses of the British were sustained in the earlier, of the Germans in the latter, stages, when the efficiency of their gunnery became rapidly reduced under punishment, while ours was maintained throughout. Hardly was Beatty in action before he lost 2 battle cruisers, Indefatigable and Queen Mary. Later, Invincible, the flagship of the 3rd Cruiser Squadron, went down with Admiral Hood, who had brought his ships into action ahead in a most inspiring manner worthy of his great naval ancestors. Throughout that day of thunderous war, the destroyers dashed to the torpedo attacks on the great ships, careless of the heart-shaking deluge of shells, utterly careless of life and youth, and all else save the mighty business in hand, and when night put an end to the main action, continued their work in the uncanny darkness under the momentary glare of searchlights or the spouting flames from some wounded vessel. And all the while the unruffled sea appeared, we are told, like a marble surface when the searchlight swept it, and moving there the destroyers looked like venomous insects, black as cockroaches on a floor. Never in the proud history of her navy have English sailors fought with more inspiring dash, more superb intrepidity. So ended the Battle of Jutland. But this, you may naturally say, is very different from the German story. There is no denying it. The discrepancy exists. Make the most liberal allowance for national prejudices, and you cannot harmonize the versions. Which, then, are we to believe? There are no independent witnesses that can be summoned into court. How can one decide between statements so conflicting? There is one way and only one way. Victories, like everything else in the world, have results. A tree is known by its fruits. If indeed, therefore, the Germans won, as they claim, a great victory, they were certainly first in the field with the news. Unless there should be any mistake in the matter, made the announcement at express speed. How, the announcement apart, do we know of it? We have, of course, the Kaiser's assurances to his people, and that is of great importance. But did he also announce that the British blockade would no longer harass Germany? Oddly enough, it was not mentioned, and since the battle has become much more stringent. Do German merchantmen now, 1917, go to sea? None are to be found on any waterway except as before in the Baltic. On the other hand, let us ponder these facts. Immediately after the engagement, the great naval port, Wilhelmshaven, was sealed with 7 seals, so that no patriotic German could look upon his victorious ships. Britain proclaimed her losses. Germany concealed her wounds. Later she discovered that she had accidentally, in her haste, overlooked the loss of a few trifling vessels. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Dove. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 62, The Emden, 1914, by Louis R. Freeman. On the 9th of November 1914, the Australian cruiser Sydney, en route to Colombo in the Indian Ocean, picked up from the Cocos Island station a wireless concerning a strange warship. Presently, a landing party from that ship destroyed the station from which the message was sent. But the word had gone forth. The Sydney came at full speed and immediately opened fire on this strange craft, which proved to be the long-sought and elusive raider Emden, chargeable with more damage done to merchant shipping than any other enemy warship had wrought. The Emden fought hard. The Sydney's foremast rangefinder was shot to pieces, the after-control platform was wrecked, and a cordite fire started. But fortunately the Sydney, a knot and a half faster than the Emden, could attain the speed of 26 knots an hour, and so keep her own distance, choose her own range. Racing at full speed, the Sydney delivered broadside after broadside, during a battle lasting an hour and 40 minutes, covering a distance of 56 miles. The Emden, riddled with shot, finally rushed ashore on North Keeling, a flaming wreck. Some of the crew escaped and wandered far over the world in their effort to return to Germany. Mook, one of the officers, zigzagged over thousands of miles of land and sea, braving storm and blockade, desert tribes and fever, en route for home. The Editor. The official account of the stirring and picturesque adventures of the Emden is hardly likely to be given to the world until the gates of Captain Muller's comfortable English prison swing open for him at the end of the war. But in the interviews, a lecture or two, and a booklet by Lieutenant Mook, all the salient features have been covered, and it is from translations of these that we will endeavor to follow the fortunes of the doughty young Teuton, whose courage, resource, and devotion to duty have won scarcely less admiration in the countries of his enemies than in the fatherland. Within a day or two after the outbreak of the war, the Emden, in pursuance of the commerce-destroying plan which the German Admiralty had worked out to its least details many years before, slipped away from Tsingtao and headed for the South Pacific to join the Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Nuremberg. It was a later order which turned her off to the Indian Ocean to find both her glory and her grave. The first ship sunk, on September 11th, was the Lovett, a British transport, which had promptly hoisted the Union Jack under the impression that the Emden was an English boat. The silly face of its captain, which he made after we had hoisted our flag and ordered him to stay with us, I would regret not to have seen, observes Mook, and adds that, for the numerous stables for horses on this boat, we had no appreciation, and a half-hour later we had submitted the question to the sharks. Business was brisk for the Emden during the next few days, and there was one occasion on which she had 5 or 6 steamers, Mook has forgotten the exact number, hove to and ready to sink at one place. This happened so, writes Mook. A steamer came along and was stopped. 10 men and an officer went over to it. These got the ship ready to sink and saw that the passengers were all removed. While we were still occupied with this boat, appeared the top of another mast on the horizon. We did not need to hurry at all. The ships seemed to come by themselves to us. When one came near enough, the Emden made it a friendly signal which tempted it to join the other boats, and by the time this one was prepared for sinking, another mast-top would appear. At the end of 10 days, practically every steamer in the northern Indian Ocean was either at the bottom of the sea or held in port by its apprehensive owners, so, in lieu of other game, the audacious Emden took a tilt at the oil tanks of Madras. Sure in his knowledge of the antique guns which defended the historic Indian port, Muller steamed in, with all lights out, to within 3,000 meters of the shore. The harbor light burned peacefully, writes Mook, and made navigation easy. Our targets, the red and white striped oil tanks, could be plainly discerned. A few shells, a quick flash of blue-yellow flame, and the tanks were vomiting red jets from the shot holes. Then a great black cloud of smoke arose, and, according to the proverb, variety is the spice of life, We had this time sent a few millions up into the air instead of down into the depths. From Madras, a few shots were discharged at us, but without any aim, and the fire of the burning oil tanks lighted us for 90 miles on our way. The Tywerick, sunk but 2 hours after it had left Colombo, gave the Emden late news of the world through the evening papers of the Cingalese capital. The German cruiser appeared to be the principal topic of local news, and her officers learned, among other things, that their ship had been sunk at 2 widely separated points and was being hotly pursued at another. 10 or a dozen more steamers were sunk by the Emden during the next 3 weeks, and then she slipped away from the sea lanes that she had terrorized to rest and refit. This took her to Diego Garcia, an isolated rock in the South Ocean where 2 or 3 lonely Britons were holding an almost uncharted outpost of empire by running a plantation. Here occurred a most delicious little episode. As we dropped anchor, writes Mook, there came an Englishman, his arms loaded with presents for us, and his eyes wet with tears of welcome. He had not yet heard of the war, as the island received its mail only once every half-year by schooner. He asked us to fix his motorboat, which was out of commission. This we did gladly. Then, without telling him anything of the terrible condition the world was in at present, we bade him good-bye and sailed away. His mail was due in 14 days, and then perhaps he may have learned to whom he brought his presents. Shipping was spread thin along the trade routes when the Emden returned again to the attack, and 2 or 3 steamers sunk in the vicinity of Minico were the sum of her bag for a week's cruising. This monotonous life began to pall upon the men of the raider, and, as Mook naively put it, they felt the stirring of desire to make the acquaintance of real warships. We knew through the papers, he writes, that 16 English, French, and Japanese men of war were using up their coal in a vain search for us, and, obligingly, we decided to visit them in their own harbor. The Penang raid was the crowning achievement of the Emden's career, and, as it proved, the final one. It was a fitting swan song. Penang, a British Crown colony, like Singapore, Hong Kong, and 1 or 2 other ports of the Far East, is located on a small island, with its harbor formed by the narrow strait which separates the island from the mainland. For a mile or 2 this strait is no wider than the Hudson at Grant's Tomb, and at its narrowest place, crowning a little point which reaches out toward the palm-fringed foreshore of the Malay Peninsula, is a picturesque old stone fort which dates back to the days when the Portuguese held the Spice Islands and fought the British and the Dutch for the mastery of the Orient. Old bronze guns peeped from its crumbling ports, and did brave service as hobby horses when the ayahs from the officers' quarters brought out the babies for their afternoon promenade. If any modern guns had been mounted about the harbor, it may be taken for granted that the Emden was fully informed both as to their power and location. The raiders' only chance of a successful raid upon a harbor in which it was more than likely to encounter superior force was to creep in unobserved, strike suddenly, and withdraw in the confusion of the surprise. By this time the profile of the Emden was up in the chart-room of every warship and merchantman plying the eastern seas. The resourceful Teutons, knowing this, hit upon the expedient of altering that profile. A 4th smokestack of painted canvas had been ready for weeks against just such an emergency, and when set up in line with the 3 real ones made the raider appear, in anything but the broad light of day, an almost exact counterpart of a well-known type of British armored cruiser which was being extensively employed in the pursuit of the Emden. With all lights out, the disguised German warship crept in toward the narrow strait which forms the harbor of Penang. The arrival was timed to the minute to meet the first forerunning streaks of dawn. Complete darkness would have made it impossible to navigate in the restricted seaway, while daylight would have meant discovery. The half-light of the breaking day suited the raiders' purpose to a nicety. At first only fisher boats were seen, then a mass of merchant shipping unfolded, and finally, looming darkly at only a couple of 100 meters' distance, the silhouette of the Russian cruiser Shemchuk took shape against the brightening east. On board the Russian, everybody was busy sleeping, observes Mook. We fired a torpedo at its stern. It was lifted by the detonation half a meter and then began to sink slowly. Following the torpedo, we directed a hail of fire at the foredeck where the crew was sleeping. Soon this part of the ship looked like a sieve, and we could see through the holes the fires that were raging inside. Meanwhile, we sailed by the sinking ship and turned ready to run. Now we were being shot at from 3 sides, from the Shemchuk and from 2 other directions which we could not exactly determine. We heard the whistling of the shells and saw the spots where they plunged into the water. A second torpedo finished the Russian cruiser, and the Emden turned to meet its new foes. Now the French destroyer d'Iberville was descried. Now a cruiser was reported coming in, and now a torpedo boat. The supposed cruiser turned out to be a merchantman, but the torpedo boat, the French Mosquet, was a real menace in the narrow channel. Disdaining the obsolete d'Iberville, the Emden steamed to meet the oncoming Mosquet, which was disposed of in 3 broadsides. Picking up 33 survivors from the water, the unscathed raider slipped out of the harbor and made for the open sea from which it had come but a short half-hour before. The night mists were lifting now, but there was left afloat in Penang no ship swift enough to pursue the audacious marauder. 12 days later, on the 9th of November, the Emden landed a force under Lieutenant Mook to destroy the wireless station at Keeling, sometimes called Cocos Island. The little British colony received the heavily armed enemy philosophically, and just before Mook began putting the radio apparatus out of commission, the operator congratulated him upon having been awarded the Iron Cross. "How do you know I have the Iron Cross?" asked the surprised German. "I have just caught the message," was the answer. It was the last one received at Keeling for some time. Scarcely was the work of destroying the station completed when Mook heard the Emden's siren signaling him to return at once. Rushing his men into the launch, he started for his ship, only to see the Emden's anchor wound frantically in and the cruiser steam away at top speed. At first he thought that it was going to meet a collier, but just before the cruiser disappeared, its Gefechtsflag, the battle pennant, was broken out, and columns of water flung high in the air told that guns of equal or greater power than the Emden's own were feeling for their range. The raider was nearing the end of its far-trailed tether. Crushing down his chagrin at being thus helplessly marooned while his ship and captain were fighting for their lives, Mook returned to the shore, hoisted the German flag, mounted his 4 machine guns, and declared the island under martial law. Not until a trench had been dug and preparations made to resist a landing from the enemy warship did he find time to climb to a housetop and endeavor to find the distant sea duel. His account of the fight between the Emden and Sydney is incomplete, disjointed, inaccurate, and not especially fair, and I am not setting it down here. The raider put up a game fight against a swifter and more heavily armed adversary. It was foredoomed from the moment the speedy Australian cruiser picked up its smoke trail, and its finish was not the least glorious moment of an unparalleled career. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of the World War. Read for LibriVox.org by Todd. The World War, Part 10, The Submarines. Historical Note. The submarine warfare has, for the most part, centered about operations in the North Sea and the British Isles. Turkish, British, and German submarines were successfully employed at the time of the Dardanelles campaign. The British have been active with their submarines in the Baltic Sea, and the Austrian and German submersibles have wrought havoc with liners in the Mediterranean. But the North Sea early became the point of controversy. In accordance with an announcement of intentions to that effect, the German submarine blockade of the North Sea began in February 1915 with the sinking of a British collier without warning. Neutral shipping suffered very greatly from that time on, and German submarines ruthlessly destroyed Dutch, Norwegian, and Swedish ships, also several American vessels. The sinking of the Lusitania, May 7, 1915, off the coast of Ireland, brought the epic of submarine frightfulness to a climax. Finally, after the sinking of the passenger steamer Sussex in the Channel, March 24, 1916, President Wilson secured from Germany, May 5, 1916, a promise that merchant vessels within and without the area declared a naval war zone would not be sunk without warning unless ships should attempt to escape or offer resistance. The way in which the pledge was kept is indicated by the report of the British Admiralty, showing that from May 5th to October 28th, 22 British merchant ships were torpedoed without warning. Presently, hospital ships were sunk too. Then came Germany's faithful announcement that on February 1st, 1917, the ruthless submarine policy would be carried into complete effect. The sinking of American ships began with the loss of the Housatonic, February 7th. The losses in ships of Great Britain alone during the 5 months ending in July numbered nearly 600. The number decreased as the summer drew to a close, and methods of fighting the submersibles became more effective. Meanwhile, the output of submarines also increased, so that at times the deadly average of 20 or more ships a week was maintained. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2021. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 64. The Sinking of the Lusitania, 1915, by Charles E. Lauria. The Cunard steamship Lusitania, bound from New York to Liverpool, was torpedoed without warning May 7, 1915, and sank in 23 minutes off Old Head of Kinsale. There were 1,257 passengers aboard, of whom 159 were Americans, and a crew of 702. Of the 1,198 lives lost, 124 were Americans, many of them men of national prominence. The disaster aroused a feeling of horror in the world, outside of Germany, and quickened the most intense feeling toward Germany in the United States. The Editor. Our voyage from New York had been uneventful. Fine weather, smooth sea, and after the first few hours of Sunday, May 2nd, there had been no fog up to Friday morning, May 7th, when it came in for a short time. The speed of the boat had not been what I had expected it would be. During the forenoon of Thursday, May 6th, we swung out and uncovered 22 lifeboats, 11 on each side, showing Captain Turner's preparedness for emergency. I was keenly interested in all that was done aboard ship as we approached the Irish coast, and in fact, all through the voyage I kept my eyes unusually wide open. At night, the shades in the saloon were closely drawn, and I noticed that my bedroom steward left a note for the night watchman stating just which ports were open when he, the steward, went off duty. Friday noon, when the run was posted, I was surprised, for I certainly thought that this was the time to put on speed. The sea was smooth as a pancake, an ideal chance for a dash up the coast. I noticed that we were not going anywhere near top speed, and were following, as I remembered, the usual course up the Irish coast, that being about 5 to 7 miles distant. I wondered at our loafing along at this gentle pace. After lunch I went to my stateroom and put on my sweater under the coat of the knickerbocker suit I was wearing, and went up on deck for a real walk. I joined friends, and was conversing with them when the torpedo struck the ship. Where I stood on deck, the shock of the impact was not severe. It was a heavy, rather muffled sound, but the good ship trembled for a moment under the force of the blow. A second explosion quickly followed, but I do not think it was a second torpedo, for the sound was quite different. It was more like a boiler in the engine room. As I turned to look in the direction of the explosion, I saw a shower of coal and steam and some debris hurled into the air between the second and third funnels, and then heard the fall of gratings and other wreckage that had been blown up by the explosion. Remember that I was standing well forward on the port side, and consequently looked back at the scene of the explosion at an angle across to the starboard side. Therefore, although the debris showed between the second and third funnels, I think the blow was delivered practically in line with the fourth funnel. I looked immediately at my watch, and it was exactly 8 minutes past 2, Greenwich time. The boat had taken a list to starboard, but it was not acute, and so I had no difficulty in making my way to and from my cabin. I tied on a life belt, took the others in the room, and went up on deck to the port side. I found those who needed the life belts, put them on, tied them properly, and then went aft along the side of the ship, for I was confident that all hands would naturally rush to the starboard side, and so there would be more opportunity to help along the port side. I turned and walked forward toward the bridge, where Captain Turner and Captain Anderson were both calling in stentorian tones not to lower away the boats, ordering all passengers and sailors to get out of them, saying that there was no danger and that the ship would float. I had been watching carefully the list of the steamer, and by now I was confident that she wouldn't float and that the end was coming fast. I remembered one or two personal things in my stateroom which I very much wanted, and I figured that I had time to go down and get them. There was a companionway forward of the main staircase, about halfway between it and my stateroom. It was not until I walked along this passage that I realized how acute was the list of the ship. On my return to the deck, I felt that the steamer must make her final plunge any moment now, and I passed through to the port side. Men were striving to lower the boats and were putting women and children into them, but it seemed to me that it only added horror to the whole situation to put people into a boat that you knew never would be cleared and which would go down with the steamer. Better leave them on deck to take their chance at a piece of wreckage. True, there was no panic, in the sense that anyone crowded or pushed his way to the lifeboats, but there was infinite confusion, and there seemed no one to take command of any one boat. As I came out on the starboard side, I saw, a little aft of the main entrance, a lifeboat well filled with people, principally women and children, that no one had attempted to clear from the davits. The steamer was rapidly sinking, and I realized that the boat must be cleared at once if the people were to be saved. I climbed into the stern of the boat. We freed our end and swung the ropes clear, but we couldn't make anyone forward understand what to do or how to do it. I started to go forward, but it was impossible to climb through that boatload of people, mixed up as they were with oars, boat hooks, kegs of water, rope ladders, sails, and God knows what, everything that seemed to hinder progress to getting forward. The steamer was all the time rapidly settling, and to look at the tremendous smokestack hanging out over us only added to the terror of the people in the boat. However, I should have gone forward and made the try, except that the stern end of the boat was raised by a small swell of the ocean, and I was impressed by the nearness of the davit by getting a blow on the back which nearly knocked me overboard. Then I admit I saw the hopelessness of ever clearing the forward davit in time to get the boat away, so I stepped out and made a try of it by swimming. I spoke to several and urged them to come, but truly they were petrified, and only my training from boyhood up in the water and under it gave me the courage to jump. I swam about 100 feet away from the ship and then turned around to see if anyone was following. The Lusitania did not go down anything like head first. She had, rather, settled along her whole water line. This convinces me that practically all the ports must have been open. The stern did not rise to anything like a perpendicular, nor did it rise so high that I could see a single one of the propellers or even the end of her rudder. Not one of her funnels fell. There was very little vortex. There was rather a shooting out from the ship instead of a sucking in after she sank. This, I am told, was partly caused by the water rushing into her funnels and being blown out again by explosions made by the mixing of the cold water of the sea with the steam of the boilers. The sea was wonderfully smooth, and it seemed to me that if one could keep clear of the wreckage and pick up a lifeboat, it could be manned and we could go back and get many survivors. I was able to work this out quite as I planned. Then we rowed for the shore. I steered for a lighthouse on the coast, for it was a long good row ashore, and I knew we could not get there until after dark, and it was much better to land on a shore, however barren, near a lighthouse, than to land on that part where there might not be an inhabitant for miles. We had stayed around and picked up every one who seemed to be in the most helpless condition. Those we were forced to leave were as safe as if we had crowded them into our flimsy craft. The calmness of the sea was the only thing that enabled us to take so many with any degree of safety. After rowing about 2 miles, we came to the fishing smack, and although they had taken on 2 boatloads, they made room for us. After being aboard about an hour, we were picked up by the steamer Flying Fish, which had come down from Queenstown. End of section 64.
Section 65 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 65. Life in a German Submarine, 1915. By Freiherrn von Forstner. 1. How a Submarine Works. A new passenger, for the first time in a submarine, has often professed to be unaware that he was fathoms deep under water, and has been quite unconscious that the boat had been diving. Of course his astonishment indicates that he was not in the compartment where these manoeuvres take place, for it is in the commander's turret that the whole apparatus is centralized for submersion, for steering to the right depth, and also for immersion. At this juncture every man must be at his post, and each one of the 30 members of the crew must feel individually responsible for the safety of the whole in the difficult and rapid manoeuvre of plunging, for the slightest mistake may endanger the security of the boat. The central control, situated in the commander's turret, is in reality the brain of the boat. When the alarm signal is heard to change the course from surface navigation to subsurface navigation, several previously designated members of the crew take their post of duty in the commander's turret. The commander himself is on duty during the whole of the expedition in time of war, and he seldom gets a chance for rest in his tiny little cabin. Day and night, if there is the slightest suspicion of the approach of the enemy, he watches on the exposed bridge on the top of the turret, for a few seconds' delay in submerging might forfeit the taking of a much coveted prize. So he learns to do without sleep, or to catch a few brief seconds of repose by lying down in his wet clothes, and he is at once ready to respond to the alarm signal of the officer of the watch. In one bound he is once more surveying the horizon through the periscope, or mounts to the bridge to determine with his powerful field glass whether friend or foe is in sight. His observations must be taken in the space of a few seconds, for the enemy is also constantly on the lookout, and continual practice enables the sailor in the crow's nest to detect the slender stem of a periscope, although the hull of the boat is scarcely visible on the face of the waters. The commander must come to a prompt decision as soon as he locates the adversary's exact position. Not only may a retarded submersion spoil our plan of attack, but we are exposed to being rammed by a rapidly advancing steamer. Our haste must be all the greater if the conditions of visibility are impaired, as is often the case on the high seas, for it takes time for the U-boat to submerge completely, and during this process it is helplessly exposed to the fire of long-distance guns. Calmly, but with great decision, the commander gives the general orders to submerge. The internal combustion engines, the oil motors which during surface navigation are used to accelerate the speed of the boat, are immediately disconnected, as they consume too much air underseas, and electric motors are now quickly attached and set in motion. They are supplied by a large storage battery which consumes no air and forms the motive power during subsurface navigation. Of course electricity might be employed above water, but it uses up much current, which is far more expensive than oil, and would be wasted too rapidly if not economized with care. It would be convenient to employ the same oil motor for underseas navigation, but such a machine has not yet been constructed, although various futile attempts of this kind have been made. With only one system of propulsion we should gain much coveted space and a much more evenly distributed weight. Within the same dimensions new weapons of attack could be inserted, and also effective weapons of defence. The inventor of such a device would earn a large reward. Let him who wants it try for it. Quickly, with deft hands, The outboard connections, which served as exhausts for the oil motors, must be closed in such a way as to resist at once the high water pressure. It is well known that for every 10 meters under water we oppose the pressure of 1 atmosphere, 1 kilogram to the square centimeter, and we must be prepared to dive to far greater depths. When all these openings have been carefully closed and fastened, then begins the manoeuvre of submersion. The sea water is admitted into big open tanks. Powerful suction engines, in the central control of the boat, draw out the air from these tanks so as to increase the rapid inrush of the water. The chief engineer notifies the captain as soon as the tanks are sufficiently filled, and an even weight is established so as to steer the boat to the proper depth for attack. Notwithstanding the noise of the machinery, large, wide-open speaking tubes facilitate the delivery of orders between the commander's turret and the central, and now is the moment the commander gives the order to submerge. All this may sound very simple, and yet there are a great many things to consider. In the same manner in which an airplane is carefully balanced before taking wing into the high regions of the sky, a submarine must be accurately weighed and measured before it descends into the watery depths of the ocean. The briny water of the North Sea weighs far more than the less salty water of the Baltic Sea, whose western basin is composed of practically fresh water. A boat floats higher in the heavily salted waters of the North Sea, and lies deeper and plunges farther down in the waters of the Baltic. The same U-boat, therefore, must take into its tanks a greater quantity of water ballast in the North Sea, to be properly weighted, than when diving into the fresher waters. Even with small submarines of 400 tons displacement, there is the enormous difference of 10 tons between 1,025 specific weight in the intake of North Sea water and 1,000 specific weight of fresh water. On the other hand, if too much water is admitted into the tanks, the submarine may plunge with great velocity deeper and deeper beyond its appointed depth, and in such a case it might even happen that the hull of the boat could not withstand the overpowering pressure and would be crushed beneath the mass of water. And yet again, if too small a quantity of water ballast is admitted into the tanks, the boat may not sink sufficiently below the surface, and thus we could not obtain an invisible attack, which is positively necessary for our success. How much water, then, must we take in? The answer to this question is a matter of instinct, education, and experience, and we must also depend on the cleverly devised apparatus made for this purpose. The submarine, like the airplane, must be always maintained at the proper level. The weight of the boat varies continually during a prolonged voyage. Food is devoured, and the diving material of the machinery is consumed. The water in which the boat swims continually changes weight, and the boat is imperceptibly raised or lowered in a way very difficult to ascertain. The officer responsible for the flooding of the submarine must painstakingly keep its weight under control during the entire navigation. The weight of a meal eaten by each man of the crew, the remains of the food, and the boxes in which it was contained, which have been thrown overboard, must be calculated, as well as the weight of the water, and the officer employs delicate apparatus for these measurements. On the open seas these alterations in weight do not occur very rapidly, but whenever a boat approaches the mouth of a river, then the transition from salt to fresh water happens very suddenly, and may provoke the undesirable disturbances to which we have already alluded. Also warm and cold currents at different depths produce thermotic conditions which surprisingly change the weight of the water. Peculiar as it may appear, a submarine must be lightened to descend to a very great depth, whereas, in steering to a higher level, more water must be admitted into the tanks to prevent our emerging to the surface with too great suddenness. This demands careful attention, skill, and experience. The principal condition for the success of a submarine attack is to steer to the exact depth required. The periscope must not rise too far above water, for it might easily be observed by the enemy, but if, by clumsy steering, the top of the periscope descends below the waves, then it becomes impossible to take aim to fire the torpedo. The commander, therefore, must be able to depend on the two men who control the vertical and horizontal rudders, whom another officer constantly directs and supervises. When the boat has reached the prescribed depth, a close examination is made of all the outward leading pipes, to see if they can properly resist the water pressure. If any tiny leak has been sprung, every cap must be tightly screwed down, for it is evident it would be very undesirable if any leak should occur and increase the heaviness of the submarine. Absolute silence must prevail, so that any dripping or greater influx in the tanks can be observed. Quietly and silently the boat advances against the enemy. The only audible sounds are the purring of the electric motors and the unavoidable noise made by the manipulation of the vertical and horizontal rudders. Alert and speechless, every man on board awaits a sign from the commander, who is watching in the turret, but some time may elapse, now that the periscope is lowered and nearly on the level of the waters, before the adversary becomes visible again. The ship may have changed her course and may have taken an opposite direction to the one she was following at the moment we submerged. In that case she would be out of reach, and all our preparations prove useless. At various intervals the commander presses an electric button and raises and lowers the periscope as quickly as possible, so as to take his own observation without, if possible, being observed himself, for he knows that any injury to the periscope, his most priceless jewel, would, as it were, render the boat blind and rob him of the much coveted laurel leaves. During these short glimpses the commander only perceives a little sky and the wide round plate of the reflected sea with its dancing waves, while the nervous tension of the expectant crew increases every minute. At last is heard a joyous outcry from the commander: "The fellows are coming!" and after one quick glance, to locate the enemy exactly, the periscope is lowered. Now every heart beats with happy anticipation, and every nerve quivers with excitement. The captain quickly issues his orders for the course to be steered and for the necessary navigation. The officer in charge of the torpedoes receives the command to clear the loaded torpedo for firing, while the captain quietly calculates, first, the relative position of his boat to the enemy's ship according to the course she has taken; secondly, at which point he must aim the torpedo to take surest effect, and in the same way as in hunting a hare, he withholds the shot to correspond to his victim's gait. With lowered periscope he sees nothing that goes on above him on the sea, and, like a blind man, the boat feels its way through the green flood. Every possible event becomes a subject of conjecture. Will the fellow continue on the same course? Has he seen our periscope in the second it was exposed, and is he running away from us? Or, on the contrary, having seen us, will he put on full steam and try to run us down with a fatal death stroke from his prow? Now comes the announcement from the torpedo officer: "The torpedoes are cleared for firing." Once again the periscope springs for an instant to the surface, and then glides back into the protecting body of the turret. The captain exclaims, "We're at them," and the news spreads like wildfire through the crew. He gives a last rapid order to straighten the course of the boat. The torpedo officer announces, "Torpedo ready," and the captain, after one quick glance through the periscope, as it slides back into its sheath, immediately shouts, "Fire!" 2. A plucky merchantman. We were thus in the midst of a strong south westerly gale, lying in wait for our prey at the entrance of the English Channel, but no ship was to be seen. Most of them took the northerly course beyond the war zone, around the Shetland Islands, and it was not until the next morning, north of the Scilly Isles, in the Bristol Channel, that we caught sight behind us of a big steamer, running before the wind like ourselves. The wind had somewhat fallen, and the March sun was shining bright and warm. The steamer was heading for Cardiff, and we judged by her course that she had sailed from some port in South America. Turning about and breasting the waves, we faced the oncoming steamer and signalled to her to stop, but hardly had she espied us than she also turned about in the hope of escape. She showed no flag to indicate her nationality, so surely we had sighted an English vessel. Even after we had fired a warning shot, she tried by rapid and tortuous curves to return to her former course, and endeavour thereby to reach her home port. Meantime she sent up rockets as signals of distress in quick succession to draw the attention of British patrol ships that must be hovering in the neighbourhood. This obliged us to fire a decisive shot, and with a loud report our first shell struck the ship close to the captain's bridge. Instead of resigning himself to his fate, the Englishman sent up more signals and hoisted the British flag. This showed us he was game, and the fight began in dead earnest. All honour to the pluck of these English captains. But how reckless to expose in this manner the lives of their passengers and crew, as we shall see in the present instance. Circling around us, he tried to ram us with his prow, and we naturally avoided him by also turning in the same direction. Every time he veered about, he offered us his broadside for a shot. With well-directioned aim he took advantage of this target, and our successful fire gave him full proof of the skill of our gunners. The latter had a hard time of it. The high seas poured over the low deck, and they continually stood up to their necks in the cold salt water. They were often dragged off the deck by the great receding waves, but as they were tied by strong ropes to the cannons, they were able to pull them up again, and fortunately no lives were lost. On seeing our gunners struggling in the seas, our foe hoped to make good his escape, but with each telling shot our own fighting blood was aroused, and the wild chase continued. A well-aimed shell tore off the English flagstaff at the stern, but the Union Jack was quickly hoisted again on the foretop. This was also shot down, and a third time the flag flew from a line of the yard of the foretop, but the flag had been raised too hastily and it hung reversed, with the Union Jack upside down, and in this manner it continued to fly until it sank with the brave ship. The fight had lasted 4 hours without our being able to deliver the death stroke. Several fires had started on the steamer, but the crew had been able to keep them under control. Big holes gaped open in the ship's side, but there were none as yet below the water line, and the pumps still sufficed to expel the water. It often occurred that in the act of firing the waves choked our cannons, and the shot went hissing through tremendous sheets of water, while we were blinded by a deluge of foam. Of course we were all wet, through and through, but that was of no importance, for we had already been wet for days. It was now essential for us to put an end to this deadly combat, for English torpedo boat destroyers were hurrying on to the calls of distress of the steamer. Big clouds of smoke against the sky showed they were coming towards us under full steam. The ship was by this time listing so heavily that it was evident we need waste no more of our ammunition, and besides, the appearance of another big steamer on the southern horizon was an enticing inducement to quit the battle scene and seek another victim. We cast a last look on our courageous adversary, who was gradually sinking, and I must add it was the first and last prey whose end we did not have the satisfaction to witness. We had been truly impressed by the captain's brave endurance, notwithstanding his lack of wisdom, and we knew that the men of war were coming to his rescue. We read in the papers on our return to a German port that the Vosges had sunk soon after we had departed, and what remained of the passengers and crew were picked up by the English ships. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 66 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2021. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 66. The Work of the British Submarines, 1914 to 1917, by W. McNeil Dixon. In view of the extreme activity of German submarines, it seemed strange for a considerable period that the Allied submersibles were accomplishing so little. With the exception of an occasional exploit in the Dardanelles, the North Sea, or the Baltic, the Allied submarines appeared to be quiescent. Meanwhile, the Germans even ventured to send 2 merchant submarines the Deutschland and the Bremen across the Atlantic? The answer is found in the effectiveness of the British fleet in sweeping the seas of German warships and merchantmen. The Editor. The submarine is not a German invention. Nearly 150 years ago, in 1774, an Englishman named Day was drowned at Plymouth while experimenting with an underwater boat of his own invention. American engineers like Bushnell and Fulton did more than any others to perfect the type, and an American, Holland, first solved in a practical fashion the problem of submarine navigation. His vessel was so highly thought of in England that the construction of others was at once begun, and since 1901 submarines have formed part of the British Navy. At the beginning of hostilities, Germany had probably in commission 40 such vessels as against Britain's 60 or 70. Even in this region of naval strength on which she prides herself, she was inferior. Yet no one will deny that the deeds of German submarines have filled our ears, while little has been heard of Britain's doings beneath the sea. The reason is not far to seek. On all the seas of all the world, passenger, trading, and fishing vessels, line after line, pursue their lawful enterprises under the British flag. There is no scarcity of game for the hunter, and no great glory in the sport, for, add neutral ships, and on the busy streets of the sea one could hardly discharge a torpedo in any direction without striking something that floats. A week or two ago, wrote a voyager in the North Sea in October 1914, I counted at one time from one point 47 vessels, tramps, trawlers, drifters, all in full view, and I took no count of sailing craft or of vessels hull down in the offing. Not one of these was a German ship. All were open to the attack of German raiders, while for the British submarine commander not a single target was in view. Who then need feel surprised that vastly more has been heard of Germany than Britain in this form of war? One must allow that Germany's submarines achieved certain legitimate successes against warships, more especially in the early days, but these did nothing to alter the balance of naval power, and her great and less glorious campaign has been against defenseless vessels. Why has she devoted such energy and attention to submarine warfare? For no other reason than despair of doing anything else upon the seas. On and after February 18, 1915, every enemy ship found in the war region will be destroyed, she announced, without its being always possible to warn the crew or passengers of the dangers threatening. Before that date, indeed, vessels like Ben Cruachan had been sunk, for the sake, one supposes, of a little preliminary practice. But the world refused to believe that men had really come to this, that a great nation was prepared in pursuit of her purpose to slay both friends and enemies, to outrage and so cultivate the respect and admiration of humanity. They were driven to revise their estimate of what indeed was possible among Christians. On May 7th came the greatest moral shock civilization had ever received, and the black horror of it seemed to eclipse the last hopes of humankind. A great passenger liner, Lusitania, unarmed, a mere floating hotel crowded with innocent passengers, many of them Americans, deliberately mangled by a German torpedo, sank in a few minutes with 1,200 victims of the felon blow. Germany received the news with joyful applause, with thanksgiving to the German God, for was not this a signal proof of divine assistance? One point of extreme importance must here be emphasized. The British declaration of foodstuffs as absolute contraband followed the German attempt to starve her rival by the submarine attack on traders. Germany, though she represents Britain as the aggressor, herself initiated the starvation campaign. She saw and struck at Britain's vulnerable spot, the supply of food to her people. Von Tirpitz declared that he could starve England, and the German announcement bears the date February 1815. The British answer to it came in March of the same year. Probably no single accomplishment of the British Navy will in the end rank higher than the incomparable resource and incomprehensible skill with which it met the new, unexpected, and fiercely driven attack. Figure to yourself the task. Remember the number of possible victims on the crowded waters, the extent of the seas themselves, with their innumerable and hidden avenues of approach, the invisibility of the shark-like foe, the swift and stealthy advance from any quarter, the destructive character of his weapon. Imagine defending yourself in the dark from a blow which may be struck at any moment and from any direction. Well may von Tirpitz and his followers have believed that all precautions would be vain, and that the submarine ruthlessly employed must bring the hated foe to her knees. Resolutely wielded, it seemed impossible that it should fail. Despite its widely advertised activities and ravages among defenseless ships, against which, of course, any old blunderbuss of a weapon, if supported by speed, will serve, as a fighting vessel the submarine has proved distinctly disappointing. So slow a craft, no submersible can equal the speed of a surface ship, becomes the easy prey of a destroyer, which, traveling almost twice as fast, can cover considerably over a mile in the time a submarine takes to dive and ram it, even when some feet below the surface. Blind always by night, blind by day when the periscope is submerged, the submarine betrays itself in smooth water by a following wave, and attracts the unwelcome attention of excited seabirds to whom the strange monster is clearly visible far below the surface. Probably in the future its greatest enemy will be the airship, which discerns the unconscious enemy at a great depth, remains poised above it, waits for the rise, and then in perfect security drops a bomb which shatters and sinks it. This feat has already been performed by a British airman of Middelkerk on November 28, 1915. The effective handling, too, of this weapon, especially against swift-armed vessels, is not easily learned. We know what German submarines have, or have not, achieved since August 1914. Turn now to the other side of the account and contrast the work of British officers and men in these vessels, which have given so strange and unexampled a character to the naval war of today. Necessarily it was very different work, directed exclusively against the military strength of the Central Powers. The trade, as it is called in the British Navy, offers a field to adventurous spirits, and its doings have been many and astounding, but unadvertised. Long before Germany's, British submarines crossed the Atlantic, but their chief centers of operations, the war zones of the North Sea and the Dardanelles, gave to their commanders more varied and exciting problems than ocean cruising. The Sea of Marmora provided even more varied fare, hourly thrills of the finest quality. For here the game was complicated by a system of nets and wires of fabulous and fascinating intricacy, cunning beyond computation, while shore batteries and even horsemen on the cliffs, not to speak of patrolling tugs and dhows, let loose their artillery. Torpedo boats shepherded you, sweeping trawlers genially attempted to encircle you with nets, even at one time the men in a small steamboat leaning over tried to catch hold of the top of the periscope. A crowded scene and a busy life in the neighborhood of Constantinople. And when at the end of 3 weeks or so of this gentle art of sinking enemies, after losing possibly one of your periscopes by a well-aimed shot from a big gun, or bumping along the bottom in a fierce tide, watching the compass while the current swirls your vessel, or your coffin, to and fro, You crave a little respite and repose. You find it in the center of the Sea of Marmora, that shady, untilled garden of the East. So runs the tale as told by these young Britons, not indeed to the curious public, but in their logbooks for the better information of my lords at the Admiralty. Their business was, of course, that of grievous war, the harrying of transports and munition ships, the destruction of battleships like the Barbarossa or the ubiquitous gunboats. Passenger steamers they always spared, hospital ships went unmolested, and even when dhows laden with military stores had to be disposed of, the crews were towed inshore and given biscuits, beef, and rum and water, as they were rather wet. The Turk has proved a more honorable foe than his master the German. He both offers and receives courtesies. One is not surprised to hear that in these cases they parted from our humane commanders with many expressions of goodwill. End of section 66.
Section 67 of The World War. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The World War, Part 11, Airplanes and Zeppelins, Historical Note. Actions in the air began to take place immediately after the declaration of war. As early as August 2nd, 1914, both French and German airplanes were brought down. August 25th, Zeppelin bombs were dropped on Antwerp, and on the 30th, a German airplane dropped bombs on Paris. After this, the bombing of towns and cities by German aircraft became a common occurrence. Zeppelin raids on England came to be accepted as part of the war in the air. Airplanes were soon brought into use for reconnaissance over the enemy's lines and for the regulation and control of artillery fire by indicating targets, observing and reporting the results of gunfire. They are also employed for the taking of photographs of enemy trenches, strong points, battery positions and the effects of bombardments. Airmen have also rendered aid to the destroyers and the fleet, and have taken part in the destruction of submarines. Encounters in the air were at first between individual planes, but in time whole fleets of German airplanes were attacked by British or French squadrons. The fame of aviators increased too with the intensity of aerial warfare, and some of the more daring pilots were credited with the destruction of large numbers of enemy machines. Captain Georges Guynemer, the famous French aviator, who was brought down during a reconnaissance flight over Flanders in September 1917, had destroyed no less than 52 German machines, according to official reports. Great skill and daring have been shown in bombing expeditions and assaults upon enemy fleets. A compilation from the British, French and German official reports shows that 717 airplanes were shot down during April 1917 and 713 in May. Of this number, the Germans lost 369 machines in April and 442 in May. The increasing losses on the Teutonic side indicate that the Allies have been winning the supremacy of the air. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2021. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 68, Flying in the War Zone by Theta. The writer of the following selection is an Englishman who entered the service of the Royal Flying Corps as soon as his extreme youth would permit. His training began with flights under careful supervision in England. Then, as an authorized pilot, he was transferred to the continent, in readiness for active service. The Editor. I am here at last. Where that is, however, I can't tell you. We had a good journey. You would hardly believe we were on active service here, although we are, of course, within hearing of the big guns. There is a stream nearby where we can bathe. We have sleeping huts fitted with electric light, nice beds, a good mess, and a passable aerodrome. The fellows all seem nice too. I have been up several times, but have not had a job yet. I have been learning the district, and how to land and rise on cinder paths 10 feet wide. A good landing is a bounce of about 20 feet into the air, and a diminuendo of bounces, like a grasshopper, until you pull up. Everyone here is cheerful and thinks flying is a gentleman's game, and infinitely better than the trenches. When your work is over for the day, there is no more anxiety until your next turn comes round, for you can read and sleep out of range of the enemy's guns. What a pity the whole war could not be conducted like that, both sides out of range of each other's guns all the time. On Thursday I went up with an officer observer on a patrol to look for Huns and gun flashes, etc. We could not see anything above 3,000 feet, so we came down to 2,500 feet and flew up and down the lines, well on this side though, for a couple of hours. I thus got a splendid view of the trenches for miles, and it was awfully interesting to see the fields in some places behind our lines, originally green pasture land, now almost blotted out with shell holes and mine craters. This morning we were up at 2:30 o'clock. We got up 8,000 feet and waited the signal to proceed from our leading machine, but the clouds below us completely blotted out the ground, so we were signaled to descend. When I had dived through the clouds at 5,000 feet, I discovered to my surprise what appeared to be another layer of clouds down below, and no sign of the ground at all. I came lower and lower with my eyes glued on the altimeter, and still no sign of the ground. Finally I went through the clouds until I was very low, and then suddenly I saw a row of trees in front of me, pulled up, cleared them, and was lost in the fog or clouds again. I decided that that place was not good enough, and not knowing where I was, I flew west by my compass for about a quarter of an hour, and came down very low again. This time we had more success, and could occasionally see patches of ground fairly well from about twice the height of a small tree. We cruised around until we spotted a field, and, after good examination of it, landed all right, and found on inquiry, to our great relief, that we were in France. The observer officer and I shook hands when we landed. We returned later in the day when the weather cleared up. I am not the only one who had a forced landing, but we all came out all right, I believe. I have been putting off writing till I can tell how I like German Archies, anti-aircraft guns. Yesterday I was some miles across the line with my observer, as an escort to another machine, and was Archied. Shells bursting all around, and some directly under me. While the machine wasn't riddled, I don't know. I was nearly 10,000 feet up too. The Archies burst, leaving black puffs of smoke in the air, so that the gunners could see the result. Those puffs were all over the sky. Talk about dodge. Banking both ways at once. Horrible. What's more, I had to stay over them, dodging about until the other machine chose to come back or finished directing the shooting. Both W and J, who came here with me, got holes in their planes from Archie the day before yesterday, and W had a scrap with a Fokker yesterday and got 30 holes through his plane about 3 feet from his seat. The Fokker approached to within 25 feet. W had a mechanic with him, and he fired a drum of ammunition at it, and the Fokker dived for the ground. So the pilot was either wounded or... Well, they don't know how the machine landed, but are hoping to hear from the people in the trenches. My latest adventure is that my engine suddenly stopped dead when I was a mile over the German lines. My top tank petrol gauge was broken and was registering 12 gallons when it was really empty. I dropped 1,000 feet before I could pump up the petrol from the lower tank and was being archied too, but I could have got back to our side easily even if the engine had refused to start, though it would have been unpleasant to cross the lines at a low altitude. I was flying at 2:45 this morning. I was orderly pilot and a Hun was reported in the neighborhood. I went to bed after 2 hours flying and was knocked up again, all this before I had anything to eat or drink. The Hun I was chasing, or rather looking for, on my second patrol was brought down a few miles from our aerodrome by a French aviator. The pilot and observer were killed. Neither my observer nor I saw anything at all of the fight, as we were patrolling farther down the line. The smash was brought to our place and taken away by the French. The machine seemed essentially German, very solid and thick, weight no object. I had another 20 minutes night flying a couple of nights ago and did a good landing. It was almost pitch dark, and there was a long row of clouds at 2,000 feet which hid the moon. We had flares out and a searchlight lighting up the track, but from the moment you start moving you go out into inky darkness, flying on, seeing nothing till the altimeter tells you that you are high enough to turn. Then round, and the twinkling lights of the aerodrome beneath. Higher, and gradually, as you become accustomed to the dark, you pick out a roof here and a clump of trees there, till finally the picture is complete. At length you throttle down the engine and glide, keeping a watchful eye on the altimeter, aerodrome and airspeed indicator. When about 400 feet up, you open out your engine again and fly in toward the aerodrome, stopping your engine just outside. Then you glide down and land alongside the flares. Today I went up to take photos and went over the lines 4 times, carefully sighting the required trenches and taking 18 photos. I spent nearly 2.5 hours in the air, and when I got back, I found the string that worked the shutter had broken after my 3rd photo, and the rest had not come out. It was disappointing, because my last 3 journeys over the lines need not have been made, and incidentally it would have saved getting a hole through one of my planes. Well, I went up night bombing yesterday. I went up after dinner, and as it was a bit misty I signaled down, bad mist. They signaled to me to come down, but as I didn't want any doubts on the subject I sloped off toward the lines. I soon lost sight of the flares and then became absolutely and completely lost. Everything was inky black and I could see only an occasional thing directly below me. My map board was in the way of my compass, so I pulled the map off, chucked the board over the side, and then flew east for about 1/4 of an hour when I saw some lights fired. I crossed the lines about 4,000 feet up and tried to find my objective, but it was no go. I went about 4 miles over and came down to 2,000 feet with my engine throttled down, but could not even recognize what part I was over, owing to the mist. Then, to my surprise, the Huns loosed off some Archies nowhere near me, so I expect they couldn't see me, but it looked dripping. They got a searchlight going and flashed it all round, passing always over the top of me. Then some more flares went up from the lines, and I could see the ground there beautifully, as clear as day, and some deep craters, but it did not show me sufficient to enable me to recognize what part of the lines I was over. Deciding it was hopeless, I set out for home, flying due west by my compass. It seemed ages before I picked up the aerodrome lights again, and I was afraid I might have drifted away sideways. But I spotted them all right, and just as I was nearing them, passed another of our machines about 200 yards in the darkness. Then I signaled down and came in perched, with all my bombs on, of course. Yesterday, G and I were doing a big shoot some 4 miles or so over the lines, and as it was a bit misty, we went up to about 6,000 feet and sat right over our target for about a quarter of an hour. There was a Hun patrol of 3 machines buzzing round that neighborhood, and when they got within a few hundred yards, I thought it was about time to draw G's attention to the matter. He sat up with a jerk, gave a quick glance round, never noticed them, and glued himself on his target again. "All right," I said to myself, "you'll wake up with a jump in a minute." To my surprise, 2 of the Huns took no notice of us and went on, while the third circled about very diffidently, watching us. Once he passed right over about 200 feet above us, and at that moment G looked up. You could see the black iron crosses painted on a background of silver on the wings, and at that G moved, and quickly too. I was busy watching the Hun, and did not feel a bit excited or nervous. I watched and waited, and then suddenly the Hun stuffed his nose down and swooped behind us, and we heard his machine gun popping away like mad. I waited till he was about 100 yards away, and then did a vertically banked about turn and went slap for him, and let him have about 40 rounds at about 70 yards range. G had his gun ready to fire when the Hun turned and made for home. We chased him just a short way for moral effort, and then went back to our target and on with the job, dropping bombs. We were awfully surprised when he didn't come back. I suppose we scared him or something. This little chat took place about 7,000 feet up, and 5 miles on their side of the lines. End of section 68.
Section 69 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A French fighting plane. Photograph, page 402. Generally speaking, the air fleet is divided into 4 classes. First come the fighters, flying at a height of 10,000 to 15,000 feet. Their duty is to keep off all enemy planes so that the other squadrons can perform their work. Next, at a height of 6,000 feet, come the photographers and observers, the eyes of the staff, whose task it is to gather information regarding the enemy terrain and activity. Below these are the spotters, the eyes of the guns. Flying at about 5,000 feet, they direct the artillery fire, wirelessing the range to their batteries. Last of all come the scouts and bombers, the eyes of the infantry. From an altitude of 500 to 1,000 feet, they sweep the enemy trenches with bombs and machine guns and carry information to the infantry. Alone of modern fighters, the airman is encouraged to develop his initiative, and many of the most famous have characteristic methods of their own. Guynemer, for instance, the premier ace of the French flying forces, preferred to approach his antagonists from below, rearing up his machine to fire, and if he missed, looping the loop to avoid a collision. Immelmann, the great German aviator, preferred on the other hand to hide behind a cloud and swoop on his unsuspecting prey from above. The airplane shown in the illustration is one of the speedy French Nieuwpoort scout machines, capable of making over 130 miles an hour and climbing at a rate of 1,000 feet a minute. The machine gun is operated by electricity from the pilot's seat. It was from one of these wasps of the air that Captain Guynemer shot down most of the 53 enemy planes with which he was credited before his death in September 1917. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 70. A Zeppelin Raid in London, 1915, by Louis R. Freeman. The Zeppelin raids against England began January 19th, 20th, 1915, with the attack on Yarmouth, Cromer, Sherrington, and King's Lynn. Up to August 22nd, 34 raids had taken place, according to Major Baird of the Aerial Board, in 10 of which no casualties had occurred, while 384 people were killed in the remainder. Several more raids occurred in 1916, and then there was a lull until March 16, 1917. The toll of Zeppelins lost was heavy from the first. 10 were lost in 1914, before the raids in England began. 19 were lost in 1915, 11 were destroyed or sunk in 1916, and 8 in 1917 up to October 19th, when 3 were shot down by the French on the Alsace border. The losses began August 23, 1914, when a Zeppelin was brought down by French guns at Bogle. The English naval pilots began as early as October 1914 to bring down these airships, and on November 21st, 2 were destroyed in a raid on Friedrichshafen. During 1917, the Zeppelin raids were supplemented by airplanes, and the casualties were greater. May 26th, 76 persons were killed, and 174 injured on a raid in Folkestone. In the raid of June 13th, 104 were killed, and 403 injured, and on July 11th, 37 were killed and 141 injured in London. The Editor. Last night, September 1915, was clear, calm, and moonless, ideal Zeppelin conditions, and walking down from my hotel to the Coliseum at 8 o'clock, I noticed that the searchlights were turning the dome of the sky into one great kaleidoscope with their weaving bands of brightness. The warming-up drill was over as I entered the music hall, and returning home at the end of the top-liners act, I picked my precarious way by the light of the stars and the diffused halos of what had once been street lamps. I was in bed by 11:15, and it was but a few moments later that the distant but unmistakable boom of a bomb smote upon my unpillowed ear. I was at my east-facing window with a jump, and an instant later the opaque curtain of the night was being slashed to ribbons by the awakening searchlights. For a minute or two, all of them seemed to be reeling blind and large across the empty heavens, and then, guided by the nearing explosions, one after another they veered off to the east and focused in a great cone of light where 2 or 3 slender slivers of vivid brightness were gliding nearer above the dim bulks of the domes and spires of the city. Swiftly, undeviatingly, relentlessly, these little pale yellow dabs came on, carrying with them, as by a sort of magnetic attraction, the tip of the cone formed by the converged beams of the searchlights. Nearer and louder sounded the detonations of the bombs. Now they burst in salvos of 3s and 4s, now singly at intervals, but with never more than a few seconds between. Always a splash of lurid light preceded the sound of the explosion, in most instances to be followed by the quick leap of flames against the skyline. Many of these fires died away quickly, sometimes through lack of fuel, as in a stone-paved court, more often, though, being subdued by the firemen, scores of whose engines could be heard clanging through the streets. Others waxed bright, and spread until the yellow shafts of the searchlights paled against the heightening glow of the eastern heavens. The wooden clackety-clack of the raiders' propellers came to my ears at about the same moment that the sparkling trail of the fuse of an incendiary bomb against the loom of a familiar spire roughly located the van of the attack, as now about half a mile distant. After that, things happened so fast that my recollections, though photographically vivid, are somewhat disconnected. My last calmly calculative act was to measure one of the oncoming airships, then about 25 degrees from directly overhead, between the thumb and forefinger of my outstretched right hand, these extended to their utmost, framing the considerably foreshortened gas bag with about a half-inch to spare. Up to this moment the almost undeviating line of flight pursued by the approaching Zeppelins appeared as likely to carry them on one side of my coign of vantage as the other. That is to say, they seemed not unlikely to be going to pass directly overhead. It was at this juncture, not unnaturally, that it occurred to me that the basement, for the next minute or two at least, would be vastly preferable, for any but observation purposes, to my top-floor window. Before I could translate this discretionary impulse into action, however, a small but brilliant light winked twice or thrice from below the leading airship, and a point or two of change was made in the course, with the possible purpose, it has since occurred to me, of swinging across the great group of conjoined railway termini a half-mile or so to the north. This meant that the swath of the bombs would be cut at least 100 yards to the northeast, and impelled by the fascination of the unfolding spectacle, I remained at my window. During the next half-minute the bombs fell singly at 3 or 4 second intervals. Then the blinking light flashed out under the leader again, probably the order for rapid fire, and immediately afterwards a number of sputtering fire trails, not unlike the wakes of meteors, lengthened downward from beneath each of the 2 airships. I might explain that I did not see more than 2 Zeppelins at any one time, though some have claimed to have seen 3. Immediately following the release of the bombs, lines of fire streamed in a forward curve, but from about halfway down their fall was almost perpendicular. As they neared the earth, the hiss of cloven air, similar but not so high-keyed as the shriek of a shell, became audible, and a second or two later the flash of the explosion and the rolling boom were practically simultaneous. Between 8 and a dozen bombs fell in a length of 5 blocks, and at a distance from 1 to 300 yards from my window, the echoes of one explosion mingling with the burst of the next. Broken glass tinkled down to the left and right, and a fragment of slate from the roof shattered upon my balcony. But the most remarkable phenomenon was the rush of air from, or rather to, the explosion. With each detonation I leaned forward instinctively and braced myself for a blow on the chest, and lo, it descended upon my back. The same mysterious force burst inward my half-latched door, and all down one side of the square curtains were streaming outward from open or broken windows. Tremendous as was the spectacle of the long line of fires extending out of eye-scope to the city and beyond, there is no denying that the dominating feature of the climax of the raid was the Zeppelins themselves. Emboldened, perhaps, by the absence of gunfire, these had slowed down for their parting salvo so as to be almost hovering when the bombs were dropped opposite my vantage point. Brilliantly illuminated by the searchlights, whose beams wove about below them like the ribbons on a maypole dance, the clean lines of their gaunt frameworks stood out like bas-reliefs in yellow wax. Every now and then one of them would lurch violently upward, probably at the release of a heavy bomb. But controlled by rudders and planes, the movement had much of the easy power of the dart of a great fish. Indeed, there was strong suggestion of something strangely familiar in the lithe grace of these sleek yellow bodies, in the swift swayings and rightings, in the powerful gliding movements of those hinged tails, and all at once the picture of a gaunt man-eater nosing his terribly purposeful way below the keel of a South Sea pearler flashed to my mind, and the words, "Sharks! Sharks of the air!" leaped to my lips. while the marauders still floated with bare steerageway and flaunting disdain. The inexplicably delayed firing order to the guns was flashed around, and, like a pack of dogs baying the moon, and with scarcely more effect, London's air defence came into action. Everything from machine guns to 3 and 4 inchers, not one in the lot built for anti-aircraft work, belched forth the best it had. Up went the bullets and shrapnel, and down they came again, down on the roofs and streets of London. Far, far below the contemptuous airships, the little stars of bursting shrapnel spat forth their steel bullets in spiteful impotence, and back they rained on the tiles and cobbles. Suddenly a gruffer growl burst forth from the yelping pack, as the gunners of some hitherto unleashed piece of ordnance received orders to join the attack. At the first shot, a starburst pricked the night in the rear of the second airship, and well in line with it. A second exploded fairly above it, and then, all at once, I was conscious that the searchlights were playing on a swelling cloud of white mist which was trailing away into the northeast. The Zeppelin had evidently taken a leaf from the book of the squid. I have been under shell fire on several occasions, and I confess quite frankly that I never before felt anywhere near so panicky as during that long half-minute in which the airships appeared certain to pass directly overhead. The explanation of this, it seems to me, may be found in the fact that, in the trenches or in a fort which is under fire, one is among cool, determined, and often callous men who are meeting the expected as part of the day's work, while in a Zeppelin raid one is more or less unconsciously affected by the unexpectedness of it, and by the very natural terror of the unhardened non-combatants. At any rate, to say that there was not a very contagious brand of terror in the air in the immediate vicinity of the swath of last night's raid would be to say something that was not true of my own neighborhood. As soon as the firing ceased, I slipped into my street clothes and hurried out, reaching the square perhaps 10 minutes after the last bomb had fallen. That terror still brooded was evident from the white, anxious faces at street doors and basement gratings. At the end of a block, my feet were crunching glass at every step, and a few moments later I was in the direct track of the raid. By a strange chance, it is impossible that it could have happened by intent, that last fierce rain of bombs had descended upon the one part of London where the hospitals stand thicker than in any other. And yet, while every one of these was windowless and scarred from explosions in streets and adjacent squares, not one appeared to have been hit. One large building devoted entirely to nervous disorders was a bedlam of hysteria, and the nurses are said to have had a terrible time in getting their patients in hand. From another, given over to infantile paralysis, hip disease, and other ailments of children, came a pitiful chorus of wails in baby treble. The other hospitals, including 1 or 2 foreign ones, appeared to be proceeding quietly with their share of the work of succor, receiving and caring for the victims as fast as they could be hurried in. The fires, except for a couple of wide glows in the direction of the city and a gay geyser of flame from a broken gas main in the next block, had disappeared as if by magic, and most of the places where bombs had dropped in this vicinity could be located only by the little knots of people before the barred doors, or by following a line of hose from an engine. Except for an occasional stretcher being borne out to a waiting ambulance, the killed and maimed were little in evidence, and but for a chance encounter with a friend who was doing some sort of volunteer surgical work, I should have failed entirely to have an intimate glimpse of the grimmer side of the raid. I had jostled him at a barrier where the crowd was being held back from a bombed tenement, and he pressed me into service forthwith. 13 Zeppelins raided the eastern and northeastern counties of England October 19, 1917, 34 persons being killed and 56 injured. On the return voyage, the Zeppelins were attacked by French airmen. 4 machines were destroyed and 3 captured. L-49 was brought down intact, the first one thus captured since the war began. The commander and his crew leaped out, and the commander tried to destroy the Zeppelin, but was compelled to surrender. Experts were then summoned to examine the machine. It was found to be 470 feet long, with 5 motors of 460 horsepower each, 1 in the forward car, 1 in each of the side cars, and 2 in the rear car. This Zeppelin is further described as follows by the Boston transcript. Outside, the airship is painted black, but inside the central gallery, which runs practically the whole length of the ship, everything is yellowish in color, from the metal work to the ballonets. In the central gallery, which is arranged neatly in compartments, are all sorts of spare parts, oxygen apparatus for the use of the crew in great altitudes, and life buoys in case of a wreck at sea, hand grenades, parachutes, etc. She was able to carry about 11,500 kilograms, about 11 1/2 tons, of explosives, and she had a very well fitted up wireless room. Examination also revealed that in the construction of the framework of a Zeppelin, from 10 to 12 tons of aluminum are employed. The covering of the 18 balloons enclosed inside the big outer envelope is made of cotton substance lined with gold beater skin instead of with rubber, and the quantity used is so large that the intestines of 30,000 cattle go to the making of the material for one Zeppelin. Each of the 18 balloons is fitted with a valve, and separated from those on each side of it by a funnel to carry off the explosive mixture of the hydrogen of the balloons, the oxygen of the air, and the gases given off by the engines. When all 5 motors are working together, 1 contained in the forward car, 1 in each of the 2 side cars, and 2 in the rear car, the speed attained is 68 miles per hour. But as a rule, all the engines are not used at one time, and the normal rate of flight is from 50 to 56 miles per hour. The ordinary crew consists of 22 men, but during raids only 18 are carried. The cubic capacity of the present Zeppelin is from 50 to 60,000 cubic meters, about 1,060,000 cubic feet, or about 10 times the capacity of the first that were built, and they are being made at the rate of about 2 a month. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 71. A Great Air Battle by a British War Correspondent. This is the story of how 5 British airplanes fought 27 Germans and beat them, sending 8 to earth, crashing, crippled, or in flames. It was on Saturday, May the 5th, 1917, a day of great heat, when there was a haze so thick that you could hardly see the ground from a height of 2,000 feet. Our men had started fairly late in the afternoon, and at 5 o'clock were well over in enemy country, when, with the sun at their backs, they saw 2 enemy machines ahead. They tried to close with the enemy, who made some show of giving fight. It was only a show, however, for as our leading machine drew near, the Germans turned and made with all speed for home. The tactics suggested that the 2 enemy machines were only decoys, intended to lure our little flotilla as far as possible from its base, and the suspicion was soon confirmed. Even as we started to chase the 2 flying enemies, out of the haze and void on all sides new fleets came closing in. The new arrivals flew in 3 formations, 2 of which contained 8 machines, and the third contained 9, making 25 German airplanes, all of a uniform fighting type, to whom the other two, which had now ceased to run away, joined themselves, making 27 enemy machines in all. One of the enemy fleets, taking advantage of the thick air, had passed behind our little squadron and came at it, as from the direction of our own lines, straight between it and the sun. An awkward direction from which to have an enemy flying at you late in the afternoon when the sun is getting fairly low. The two other fleets came from the southeast and northeast. As they approached, they spread out so that our men were ringed around with enemies on every side. The fight began at about 11,000 feet, but in the course of the things that followed it ranged anywhere from 3,000 feet to 12,000 feet up and down the ladders of heaven. And the extraordinary fact is that all the while that it went on, German anti-aircraft guns below kept at work. Usually, as soon as airplanes engage overhead, the arches are silent for fear of hitting the wrong man. And whether the German gunners were drunk with excitement at what was going on above them, or whether it was that our machines formed so isolated and compact a mass in the heart of the great maelstrom that it seemed still possible to shoot at them in safety, is not known. At all events, the tumult of the skies was increased by the constant pumping into the tangled mass of shells from the ground. The actual fighting lasted for a full hour, from 5 to 6 o'clock, an extraordinary time for such a thing, and during all that hour our men fought tooth and nail. And the fight had lasted but a few minutes when we drew first blood, and an enemy machine which Captain A had attacked went down in flames, with the wings of one side shot away. Then it was Lieutenant B's turn. He caught his adversary at close range fairly, and the German airplane went down, turning over as it fell straight down 11,000 feet, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Lieutenant C scored next, his enemy's machine spinning plumb down to where, somewhere below the haze, it must have crashed. Then, for a moment, it seemed that our luck was turning. Lieutenant B's engine gave out, and he was compelled to leave the formation. It is a simple phrase, but what it means is that, helpless and with engine still, the airplane dropped out of the fight from 11,000 feet down to 3,000 feet. It was a dizzying drop, and as he fell, an enemy, seeing him defenceless and scenting easy prey, went after him. But other eyes were watching. Lieutenant C saw his crippled comrade slipping downward, and saw the German diving after. Quick as a flash he followed, and before the German could do his work, the British airplane was almost touching the tail of his machine, and in another second the German turned clean over in the air and then crashed nose foremost into the abyss. Then, almost by a miracle, B's engine caught its breath again. Once more the machine was under control, and B, who was one of those who were new to the game, climbed and rejoined the formation. Some 8,000 feet he had to climb, with the baffled arches blazing at him from below, up into the inverted hell above, where his 4 comrades were fighting enemies who outnumbered them 6 to 1. Just as he rejoined, another German fell. It was A's second victim of the day, and friend and foe alike saw the machine go, sheeted in flames down into the Gulf. Then once again it seemed that a throw had gone against us, for, still under control but with flames bursting from its reserve petrol tank, one of our machines began to drop. Again an enemy, glimpsing an easy quarry, dived for the flaming ruin as it fell, but, quicker than he, A also dived, and while our crippled machine, still belching flames, slid off with its nose set for home, the German, mortally hit, dropped like a stone. It was just retribution. The unwritten laws of this marvellous game prescribe that no honourable fighter attack an enemy in flames. Such an enemy is out of the fight and has trouble enough for a brave man. The German who dived for our burning machine knew that he was doing an unchivalrous thing, and it may be that that knowledge unnerved him so that he paid the penalty. Strangely enough, our burning airplane got home. I have seen the wreckage with the reserve petrol tank on the roof bearing 2 bullet holes on one side and great ragged tears on the other side where the bullets passed out. The whole tank is scorched and crumpled. The flames had burned away the whole central span of the upper plane. The thick rear main spar was charred and burnt through, and 2 ribs were completely severed and hung with loose blackened ends. Yet, like a great blazing meteor, it crossed our lines and came to earth, not, indeed, at its home, but on safe and friendly ground. And, as another airman said to me in admiration, he made a perfectly topping landing. Meanwhile, the wonderful fight was drawing to a close. The British pilot, Lieutenant D, emptied a belt from his machine gun into an enemy when so close that his wings almost brushed the other's rudder, and the enemy turned turtle clear over on his back and, spurting out a thick column of black smoke, went down. Some of the enemy were already drawing off, but our men were in no mood to let them go. It is harder to get out of a losing fight than it is to begin it, and before the enemy mob could disentangle itself from the battle, 2 more of their machines had gone to earth, one, his third of the fight, falling to Lieutenant C, and one to Lieutenant E. Then the last 4 of our machines, still lords of the air, came home. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 72 of the World War. Read for LibriVox.org by Todd. The World War, Part 12. The Hospital and Ambulance Services. Historical Note. The hospital and ambulance services of the Great War have kept pace with the modern modes of warfare, thanks to the automobile and other modern inventions. The Allied ambulances on the Western Front have been driven by some of the bravest and most devoted men, among them Americans who very early volunteered for service in France. Venturing even to the first-line trenches in quest of the wounded, these daring men have taken the greatest possible risks as they drove their machines over ditches and along rough roads to the nearest relief station or hospital, there to turn over their precious charges to the awaiting surgeons. The hospitals in turn have been provided with every device made available by modern knowledge and skill, and manned by surgeons whose consecration to their work was unsurpassed. A remarkably large number of men have been returned to the firing line from the hospitals. Meanwhile, stretcher-bearers, ambulance drivers, and surgeons have had a new and most sad kind of case to deal with since the days of gas attacks by the Germans. The Red Cross has rendered assistance on all fronts in cooperation with the special relief organization of each country or army, such as the Royal Army Medical Corps of Great Britain, and the Red Cross has been employed as a common designation. The combined organizations include the casualty clearing stations in the field hospital, the stationary and general hospitals at the base, and the more distant hospitals in the home countries. The losses involved in some of the greater conflicts, such as the Battle of the Somme, have tested the relief and medical organizations to the utmost, and called for the most heroic devotion. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 73. Behind the Yser, 1916, by Maude Mortimer. The French Field Hospital, mentioned in the following sketch, is about 5 miles from the firing line. To it are brought the wounded, who may not without danger go farther. Maude Mortimer is one of many American women who volunteered for this service. The Editor. The sun rises at last on a glistening world. All night a furious cannonade has broken the secretive silence of the falling snow. It has grown at times so violent that our shacks have creaked and rocked, and our beds rumbled under us, as though sharply twitched, and springing back with a vibratory movement, starting from the corner, pointing toward the loudest noise. High up to the right, stodgily, swings a Soquis observation balloon, keeping watch on the enemy lines, and aeroplanes with their painted discs, red, white, and blue, buzz over us like great blowflies. More and more of them speckle the distance, while little balls of smoke, now black, now white, materialize around them for a moment, then are unwound and dragged in long feathery wakes by the light breeze, until finally engulfed in the insatiable blue of the cloudless day. Uninterruptedly the routine of the hospital runs on, to the accompaniment of the continuous roar along the front. Up and down the wooden pathways the stretcher-bearers carry the wounded from their wards to the operating rooms, and back again to their beds, the scarlet stretcher blankets showing up against the snow. There is plenty of time today to attend to them all. In the afternoon, our dapper general, in immaculate red trousers, dustless black coat, and braided cap, his hand on the shining scabbard at his side, pauses for a moment to listen. Then, looking along the suffering beds, he says exultantly, "C'est moi qui tire." All day long, bang and rattle, rattle and bang, a series of apparently disconnected explosions, or the continuous jarring sound of machine guns, like long heavy chains dragged clanking through iron hawse holes, the whole forming in my mind a rhythmic sequence to which a graphic form, linked loops and dots, domed curves, and sharply pointed angles, jerked from the point of some monster telegraphic needle, might perhaps be given. For 24 hours, no newcomers. The obsession of the thundering guns lifts from our spirits as we remember the general's words and begin to hope the damage done is all on the other side. It is nearly dinner time. Suddenly 3 whistles announcing the arrival of blessés, wounded, sound shrilly. Off I speed, trying to keep my balance on the narrow paths, now slippery in the evening frost. Standing at the door of the salle d'attente are 2 ambulances, the drivers with grave faces, holding lanterns, while stretcher-bearers gently lift or help the wounded out of the cars. 2, 4, 6, 7. They are all in now. I follow them into the long room, round which, from lanterns, dim black-framed slices of light move unsteadily. 3 men, variously bandaged, stand facing me, smiling good evening. On stretchers on the floor are 4 shapeless heaps. A second to check a wave of sick apprehension at sight of them. Whose need is the most pressing? We unwrap blankets, lift them one by one onto beds, but here is one who cannot be moved. He seems unconscious. The left trouser has been split open to the top, leaving bare a leg, the knee a little raised, mottled blue by gunpowder. It lies queerly zigzag on the stretcher in an unleg-like way. The right leg is bandaged, as also the whole right arm and hand, of which the bandages are soaked with recent bleeding. The upper part of the left arm is bandaged too, and as for the head, tiny rivulets of blood from scalp, forehead, and nose have trickled down it like some ghastly wig combed over the face, leaving nothing familiarly human visible, and have spread to neck and chest as far as we can see through the partly opened shirt. Is this thing lying there so still alive? Hot water bottles quickly. I take the right boot off the frozen foot, and am just beginning to cut the laces of the other heavy boot, which still hangs on the end of the limp, bare, blue leg, when a clear, firm voice says, "Don't give yourself the trouble, madam, to remove that. When they cut off my leg, the boot can come off with it. I look up and catch the glance of two steady, bright young eyes peering at me through that lamentable mask. Y.M.C.A, 79th Territorials. That is all, written on a card over your bed, indelibly also written in my memory. Why do I so remember you, Y.M.C.A? You came in the night when I was not even on duty. It did not fall to me to cut off the torn, blood-soaked clothes, to give you the first cheer, the first warmth after the wet, cold, unthinkable trenches and the torturing journey over rough roads in a poorly hung ambulance where in the dark you must have lain, silently shrinking under each fresh jolt. It snowed the night you came in, and all the day following, a fine hard snow that sparkled on the little wooden ways that spanned the mud between our shacks. It sparkled, too, on the high-sitting old windmill, which through so many sunsets I have seen turning, like Verhaaren's mill, on a sky couleur de lis. Even the colour of the lees of wine was not in the sky on that evening when you found your place in my memory, Y.M.C.A. I did not see your wounds. Sometimes that gaping, indecent horror photographs itself on the mind. They told me you had come in full of shrapnel wounds, but that was true of so many others. Once or twice during the day, as I passed your bed, I had smiled you a comment allez-vous, mon ami, how are you, my friend, and heard your patient ce ne va pas très bien, ma sœur, when at nightfall of that same white day I turned into salle 4, you were not in my mind, Y.M.C.A. I had forgotten the big stretcher-bearer who lay so uncomplainingly in bed 6. The ward was darkened, and the day orderlies had gone off duty. Only the orderly whose watch held him there until midnight was noiselessly moving from bed to bed, preparing the men for their night of pain. But round bed 6 the screens were drawn, and hearing me open the door, a nurse beckoned to me from a space between them. He has just died. I am alone. Will you help me to lay him out? There you were, the play of that patient smile still across your lips. The doctors had done what they could for you, but your wounds were too many, and a terrible hemorrhage had left you too weak to bear more. Both your legs were bandaged from hip to heel. Take the forceps out of that wound and put on layers of wool and more bandages, the nurse whispered, and as I obey and add to the deforming bandages wool, and yet more wool, you seem so little dead, so warm, that with a shame-faced sense of intrusion I expect to see your eyes turn on me, or a look of pain tighten your lips. No muscle moves. We can do as we will with you. We cannot hurt you. You are warm, yet far away. You are warm, yet life which your athlete's body and strong, sweet face had perhaps made dear to you, has gone as capriciously, as mysteriously as she came. Are you satisfied not to be? I vaguely wonder. Or is that quiet smile merely the tribute of the parting guest to his host, a well-bred acknowledgment of favours received, of discomforts too short-lived to be remembered? We have wrapped you in your shroud, fastened the corner with its purple satin cross over your head. The nurse has stolen away through the hushed and now sleeping ward to call the stretcher-bearers. I stand beside you, becoming compassionately more and more aware of the fine, strong lines of your body. Then suddenly I glance up and see the card over your bed, Y.M.C.A, 79th Territorials. What are you to me but a name, a fine line, a thrill at one more turn of the screw among so many others heroically born? Yet from that moment you live for me, on some sunny countryside in France, or your mother, your wife, your gosses playing at soldiers perhaps, and talking of your home-coming. All unconscious are they that you lie here, shrapnel-torn, in this darkened sleeping ward, still warm but dead, while I, stooping down, give you in their place the kiss of peace. The living give the dead. You have been dead since the beginning of the world, yet you are still warm, Eugène Seurat. Why does your name so echo in my memory? What were you, Eugène Seurat? When I arrived, he, Legru, was already one of the pets of the hospital and the pride of the doctors, not because of any show of health he made, poor lamb, but because he was still alive, after all they had been allowed to do to him, and out of gratitude to him for all they thought they had learned to do against another time. As a little boy he had been an acrobat, and his delicate grown-up boniness still gave one some idea of what that reedy childhood must have been. Then, weary of that hard life, or kicked out of the company for some slip, he became a waiter in a café. Never very communicative, he was as silent on that score as on others. We can only infer that something learned there or before led him to commit le crime, ever so little a one, perhaps, such as many we know may have committed. Only, you see, he was so thin in body and environment, there was nothing with which to cover it up, while others, less exposed, well padded with fortune and with place, sail virtuously on their ways, all unsuspected. This crime, then, he, as I have said, having nothing with which to hide it, lay not only naturally bare, but was dragged into a glittering artificial light by those whose interest it may have been to blacken and defame him, and so gain another soldier for the not too popular African light infantry. He was condemned, of course, and poured, as they so forcibly say, into the Bataillon d'Afrique to be a Zephyr or Joyeux, then and until his death. Brave boys, many of these Joyeux are. Their crimes forgotten, when the war bugles blow, they are sent to the hottest corners for having nothing to lose but a trifling something of physical enjoyment, and perhaps of physical comfort. They fight with a daring and a foolhardiness born of their adventurous, irresponsible lives. Their zealous light-heartedness wins for them their name, and if good fighters, they are no less heroes under suffering as I, for one, happen to know. There is always, of course, a chance of rehabilitation dangled before the eyes of any one of them who, more desperate than the rest, shall win a military laurel by some signal deed of daring. Once the cross or medal is pinned on his breast, he can, if still whole, be poured into a regiment of better social repute, whitewash his blackened name, and salve the old family sore that his backsliding may have caused. But as one boy explained to me, the grapes so gathered too often turn sour in the eating. It is sufficient for a theft or some unfathered act of insubordination to be committed in his new surroundings. Presto, it is the Joyeux who is guilty. Why go any farther? We have all heard of the dog, and his name, the Joyeux, even with his cross of honor, bought at a so much higher price than other people's crosses, generally prefers to remain in his own battalion, where there is honor even among thieves. Our Legru, then, joyous one, or a light breeze, a bullet through the spleen and kidney, half flayed, with stomach, liver, and part of his intestines laid impudically bare, drains in the abdominal cavity, and in his back, was one of the pets of the hospital and of the medical staff. If the doctors cherished him, and cherished themselves in him, he no less cherished the doctors, one especially, a fine figure of a man, all that Legru was not, who to real skill added the happy hand so dear to those suffering men, and who, in return, was adored by them. Monsieur le Major "Et donc chic type," Leroux would say, and a happy look of confidence would flit across the emaciated face, lighting into significance the bright brown eyes, high hectic cheek-bones, and somewhat oblique thin nose. Every one spoke of Leroux, and asked, after each dressing, how he was, glanced many times a day at the chart over his bed, and speculated what he would be fit for when rehabilitated by a decoration of which even a whisper would send his temperature speeding up to the danger point. His wounds finally drained and cleaned, he should be handed on by us to a base hospital, and thence mingle once more in his country's civil life. The grey hospital ambulance, with its prominent red cross, never whirled one of us into the nearest town, there to buy provisions and other household necessities, without bringing back some dainty for Leroux, oysters, fish, petits gâteaux, or fruit, in the hope of tempting his capricious appetite and winning for ourselves his thanks. Yes, certainly he was one of the pets of the hospital, and not only did he adore his doctor, but he also adored his faithful friend the nurse, his nurse, to whom alone, by virtue of her skill and devotion, was entrusted the ceremony of his terrible dressings, and whose care came nearer to a true mother's than anything this boy had ever known. And yet his mother lived. How we found it out, I do not know. That was one of the things that always set us thinking. At rare intervals he would mention a sister, but never, never had any one of us heard him speak of his mother. Did he know her, shamed and broken-hearted by that slip, that blot, that crime, by reason of which he was poured into the Bataillon d'Afrique? We shall never know. Here, then, you have his life with us, the slow-dragging days, coloured only by his changing moods, mixture alike of fineness and coarseness, at moments pulling one up short with a sense of one's own inferiority, then again flashing too crude a light on that past of which we guessed so much and knew so little. At the end of 4 months, by one of those brusque changes common, I am told, in all military hospitals, due, some say, to intrigue, others to a legitimate desire on the part of a paternal general staff to give to all medical aspirants an equal chance of experience and practice at the front, the general signed the papers, and our medical staff was changed, the chic type among the number. Promotion, the authorities called it, though he thought otherwise, and there was much heart-burning and putting of heads together in our camp. When Leroux heard that his doctor was to go to another hospital, he said brightly, "Eh bien, you will wrap me up well and take me with you." "Alas, no, mon vieux, you must wait until that bronchitis is better, then I will come myself and fetch you. Au revoir, et sois sage. You will, I hope, soon be well. The new doctor will be good to you." Leroux lay still all that day and all the next. In the evening of the second day, I stood looking down at his wan, pinched face, with the tightening skin, round nose and lips. He slowly opened his eyes. "Is there nothing I can get for you?" "No, not even prunes." They were his favourite sweet. "Things stick in my throat these days," he whispered, "but if you will cook them to please you, I will try to eat them." A moment later he stretched out his hands to his nurse, who folded him in her arms, her big hot tears falling on his white face. 20 minutes later the general, followed by the new médecin chef, turned the handle of salle 1. The general held a croix de guerre and a médaille militaire in his hand. "Where is Leroux, ma soeur?" "He is dead." "Dead?" "Yes, he lived only on his courage. When they removed his doctor, he lost hope and died." Without a word, his head bent, the general turned and left the ward, the 2 little unopened boxes in his hand, his sheathed sword hanging impotently at his side. Out of the endless muddy plains of western Belgium, choose some 300 yards, rather more muddy than the rest, and round them draw with a loose jointed compass, so that the curve may wobble here and there, and try more than once to escape at a tangent, a thick black line. Press on your point until it sinks into the soft mud, and your outline becomes a ditch. Then out of the sticky, fertile inner rim of your ditch, draw up a hawthorn hedge, 8 feet or so in height, and you have the site of our field hospital. On one side of this sticky field is a space given up to cars and ambulances and known as the yard. It is bounded on its northeast side by low, ramshackle wooden shacks, one open in front, the car shed, the others closed, and serving severally as cabins for the chauffeurs, storehouse, coal bin, and mortuary chapel. Between the mortuary chapel and the next shack there is a space roofed over with planks to form a covered way, which in turn opens upon a margin of our field and through a low wooden door in the hedge out onto the deeply rutted village road. The little chapel is hung all round and curtained in with unbleached calico, haunted by a taint of gangrene. A plain wooden cross hangs on the east side, and in the center are trestles on which the bodies awaiting burial are laid, first in their shrouds, later in their plain deal coffins. These coffins, the carpenter once boastingly told me, he could knock together in 20 minutes each, the lowest terms to which this, the last need of man, has been reduced. On a grey day in early January, as I passed along one end of the yard, I saw a group of poilus, their helmets on, their faded mottled horizon blue overcoats looped back, their guns at rest with bayonets fixed. The supply wagon that served us as a hearse stood under the covered way in front of them, while at one side leisurely putting a stole on over his uniform and preparing to officiate at a funeral was one of our mobilized priests. My favorite nurse, in her dark blue cloak, the small red cross on her white headdress, stood a little apart from the rest, waiting. "Lalou is to be buried," she whispered. "Won't you stay with me? I have but lately come to the hospital, and the edge of emotion is still cutting." Quietly we stand together, while the stretcher-bearers go behind the curtains, and presently reappear, carrying the coffin, which they slide into the supply wagon. On each of our coffins, for all decoration, is nailed a metal cross, and tenderly enough, allowing for the wear and tear of daily repetition, is laid a small wreath of yellow immortelles and a bunch of artificial rain-proof Parma violets. Silently we fall into place, first an orderly carrying a long thin plain deal cross, then the soldier priest in his stole, a half-open breviary in his hand, a finger in the burial service, then 3 soldiers abreast with guns and bayonets fixed. Behind these the impoverished hearse drawn by 2 shabby horses, with 3 more soldiers on each side in single file, 3 abreast immediately following. 12 soldiers in all, 12 guns, 12 bayonets fixed. Behind the soldiers, the stretcher-bearers, followed by a solitary mourner who has come a 24 hours' journey to arrive too late, but not too late for death. After her walk, the nurses, a few officials, orderlies, anyone who likes, out of curiosity or piety, to join our straggling procession. The grey, desolate day seems greyer and more desolate as we pick our way across puddles and ruts, trying to catch a rhythm in 12 heavy marching feet and oscillating iron-bound wheels on rough, worn cobblestones. On, past the diminutive wayside chapel outside our farthest gate, round a bend in the road where a dilapidated windmill stands, raised on its high platform against the sky, and drags ragged sails in monotonously repeated jerky circles, on and on into the little village of one street over the bridge that spans the canal, with its half-inundated banks, turning broken grey mirrors up to a glowering grey sky. This canal is famous now, and will be famous as long as the history of Belgium is told, for the heroic resistance put up behind the scant refuge of its inhospitable banks to the untiring attacks of merciless hordes. Most of our men, many of them old territorials, ordered there to beat time, as they themselves would say, and because in that hot corner the less precious lives might best be thrown away, were wounded within a few 100 yards of the bridge across which, to the heavy rhythm of tramping boots, we carry them dead. On and on we go, meeting weary convoys, who as they trudge in an opposite direction, conscious their turn may be the next, pay tribute by their expressionless faces and the dire simplicity of their salute to the elemental dignity of death. We reach the little market at last, turn sharply to our left, and pass into the village church. There we pause for a part of our burial service, for the swung censer and the holy water sprinkled alike on living and on dead. Out and on, through the north door to the farthest edge of the little churchyard, where, circling a third of the space, row on row, four abreast, rough black wooden crosses, high as a man, tell their tale. End of section 73.
Section 74 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15. The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 74. The American Ambulance Field Service, 1916, by A.P.A. For many years before the war, there existed at Neuilly-sur-Seine, a suburb of Paris, a semi-philanthropic institution supported by Americans and known as the American Hospital. At the outbreak of the war, this institution instantly and naturally became the rallying point for Americans who loved France and wanted to help care for her wounded soldiers. A multitude of doctors, surgeons, and nurses were brought over from the United States, and thus the American Ambulance Hospital in the Lycée Pasteur, with accommodations for more than 600 wounded soldiers, came into being. Soon the generosity of another American friend of France made possible a second American Ambulance Hospital, and the venerable College of Juilly, located about 30 miles east of Paris, was steam-fitted, electric-lighted, and made over into a hospital for about 200 additional wounded, with distinguished American surgeons in charge. From the outset, it was clear that the saving of soldiers' lives depended quite as much upon the quick transportation of the wounded as upon their surgical treatment, and in September 1914, when the battlefront surged close to Paris, a dozen automobiles given by Americans, hastily extemporized into ambulances, and driven by American volunteers, ran back and forth night and day between the western end of the Marne Valley and Paris. This was the beginning of the American Ambulance Field Service. During the autumn and winter that followed, many more cars were given and many more Americans volunteered, and when the battlefront retired from the vicinity of Paris, sections of motor ambulances were detached from the hospitals at Neuilly and Juilly and became more or less independent units attached to the several French armies, serving the dressing stations and army hospitals within the army zone. In Belgium and northern France, where the American Ambulance Field Service has had an important section since the early months of the war, the valiant service rendered during the Second Battle of the Yser, and during the many bombardments from long-range guns in and about Dunkirk, has attracted official recognition from the highest officers in the army. At the time of the prolonged battle in the vicinity of Ypres in May, General Putz wrote that the American section had, by working 5 nights and days without interruption, assured the evacuation of the hospitals in Everdinghe, though under continual shell fire which covered all of the roads in the neighborhood and even the hospitals themselves. In the sections of Alsace which France has recovered from Germany, the American Ambulance Field Service has now the only automobile ambulances, and they are performing a service which no other automobile ambulances could perform. Because of the lightness and power of our little cars, and because we are willing to use them up in this service and replace them without restrictions, the ambulances are running over steep mountain passes in Alsace, which the French automobile ambulances were unable to cross, and over which wounded soldiers were formerly carried on muleback. They have been able to reduce the journey of the wounded between the dressing stations and the hospitals from 4 to 5 hours to less than 1, at the same time substituting transport in a comfortably springed vehicle for the agony of transport in the mule litters. 2 of the men in this section have already received the Croix de Guerre for special acts of valor. We have a section of ambulances in Lorraine to which has been entrusted exclusively the service of carrying the wounded in the much fought-over regions around Bois-de-Prete. This section alone has carried on the average about 7,500 wounded per month. The men work continually within the range of the German shells and are almost daily under German fire. The section as a whole, and their leader, have received honorable mention in official dispatches and have been given the Croix de Guerre. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Todd. Section 75 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Todd. American Ambulance Drivers, photograph, page 440. When a man in the front trenches is hit, he is given first aid by his comrades and carried by the stretcher bearers to the advanced dressing station. There his emergency bandages are taken off, the wounds hastily dressed, and he is transported by motor ambulance to the clearing hospital and thence by train to the base hospital. Long before America declared war, American ambulance drivers were risking their lives along the Western Front bringing in wounded police from the advanced dressing stations. That their work lacked neither thrills nor dangers is shown by this brief sketch taken from the diary of one of the American drivers who served through the hottest fighting at Verdun. You are asleep in the straw, perhaps dreaming of home. Toward midnight you are awakened by a hand on your shoulder, and a whispered voice says, "We are going to the cabaret tonight, the Cabaret Rouge." If hell has its theaters and cabarets, the devil will do well to pattern his entertainments from the spectacles we see nightly at this one. The house is halfway up the slope in a valley. Behind it, in front of it, on all sides of it, are the French batteries. The German shells are bursting in the fields around, while our own guns flash and thunder incessantly. Immediately in front of us, above the hilltop a couple of kilometers distant, the red signal rockets illumine the sky, varied occasionally by a white rocket demanding a curtain fire or concentrated artillery bombardment at a certain point in the trenches. Sometimes a green flare warning us of a gas attack. Down from the trenches, along the winding boyas, come the stretcher-bearers with their crimson burdens. They are deposited on the straw, rebandaged, given a drink of water or cold tea, and loaded into our cars, sometimes groaning, sometimes shrieking, sometimes silent. The wall of the house, with a shell hole through it big enough for 5 men to stand in, looms dirty red amid the flashes of artillery. Red cabaret, red rockets, red fire, red blood. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of The World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 15. The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 76. With Ambulance Number 10, 1915. By Leslie Buswell. The following selections from the letters of one of the young American volunteers in the ambulance service indicate some of the experiences and perils to which the driver of an ambulance is subject. Like so many other letters from the front, those from which the selections are taken were not originally intended for publication. Hence, as someone has written, from this unconscious story one gets an impression of the devoted service which young Americans are rendering in France, and of the way in which they are reducing the agony and saving the lives of wounded French soldiers. The Editor. I came here, Pont-à-Mousson, last night, June 16, 1915. After a 7 hours' journey to Nancy from Paris. On the way I found much to interest me, as, if you will look on your map, you will see that the railway runs beside the river Marne, then the Meuse, and lastly the Moselle. An officer pointed out to me all the interesting places where the Germans advanced and then retreated in a hurry, leaving everything behind, even to their flags, which I believe are now in London. On arriving at Nancy, I was met by Salisbury, our section leader, and after a good meal in the most beautiful little town you could hope to see, and where the Kaiser and 10,000 troops in dress parade were waiting on a hill close by to enter in state last October, we started by motor for Pont-à-Mousson. Some 15 kilometers further on, our lights were put out, and then we entered the region under shell fire. At last we came to Pont-à-Mousson, a dear little village with about 8,000 inhabitants, and felt our way, so to speak, in the darkness and silence to the barracks, which are now the headquarters of the ambulance. I found that there were about 20 cars and 22 men there, the latter all enthusiastic about their work and the help the section were giving the French. After being introduced to the boys, I went to my room, which is some 160 meters up the road, nearer the trenches, but safer for all that. Here I found I was to share the house with another man, Schroeder by name, a Hollander and a very nice fellow, who has already lost one brother and has had another wounded in the French army. My bedroom is a quite typical French peasant room, very comfortable, and I felt grateful to know that I was to have a bed and not straw to sleep on. I went to sleep there my first night in comparative quietness, only hearing now and then the crack of a musket, which in peacetime one would think was merely a backfire of some motor. In the morning I woke at 6, and went to breakfast in our barracks, which is always served at 7 o'clock. My friend or housemate pointed out, about 500 meters away, what looked like a fallen tree across the road. Imagine my feelings when he told me they were the French trenches. On the ridge of hills on the right, one sees a brown line. These are the German trenches, and walking down the road to breakfast, one gets the knowledge that a first-rate rifle shot could pick one off. After breakfast, we started on a tour in a Ford ambulance, or petite promenade, as an officer told us we were doing. We left the river, where we could be clearly seen by the Germans entrenched some 1,000 meters away, and I confess I sighed in relief, for it is difficult to accustom oneself immediately to the possibility of receiving a bullet in one's head or a shell in one's stomach. We left Pont-à-Mousson and started up the hill to our first Place de Secours, relief station. On the other side of the hill, on our right, extended the famous Bois-le-Pretre, but it is no longer a wood. It is just a wilderness with a few brown stumps sticking up. We turned to the left and mounted a steep hill and entered it. Here the birds were singing, and all was green and beautiful, but one could see trench after trench deserted. Here was an officers' cemetery, a terribly sad sight, 600 officers' graves. Close by were also the graves of 1,800 soldiers. As we waited, a broken-down horse appeared with a cartload of what looked like old clothes. Les morts, the dead. I had never seen a dead body till that moment. It was a horrible awakening. 8 stiff, semi-detached, armless, trunkless, headless bodies. All men like ourselves, with people loving them, somewhere. All gone this way. Because of what? I don't know. Do you? One becomes habitué, they told me. It hardly seems possible that we are so close to the German trenches. Fair food, even hot water, wonderful moonlit nights, and a comfortable bed. Every other night we have to sleep in the barracks to be on duty any moment, and so we sleep on straw and don't undress. Every fourth night we are on duty all night, and go to X, and stay there in the car, taking wounded to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd base hospitals. For 2 out of the 6 kilometers we are exposed to German view, and the whole of the way, of course, to shell fire. On my first arrival at this little mountain village, X, I was horrified to see 2 people lying dead in the road in huge pools of blood. 6 German 150s had been suddenly launched into the village, which is full of soldiers, and killed 6 soldiers and wounded some 30. 3 of the 6 shots had landed actually in the road itself. 2 of our ambulances were in the streets at the time, and only chance spared them. I asked where the shells had struck, and my stretcher-bearer looked around for a moment, and then pointed under my own car, and there was a hole some 9 inches deep and 2 feet wide. Only 5 minutes before, and it might happen again at any moment. I took down 3 couchés, as the lying down ones are called, and had to pass in front of a battery of 75s, which fired as I passed, and gave me a shaky feeling, I can tell you. Then backward and forward for 2 hours, carrying more wounded. Last night I was on duty all night at X, and it was a great strain riding backward and forward in pitch darkness up and down the very steep and narrow road. I had to go to Auberge Saint-Pierre at about 2 o'clock this morning. This road is in full view of the Germans and much bombarded, and shrapnel burst close by, which reminded me that a lovely moonlight night, with trees and hills and valleys dimly shaping themselves, can be other than romantic. It was a sad trip for me. A boy about 19 had been hit in the chest, and half his side had gone, and as we lifted him into the car, by a little brick house which was a mass of shell holes, he raised his sad, tired eyes to mine and tried a brave smile. I went down the hill as carefully as I could and very slowly, but when I arrived at the hospital I found I had been driving a hearse and not an ambulance. It made me feel very badly. The memory of that faint smile which was to prove the last effort of some dearly loved youth. All the poor fellows look at us with the same expression of appreciation and thanks, and when they are unloaded it is a common thing to see a soldier, probably suffering the pain of the damned, make an effort to take the hand of the American helper. I tell you, tears are pretty near sometimes. On Friday, July 9th, I again took down a German wounded. This time a German of the Kaiser's, or Crown Prince's bodyguard. The German Crown Prince is against us here. He was dying. Picture to yourself a fine, truly magnificent man, over 6'4", wonderful strength, with a hole through both lungs. He could not speak, and when I got to the hospital I asked in German if he wanted anything. He just looked at me and chokingly murmured, "Catholic." I asked a soldier to fetch the priest, and then 2 brancardiers, stretcher-bearers, and the doctor, the priest, and I knelt down as he was given extreme unction. That is a little picture I shall never forget. All race hatred was forgotten. Romanist and Anglican, we were in that hour just all Catholics, and a French priest was officiating for a dying German. A Boche, the race that has made Europe a living hell. I came back about 7 o'clock at night with more wounded, and asked if he still lived. Yes, would I like to see him? I went in, and although he breathed his last within an hour after, his look showed recognition, and that man died, I am sure, with no hatred for France. The day before yesterday, August 13th, after having made several trips with wounded, I had a pressing call to Auberge Saint-Pierre. There the Germans were bombarding as usual, and it was unpleasant. A shell had landed near a kitchen, killing several and seriously wounding one soldier. He had a hole as big as your fist right through his back. There is a chance if you can get him to the operating room quickly, I was told. It was 18 kilometers to the best surgeon, so off dear old No. 10 and I started on our rush for life. Toot, toot, toot! And even the soldiers, realizing that I had a man's life in my care, made a clear way in the road ahead, and through village after village, without moving the throttle, we sped on and on. Bump, bump, bump. What did it matter if I had to shake him about a little? He was unconscious, and every second counted. I hope I won't have a puncture, I found myself muttering from time to time. Finally, I drew up at the tent. In a second, 2 brancardiers had the car unloaded. The surgeon in white was washing his hands, and 30 minutes from the time my charge was given into my care, he was lying on the operating table. "He may live," said the surgeon. That was my reward. That is why I am happy even here, only for this reason. One sometimes saves lives, and never intentionally kills. Today, September 14th, the section and our section leaders were decorated. The ceremony took place in the garden, and the Croix de Guerre was pinned on Salisbury's breast. The double kiss, given with dignity, and a few words of congratulation by the médecin divisionnaire, division doctor, ended the notable event. So we now have hanging over our mantelpiece this coveted insigne. No letter from America has come to me for over 2 weeks, which is not very stimulating. Out here, molehills are mountains, and mountains impassable. And although it is of no real importance whether one gets a letter or not, or whether the letter one may get is cold or warm, Yet these small and seemingly insignificant things are sometimes enough to send away sleep. I suppose the truth is I really need a rest and change. It has seemed to me lately that modern warfare means even more of a nervous expenditure than a physical one. The nights are getting cold, dark, and damp. The leaves are falling, underbrush turning. The icy hand of winter stretches out nearer and nearer, and the trials of the poilu are doubling every day. Yesterday I talked with a priest. He and most of his calling voluntarily accepted at the beginning of the war the fearful task of burying the dead. It sounds very simple, doesn't it? It means handling terrible objects covered with blood-soaked clothing that once had the shape of human beings. That is a little of what burying the dead means. And this is the work the priests of peace are doing in France. Wonderful, you think? No. It is French temperament, French courage. End of section 76.
Section number 77 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emilio Caputo. The World's Story, Volume 15. The World War. Edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 77. With an Ambulance at Verdun. 1916. By William York Stevenson. The author of the diary from which this selection is taken is an American volunteer who succeeded Leslie Buswell as driver of Ambulance Number 10. He was assigned work at various parts of the front in France until finally he was put on duty at Verdun during the Great Battle. The editor. Such a splendid trip. We came down through the Senlis, the town where the Boches did their worst. They burned every 10th house and shot the citizens, including the mayor. Then we came along the valley of the Marne and saw the whole of the great battlefield. A perfect day, and the lieutenant ran slowly so that the convoy should get a chance to take the views. At that we are tonight, June 23rd, at Chalons. Some ride. Every bone in my body aches, and it's hard even to keep awake to write this. Woody, one of the ambulance drivers, got an awful spill. He nearly went to sleep, a very common thing after one has been driving for a great many hours. Sort of hypnotism. His car turned turtle but threw him clear. I find the only thing to do is to try to compose a letter or a verse, or remember songs one half knows. It keeps one's mind out of that hypnotic rhythm. Here I am, on a wonderful soft down bed with sheets. The Russians are here also. The lady of the house where I am quartered says that, last night, there was a Boche aeroplane raid, but it did no damage, except it made her baby cry, with the noise. We passed many smashed-up villages today, including Sermaize, and the famous Vitry-le-François, the turning point of the Battle of the Marne. As we neared Bar-le-Duc, we passed the 10th Cavalry, every man leading an extra horse. All the horses are little, quick-acting animals of the polo pony type. They looked very efficient. We also passed the 79th Deline, returning from the front. The men were haggard and done, but a fine-looking lot. 10 days should put them on their toes again. We arrived at Bar-le-Duc yesterday, June 24th, at 5 o'clock, and had our tents up and kitchen working by 6 p.m. to the astonishment of a neighboring camion, motor truck section. We turned in at 9 o'clock. At 11 p.m., a call came to go at once to Verdun, as there had been a big gas attack. We chucked everything out of our cars, got masks and tin derbies, and beat it. We made the outskirts of Verdun, 50 kilometers by 1 a.m., over fearful roads, and not a car broke down, though there were several blowouts. We ran into the Norton section, and our number 2. They were very much surprised, as they knew we had only arrived that evening to find us right on the job. As we loaded the coughing men into the cars, the guns were going like mad, and a terrific explosion occurred, either a mine or a powder depot. Each car took 5 men, and we landed them back on Bar-le-Duc as soon as the day was breaking. Today we are taking things easy, and awaiting orders. The man who sat beside me told me that the reason they got caught by the gas was that they had taken their masks off to see more clearly, as the ground was treacherous and full of shell holes, and some of the gas was still lurking in the low places. No rest for the wicked. We had only just got thoroughly repaired and straightened out after our trip when we were called out again, this time to a little east of Verdun at 3 a.m. Well, we galloped out over that awful road again, dodging 2 solid lines of camions and guns for the whole 50 kilometers. The French, by the way, call it the Voie Sacrée, Sacred Way, as when the railroad was cut, the use of this road for carrying supplies saved Verdun. Nobody got into much trouble, however. When we got to Dugny, we found it packed with ambulances. There had been another gas attack. Chapman, the American airman, was killed yesterday near here. He shot down 3 Boches before he got his own. We saw his wrecked plane. It develops that the reason we were sent for was only partly to concentrate the American ambulance, but also for the purpose of replacing a French section of 20 cars, of which only 10 are now working, and whose drivers are about all in. 5 of the men got caught in a tunnel the other night when 2 Austrian 380s exploded, one at either end and a third on top. The air concussion threw them some 15 or 20 feet, first one way and then the other, while not only the glass headlights, but even the floorboards of their cars were blown in. June 29th. We had been moved to Dugny on the Meuse, 6 kilometers from Verdun. It is to be our headquarters, and we are to run up to the Poste de Secours from here. We were taken to Fort Tavannes, the Cabaret, and other Postes de Secours. While at the Cabaret, the Germans began shelling the series of batteries which were all along the road. Some 20 huge, at least they seemed huge to us, shells fell all around us. This was the heaviest shell fire I had yet been under, and I was glad to have something to do to keep my mind off it. 2 men about 100 yards away were decapitated, and there were a number of dead horses about, and I could see we are going to have a lively time. Coming back, an incendiary shell set a big house on fire on the outskirts of Verdun, and the shells came whirring rapidly. We passed several smashed ammunition wagons and 1 ambulance all in pieces. After dinner, we saw some German prisoners going by. They had just been captured and were a bedraggled lot, but were neither extremely young nor extremely old, indicating that there is still a pretty good bunch of Boches left. We started in our service this evening, and calls began to come in right at dinner time. We send a car out every 25 minutes a night, but in the daytime we go every hour and a half. There's practically no repose. July 2nd. I had an amusing trip with a captain this morning. I had been running all night from Tavannes in the Cabaret. The Germans made an attack near Vaux, and our ligne de barrage stopped it. We drove past some 100 guns, 75s and 105s, whose muzzles project over the road, and when they fire as we pass an incessant tir de rapide, and the noise is enough to break the eardrums. I stuff cotton in my ears and keep my mouth open. The sheets of flame come half across the road, and the concussion has even broken some of the little windows in the cars. Well, this captain was at Dugny and asked me to take him up to Tavannes, as he was going on his way to the front lines. Being daylight, it was against our official rules, but individually, we endeavor to be of as much aid as we can to the army and often waive such rules. When we passed the Cabaret, we could see the German saises, observation balloons, and of course they could see us. At Tavannes, the captain suggested that I should carry him on the Mardi Gras redoubt, close to the lines and in plain sight. I told him I was under his orders, so we proceeded, passing more dead horses and all sorts of smashed stuff, and winding our way around huge craters. At last we got there. In thanking me, he said some complimentary things and remarked that he had asked a member of another ambulance section to take him up here a few days ago, and that he had refused, although it was still only dawn. Incidentally, I picked up 3 blessés at the redoubt who were about to be taken the couple of miles down to the Cabaret Poste de Secours on poussé, little 2-wheeled pushcarts which carry 1 stretcher. This meant the saving of an hour or 2 for them. When I got back here, I found Will Irwin and another magazine writer being shown the fighting by Piet Andrew. Unfortunately, they missed the tir de barrage, which alone is worth crossing the ocean to see. A solid line of flame several kilometers long, crowned by exploding shrapnel and all kinds of colored lights and flares, and a noise so deafening as to make one's head reel and one's brain stop working. There were 1,100 guns working just as fast as they could, about 25 shots a minute, for an hour in the space of about 2 square miles. No words of mine can do justice to that tir de barrage across the Etienne road. I have been scared in my life, but never like that. The German incoming shells, one regards as luck. One hears the warning whistle and thinks it's coming right at one, and it falls 100 yards away. Again, one hears the whistle and regards it as distant, and she blows up right beside one. There's a cheerful uncertainty that means bad luck if one is hit. But when obliged to drive in front within 20 feet of those 75s and others, with the flame apparently surrounding you and unable to hear or think for the stunning noise, you don't know whether the motor is going, and you also wonder where the roads are going. They alone are enough to kill a man. You also hope the gunners are onto their job, as some new recruits might aim a foot too low. Then, occasionally, a badly timed shot bursts at the muzzle, which means exactly above the car. Believe me, I'd rather take a chance with the erratic Germ incomers and have to pass that often. If I get out of this without being permanently deaf, I'll be lucky. Just as the old Fokkers, German airplanes, beat all other warplanes, and the Nieuports, French, beat the Fokkers in point of speed, the Boches have suddenly, within a few days, introduced a new Fokker much faster than the fastest Nieuport. Johnston, one of the American ambulance men who went into the aviation corps and is in the camp at Bar-le-Duc, told Sponigal today that he and his squadron were caught by surprise over the German lines and only escaped by the greatest luck. The French and English, of course, will immediately start to build an even faster plane. But temporarily, the supremacy of the air appears to have been snatched from the Allies, and even our aviators admit it. July 11th. In the afternoon, the lieutenant, Sponigal, and I went up to Fort Dugny and had the luck to see another attack on Souville. For once it was clear and the sight was marvelous. The whole hill smoked. We also saw the American escadrille go into action, 6 of them, but they disappeared in the smoke far back of the German lines. The big bombardment was followed by a gas attack between Vaux and Douaumont, and the fight was fierce all night around Damleux. We began to get calls around 5 a.m. and thereafter ran all day under heavy fire. I saw a bully 155 shell on the road and wanted to pick it up, and had already slowed down when one burst within 30 feet of the car. I changed my mind and moved on. Nearly all the men we carried were gassed. They kept coming in all day from the trenches, or rather shell holes, in the Bois Fumant and the Fraude Terre near Fleury. We alone carried some 1,200 of them, and believe me, it was some strain. Many new dead horses along the road. The gas gets them, even the smallest whiff, and of course they have no masks. Even at 10 a.m. there was still enough to make our eyes smart. The Germans tried a new dodge, a sort of tir de barrage of 77 gas shells. They do not make much noise, just about as much as a yacht cannon, but the gas spreads fast. It was about 40 feet high and extended for about 200 meters along the Etienne road. The men who were caught by it all admitted they had taken off their masks for one reason or another. It is not amusing to talk to men who don't know they're as good as dead. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 78. Wonders of War Surgery, 1917. In every one of the belligerent countries there is now a new army, the army of maimed and crippled men. So great is their number. They are to be counted by hundreds of thousands, and so serious is the loss to the efficiency of the respective nations that it is realized that nothing less than heroic measures can minimize the evil both to the community and to the individual sufferer. While the war goes on, the first consideration in dealing with the men who appear in the casualty lists under the heading of wounded is to get as many possible fit again for the firing line. This exclusive military standpoint has had a tendency to leave the man incapacitated for further fighting to shift for himself or rely upon charity. The Army authorities, finding that a wounded soldier could not be patched up, have lost interest in him, given him his discharge and a pension, and forgotten other national needs. It has, however, become increasingly evident that while a man may have ceased to be of further military value, it would be disastrous to let him become a useless member of society, a source of expense to the state and a burden to himself. A man may have lost a limb or his eyesight, and yet, given the opportunity, he may be fitted for some new useful occupation. Accordingly, in Germany and France, and to some extent in Great Britain, the foundations are being laid for a system of re-education, that is, a system of vocational training that will enable wounded men to begin a new career of usefulness. In this way, it is hoped to alleviate somewhat the horror of the human wreckage and reduce the waste of industrial manpower. One of the striking features of the war has been the rapid progress in surgery consequent upon the necessity of saving life and limb. Surgeons have performed operations that were hardly thought possible before the war. New methods have been discovered, new appliances invented, and, indeed, an entirely new chapter has been written in the history of surgery. Soldiers whose fighting days seemed at an end have been remade and sent back to the front as fit and strong as when they first joined the colors. In the old days, as any one who has read history knows, the practice was to amputate as a matter of course. Now every effort is made not to amputate, for surgery in its progress has become conservative in the best sense of the word. Thus, at the Herbert Hospital, Shooter's Hill, London, there have been between 3,000 and 4,000 operations on wounded soldiers, but of these only about 25 have been primary amputations. Extraordinary operations are being performed every day in cases of bone, muscle, and nerve fracture. The surgeons, discovering that the human body has greater powers of recuperation than they thought, do not hesitate to take a piece of bone from one part of a patient's anatomy and utilize it to repair another that has been destroyed or removed. At another military hospital in London there was, for example, a case of severe injury to the jaw. The surgeon removed a piece of bone about 2 1/2 inches long from the tibia, the large shin bone, of the patient and fixed it in the jaw. The man's leg has healed up, and the jaw has improved so much that eating is now a far less painful process. In very many cases, a broken bone is rejoined by a steel splint screwed to the bone just as a carpenter screws together two pieces of wood. The steel plate, which is sometimes an inch wide and 4 or 5 inches long, remains permanently in the wound, together with the steel screws, without pain or inconvenience. One of the surgeons, who has performed many of these operations, believes that in time the steel will become dissipated in the system and disappear altogether. As iron is one of the constituents of the blood, the splint does not become a source of danger. Wonderful successes have also been achieved with injured nerves. At the Hammersmith General Hospital, London, for example, 6 useless muscles were taken from one side of a patient's wrist and transferred to the other, with the result that the hand, previously paralyzed, could once more be used. In another case, the surgeon found 4 inches of a nerve in the arm gone. He telephoned round to the other London hospitals to inquire whether an amputation was in prospect and learned that a man was to have a leg off that afternoon. He asked that the severed limb should be put at once in a saline bath and brought to him in a taxicab. The patient was already under an anesthetic when the leg, still blood-warm, arrived. The surgeon promptly transferred 4 inches of nerve from the amputated leg to the arm of the patient, with a perfectly successful result. But perhaps the most wonderful surgical triumph was that in the case of a man with a shrapnel wound. A piece of metal about the size of a 25-cent piece, and much thicker, had entered the breast and lodged in the region of the heart. It was actually touching the heart and impeding its action. When the opening was made, the surgeon thrust his hand right in and pulled out the piece of metal. The soldier made a complete recovery. The triumphs of British, French, and German practitioners would fill volumes. The bacteriologist has also played an important part in the war. In the earlier period of the war, tetanus was playing havoc among the troops, and great work was done in combating its ravages by the famous French physician, Doyen, since dead. More recently, an important discovery has been made by Miss Mary Davies, bacteriologist for the Robert Walton Goelet Research Fund, as the result of experiments at a hospital in France. One of the chief causes of infection has been pieces of uniform shot into the body. Miss Davies, who had already gained distinction by inoculating herself with gangrene bacilli to prove the efficiency of Taylor's specific, set to work to discover how soldiers' uniforms could be rendered aseptic. She finally devised a treatment based upon a combination of cresol and soft soap, with which the clothing is to be periodically impregnated. Mr. Lloyd George, then War Minister in England, on receiving Miss Davies's report, ordered that the British soldiers' clothes should be sterilized with her preparation. In addition to its value in reducing the proportion of highly septic wounds, the preparation is also welcome as a destroyer of body lice, one of the greatest discomforts of life in the trenches. Military considerations have, of course, been so far uppermost in the treatment of wounded men, but it is recognized that steps must be taken to prepare the maimed, crippled, and invalided as effectively as possible for civil life after the war. Germany has in this respect taken the lead. There 60 schools are already in existence for the purpose of training men in new occupations. France has also made a vigorous beginning in the matter of re-education des mutiles. M. Millerand took the initiative while Minister of War. As a result of the movement then begun, the Ministries of the Interior, of Commerce, and of Agriculture have since joined hands to create a system of training the mutilated for new occupations. At first there was naturally some confusion of method. Men who had lost legs or feet were placed in the same institutions as those who had lost arms or hands, when obviously 2 such distinct classes of wounded men needed different courses of training. But these early mistakes have been corrected, and the French government, beginning with the great school established at Bordeaux, has evolved a system which will ultimately classify the mutilated according to the limbs or organs they have lost and find appropriate occupations for the different groups. Legless men who can use their hands will learn different crafts from those who are armless, and so on. Great Britain has moved more slowly than France or Germany in the task of re-educating her mutilated men. Nevertheless, a start has been made, in one instance more through the spontaneous desire of the wounded soldiers to have something to do to pass the time, than because of any carefully thought-out plan. At the Military Orthopedic Hospital, Shepherd's Bush, London, a proportion of the 800 inmates have been set to work at a variety of occupations. Workshops have been built, as well as a gymnasium. In one of the shops a number of men are now making surgical boots, and have developed so much skill that their work is as good as that of the lifelong craftsman, while the hospital is getting the articles it requires at practically cost price. Other wounded men are making aluminum splints, steel supports, and leather bandages for their comrades. One of the most pathetic and yet curious sights is to see two men who have each lost a hand combining to do the work of one man. You will see, for example, in the blacksmith's shop, attached to the hospitals, a one-handed soldier pumping the bellows till the steel is red hot. Then he takes it out of the fire and places it on an anvil, where he holds it in position while another one-handed man hammers it into shape. In the carpenter's shop you will see similar teamwork by a couple of men engaged on a skillful piece of joinery for hospital use, one man holding the nail while the other does the hammering. Men who have lost the right arm or hand learn to put the left to new uses, and it is amazing how resourceful a man with only one hand can become. The British government, however, is slow in developing a national system of re-education for the disabled, for in this, as in most things, the British way is not to plan beforehand or with much logic, but to improvise and build up as one goes along. John Galsworthy, however, has foreseen the danger that must inevitably arise if the treatment of the wounded and disabled is to be dealt with from the military point of view of salvaging manhood merely for a new lease of life in the trenches. "If it remains simply an army problem," he has declared, "our towns and countrysides, when the war is over, will be plastered for the next 20 or 30 years with well-nigh useless men. To retain control of the patient, so that his treatment may be coherent and sustained, seems to be of the very essence of what can be done for the future of most of these men. Vital it is that the most huge calamity of this war shall be divested of every consequence which foresight and ingenuity can strip away. Not all discharged men, of course, will need refitting for civil life. There are some whom refitting cannot serve. But for the great majority it is essential. The disablement is so various, 18 categories exist. Think what that means in the diversity of treatment required. Every man who is discharged without being first remade, so far as possible, goes back to civil life half-beaten. The half-beaten man is soon done for altogether, and becomes a ghost to haunt us all. But these ghosts are already haunting the people. In every town, in every little village, the belligerent countries swarm with the cripples and invalids, the wreckage of the war. And so it will be for a generation to come. It is that which makes the thought of living in those countries after the war a thing of horror. Already in England some of these men who have escaped with their lives, but not with bodies intact, are being driven to eke out their scanty pensions by such disguised forms of begging as soliciting pennies with the aid of a street organ. Before the war, Great Britain had nearly 1 million persons whose legal status was that of paupers. It is easy to imagine what the condition of the country will be if the poor law army is allowed to be swelled by thousands of men who have been disabled in the war. The aggregate of disabled men for all the warring nations runs to millions, and they are practically all Europeans. This immense population filling the hospitals now as thick as leaves in an autumn forest, dependent upon public and private benevolence, despite the salvage that will be effected by refitting and re-educating a certain proportion, already means a huge loss to the productive capacity of Europe and the social and intellectual activities upon which economic well-being depends. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of the World War, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Piotr. The World War, Part 13, The Red Cross and the Y.M.C.A. Historical Note. The sufferings of hundreds of thousands of people in Belgium, either deprived of their homes, subjected to the tortures of the German occupation, or otherwise brought to misery through the horrors of war, so filled the horizon for a time that the equally great miseries of the Poles, the Serbs, the Armenians, and other peoples were often overlooked. Under Mr. Hoover's management, the work of relief for the stricken Belgians went forward with remarkable success, and attracted the admiration and praise of the world. Meanwhile, many independent measures of relief were set on foot in behalf of the other nations, although the work in Poland, Serbia, and elsewhere was not so well known. The Red Cross had already been accomplishing whatever its resources would permit in military and civilian relief. With the entrance of the United States upon the scene of action in Europe, the forces of the American Red Cross were added to those already in the field, and large sums of money were appropriated for medical research work in France, the establishment of canteens at railway stations, the building of warehouses for supplies, the purchase of supplies, and the fostering of all other branches of the service. Under the auspices of the British, the Y.M.C.A. was already in the field with its huts and its workers in behalf of the walking wounded and the soldiers in the trenches. The American Y.M.C.A. was added in 1917, with plans for the extension of association work throughout the armies of France, Italy, and Russia, also the succoring of 6 millions of prisoners in the prison camps of Germany and Austria. Thus the various systems for relief grew in scope and attained a unity of organization never known before. It became the province of the Christian Association to provide for the moral well-being of the soldiers and the walking wounded, while the functions of the Red Cross began with the wounded on the field unable to walk and the subsequent measures of medical, hospital, and other kinds of relief in close affiliation with the preventive work of the Christian Association. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 80 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Heather Eney. The American Red Cross. According to the Red Cross magazine, the American Red Cross has accomplished the following to August 1917. The Editor. The War Council of the American Red Cross, since its appointment on May 10th, appropriated up to and including August 31st the sum of $12,339,681.87 for work in Europe, of which $10,692,601 is used for use in France. 5 separate commissions have been dispatched to Europe. These are 1 to France, which at first included work in Belgium, 1 to Russia, located at Petrograd, 1 to Italy, with headquarters at Rome, 1 to Romania, and 1 to Serbia. A Belgian commission is now located at Havre. The French commission included in its personnel 1 authority on industrial organization, 1 experienced overseer of hospitals, 1 expert in town planning, 1 established engineer, 1 veteran Army medical man with experience in the Philippines, 1 director of civilian relief, 1 investigator of the tuberculosis and medical needs of France, 2 former directors of the War Relief Clearinghouse, 1 expert in public relief work and care of destitute and delinquent children, 1 publicity man, and 1 accountant. The work in France divides itself between military relief and civilian relief. The former is primarily to be centered about the American Army. 100,000 half-pound tins of ether are to be shipped for this work, and plans are underway for establishing near the front a small factory for the repair and manufacture of the more simple surgical apparatus. $100,000 has been appropriated for medical research work. $519,000 has been voted to establish and equip hospital warehouses near the theater of war. The War Council appropriated $1,500,000 for immediate purchase of foodstuffs for the sick and needy. $1 million was set aside for the purchase of supplies in France. This covers particularly a stock of blankets and certain foodstuffs. In response to a demand for tobacco, certain prominent firms donated 3 million cigarettes, 20,000 packages of smoking tobacco, and 10,000 10-cent cuts of chewing tobacco. Most of the transportation in France has to be handled by motor trucks. Units of trucks with a personnel of 50 trained men each have been planned, one of which has already been forwarded. The Civilian Relief Department has arranged a tuberculosis sanitarium in France and is making strenuous efforts towards the prevention of the disease. $1 million was appropriated for the sick and wounded French soldiers and their families. An infant welfare unit has been organized and dispatched to combat the high death rate of children, which compared in 1916 with the birth rate in the proportion of 11:3. A temporary children's shelter also has been established at Toul, a city in the war zone. Destitute French refugees from the devastated war zone number about 400,000, and an effort is being made to minister to them as effectively as possible. The re-education of mutilated soldiers is being organized, and $403,090 has been appropriated for a provisional experiment in the relief of poverty-stricken families in the war zone. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 81 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 81, Red Cross, Rest, Barracks, 1917, by Elizabeth Frazer. The following is from an account of the Red Cross work in France by an American reporter who was permitted to visit the various centers of activity after the arrival of the United States forces. The editor. In due course, I received my sauf-conduit and then did not have to use it once throughout the entire trip. The sentries at the outskirts of the villages signaled with their rifles for us to slow up, but when they saw Croix Rouge Américain painted across the front of our car, they waved us on with friendly smiles. We were Americans, allies. As we followed along deeper into the country, the roads became noticeably better, and we were to discover later, as we progressed toward the front, that the food also grew better and cheaper. Excellent meals at half Paris prices. Later we passed long, patient transport lines, camions, and artillery trucks, and horses weaving in long grey undulations towards some invisible goal. We whirled through little villages thick with troops en repos. The country was beautiful, with green little gems of valleys, soft rounded hills, and slow ample streams, lined with poplars flowing as smoothly as a canal, sheep in the meadows, cows in the clover, tow-headed girls tending geese, old men whipping the streams for trout, the whole affair intimate, sun-steeped, cosy, with an air of fine tranquillity that made the reports of the desperate fighting behind the slopes toward the north seem like a sinister nightmare. Over all this country the Germans had poured, but nevertheless only a few scattered or fallen crosses in fields of grain and poppies mark the invasion. The harvests this year are excellent. That it is not a bumper crop is due to the fact that the shoulders of the women of France are not quite strong enough to drive the plough to its deepest furrows. But there is an abundance of wheat, barley, and potatoes. At C. we stopped to visit a canteen operated by the Red Cross, the largest and most complete of its kind in France. Conceived, gigantic barracks, light, spacious, and decorated with beauty and dash. The young Frenchman who designed the interior color schemes of this building won the Prix de Rome, and since the war has turned his art into making camouflage, protective designs for French guns and camions. The barracks are about evenly divided into 3 sections: dining room, rest room, and dortoir, or sleeping quarters. Here a French soldier, arriving from the front and infested by the terrible crawling plague from the trenches, may take a hot bath, get his uniform disinfected while he is doing so, procure clean underwear, have a shave, and if he is hungry, dine. This meal, simple and nourishing, and based upon what the soldiers like, costs about 14 cents, if the soldier has it. If he is temporarily broke, a ticket man at the door will mend matters. Placed as the building is, directly at the railroad station of C., one of the busiest transportation centers of the war zone, where from 12,000 to 20,000 troops pass through daily, and perhaps twice that number during an offensive, this canteen serves thousands with the various necessities of life. The value of such an establishment, so placed that it catches all the men coming and going, is inestimable. Good food, baths, beds, a pleasant room to write or rest in, these will be priceless comforts indeed through the coming winter. Heretofore nothing had been done for these men, save to serve them coffee, and while they waited for their trains to the front or to the rear, there was nothing for it but to sit for hours on the wooden benches, their heavy kits dragging down their shoulders, weary statues of patient immobility, or betake their way to the lower quarters of the town, where vice has mobilized itself for the occasion. The French government, realizing the gravity of this situation and its immediate reaction upon the morale of the troops, has cooperated with the Red Cross in designating certain big transportation centers and erecting these barracks. Given the building, the Red Cross then furnishes the interior fittings, the personnel, the funds, and gets to work. On cold days, aside from the meal in the dining room, the Red Cross also serves coffee from the platform to thousands of troops en route who may not descend from the trains. As an extension of this same kind of work with the French troops, the Red Cross is also sustaining, just back of the first-line trenches, canteens for the men in the trenches. The French have 21 such canteens. The Red Cross has promised to duplicate that number, which will swing an unbroken line of coffee clubs along the entire French army. Working in abris, or underground shelters, often under fire, these canteen men serve hot coffee to the detachments of troops constantly circulating between the first lines and the rear. In each abri an American works with a Frenchman. There exists at Washington a sort of agreement between the leaders of the Red Cross and those of the Y.M.C.A. that the social welfare of the American soldier shall belong to the Y.M.C.A. Ill or wounded, he automatically becomes the charge of the Red Cross, but well and strong, he is the Y.M.C.A.'s particular job. Thus, during those first rainy, homesick weeks of the pioneer American army in France, it was the duty of the Y.M.C.A. to provide recreation centers where the soldiers could gather at night, read, play games, or write home, for in the men's billets no lights were allowed. End of section 81. Section 82 of the World War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser. Section 82, the Y.M.C.A. at the Front by Francis B. Sayer, with an introduction by John R. Mott, General Secretary of the National War Work Council of the Y.M.C.A. In the trenches which reach from Flanders to the Swiss border, and back of these trenches, in the reserve and base camps, in the training stations, in the villages and towns where the Allied troops are billeted, in the posts of debarkation, and at naval bases, a multitude of men wearing the red triangle of the Young Men's Christian Association are serving the Allied fighting forces in multifarious ways. The effectiveness and range of this service far exceed the achievements of the association workers in earlier wars, and have won the fullest approval and heartiest admiration of the officers, enlisted men, and government leaders of the various nations concerned. Great Britain, including her self-governing dominions and colonies, has more than 500 association centers among the troops in France who fight under the Union Jack. In dugouts, cellars, stables, ruined houses, and in regions less devastated by shell fire, in tents and huts, these constructive activities that bring comfort, utilize leisure time, and conserve health, character, and faith are being conducted. During the earlier years of the war, through ways of friendly cooperation, America aided in the maintenance of similar centers for the French army. Now that the United States is an active participant in the vast, tragic drama, many hundreds of association leaders have gone overseas to carry on this ministry for American soldiers and sailors. On January 1, 1918, about 800 such workers had reached France, including more than 150 women who serve in the canteens and so keep before our fighting forces a reminder of American ideals of womanhood. Other American Red Triangle workers are making possible a great increase in the number of similar centers for French troops and for those of Italy, for in both these armies the commanders-in-chief have asked for a maximum of cooperation from the American Y.M.C.A. The expense of all phases of this work in France and Italy, as carried on by American workers, will soon amount to about $2 million a month. The story of the Red Triangle achievements on the Western Front, only a part of the far larger story of association activities in this war, has nowhere been more finely or more dramatically told than in this article by Mr. Francis B. Sayer, who for months was an exceedingly effective member of the headquarters group of American Association workers in France. John R. Mott. Never in all history has there been such an assemblage of the manhood of the world as that met on the plains of France today. In one of the great English base camps are gathered countless thousands of men in khaki from every county of England, hordes of dark-skinned East Indians in picturesque turbans and native uniforms of khaki, men with tan faces from the wind-swept plains of far-away Australia, Scotch Highlanders in their khaki kilts, and grey tam-o'-shanters, New Zealanders in their broad-brimmed felt hats, Canadians, West Indians, South Africans, men from every corner of the far-flung British Empire, gallant Belgians, Frenchmen in their blue uniforms, swarthy Arabs from northern Africa in their red fezes, Chinese coolies from the Far East, German prisoners in their faded grey-green, men from every reach and quarter of the world. There has been nothing like it since the days of the old Crusades. Since the time of Peter the Hermit, there has been never such an opportunity to minister to the congregation of the world. In a vast tented city, covering the French plain for miles, this motley throng dwells for 2 or 3 weeks, receiving the last word of instruction and bombing, in the use of gas masks, on where and how most effectively to thrust the bayonet home. It is easy to imagine the thoughts of these men who are, most of them thousands of miles from home, in a strange land, and stripped of all the comforts of life, and who are preparing themselves to enter the most horrible experiences that this world can offer. Little wonder that they are thinking as they have never thought before, and wondering, amid the tragedy and the ruin all around, what, after all, in life and death is worthwhile and fundamental. Was there ever such an opportunity for a creative healing work for the bodies and minds and souls of men? Into such a field the Y.M.C.A. has been privileged to enter. In the center of each group of tents is erected a huge wooden structure known as a hut, marked at each end with a bright red triangle. The hut usually contains a canteen room, a large lecture hall, and a number of smaller rooms for classes and group meetings. In this building, and on the athletic field close by, centers the camp life of the troops. The canteen room, a large lounging place, fitted up with board benches and tables, decorated with gay bunting or bright pictures of home life, or possibly with wall paintings done by some soldier decorator, is usually thronged with troops at every hour of the day, when soldiers can be found off duty, for it is generally the only place in camp where soldiers can gather for recreational or social purposes. At one end by the canteen counter, lined up to get their hot coffee, their buns, crackers, sweet chocolate, sandwiches, or the like, are crowds of soldiers. Others are sitting at the tables, writing letters home on the stationery furnished them. Still others are at the other end of the room, gathered around the piano or Victrola, playing the tunes they used to play at home. Many are reading the home newspapers and magazines which are given out at the counter, or selecting books from the library, or matching their wits in friendly games of checkers. Outside on the athletic field during such afternoons as they are not on duty, crowds of soldiers are delighting in games of baseball, handball, or volleyball, or watching a lively boxing or wrestling match, or taking part in inter-company field contests. The silent psychological influence of the few Y.M.C.A. secretaries upon these masses of troops is a striking and interesting phenomenon. Because of their presence there seems to prevail, all unconsciously, a finer spirit, an atmosphere of good fellowship, of clean sportsmanship, of manliness at its best, that is no small factor in making up the tone and morale of the camp. In another part of the hut is a large lecture room with a stage at one end. Here are given in the evenings educational lectures, soldier minstrel shows, musical entertainments, cinema shows, patriot addresses, and religious talks, and here too are generally held the Sunday religious services and meetings. Scarcely an evening goes by that does not see these halls packed to the doors. I've seen them so crowded on the occasion of some stirring religious talk, that after the benches were all filled and the standing room taken, soldiers kept crowding in through the windows to sit on the floor of the platform, and others remained standing outside to listen to the speaker through the windows. Surging in and out of the 30 huts in one of these base camps, there pass daily actually 60,000 men of every race and creed. Every night between 10 and 15,000 men are listening to educational lectures and entertainments. On 2 nights every week a like number are crowding in to hear religious talks. Closer to the firing line, all large buildings become impossible. Not only would they be seen by the enemy airplanes and shelled to bits, but it would be unsafe from a military viewpoint to mass so many troops where they could be seen and shelled together. The huts becoming impossible and large meetings being unsafe, the Y.M.C.A. must devise smaller units, and in company with the soldiers whom it seeks to serve, go underground. If the conditions under which it must work in the great base camps are unusual, they are infinitely more so in the desolate towns under enemy shell fire. We are walking through the streets of one of these ruined cities, some 2 or 3 miles behind the front-line trenches. Only a short time ago it was athrob with life and activity and production. Now it is silent and desolate, and its streets, save for a few stray soldiers, are empty. It is literally a city of the dead. Every few moments we hear the whine of a German shell being hurled into what is left of the shattered city, followed by a loud explosion and the sound of falling debris. And we know that another house is gone. The streets are lined with tattered walls and shattered masonry. Here a great corner is torn out of a building, leaving the roof hanging. There the whole side of a house is completely gone. As we pass, we can see into the deserted rooms. Some of them are mere masses of debris. Others remain just as they were left that wild night when the occupants fled in their terror before the oncoming Huns. In some rooms we can see the pictures still hanging on the walls and books lying on the tables. In others lace curtains are hanging by broken window frames, and bureau drawers are half drawn out as though to allow the hasty snatching of a few belongings. In one room is a little cradle with the coverlet still thrown across. Tragedy everywhere and desolation. We walk down to the central square. Gaunt ruins are all that is left of what were once magnificent old public buildings. A machine gun emplacement commands the square, and barbed wire entanglements are in evidence for use in case the Germans should attack. We walk past the cathedral. It is now a ruin, with tremendous walls and naked arches standing out stark against the sky. What was once its nave, now a huge pile of fallen masonry. We pass on and turn a corner. On the wall of what was formerly a French home of the well-to-do class, we see painted a large red triangle. As we reach the door, several Y.M.C.A. secretaries welcome us and take us inside. Here they have lived through all the furious shelling of the preceding months, serving hot coffee and caring for the needs of thousands of soldiers. And strangely enough, this house, the ground floor rooms of which have been crowded with troops night after night, is the only one in the vicinity which has not been partially wrecked by German shells. The upper stories, scarred with shrapnel and flying shell fragments, are not in use. The secretaries are sleeping underground in what was once a wine cellar, with the floor above them sandbagged and bomb-proofed. They tell us, to our surprise, that the seemingly deserted city is filled with troops. We learn that under the city is a vast network of labyrinthine cellars and connecting passages. And in these underground mazes, with the rats and vermin, the soldiers are living. No wonder that little friendly Y.M.C.A. building is thronged with troops night after night. We hear that in some way, I know not how, the secretaries managed to secure last week 15,000 fresh eggs, which they supplied to the troops going up to the trenches. They are giving out 90 gallons of hot coffee every night. We ask what chance for rest they have, and are told that a few days before one of them spent his time unloading boxes of supplies from 5 in the afternoon until 3 the next morning, and turned in at last only to be called out a few moments later by the arrival of fresh troops whom he spent the rest of the morning serving. As we watch them at their work, we begin to understand that a cup of hot coffee and a bit of cheery atmosphere may sometimes preach the most eloquent of sermons. Still nearer the firing line, often only a few hundred yards back of the front line trenches, are the little Y.M.C.A. dugouts for serving the troops as they enter and leave the trenches. I think of a typical dugout near the crest of a certain famous ridge which we came to one evening about sunset. We were crossing a battlefield, but freshly taken from the enemy. It was like a nightmare of desolation. The trees had been mostly shot away. Only a few dead trunks and twisted limbs remained. Picking our way past great shell craters, many of them 20 feet in diameter and 12 feet deep, we came finally to what was left of the old English front-line trenches. There they still were, damaged and broken by shell fire, but plainly visible, where poor human beings had lived for months. We start across into what was no man's land. There is not a yard of earth here that has not received a direct hit. The ground is as tossed and broken as the surface of a storm-beaten ocean. The stench of the dead is still in the air. The horror is indescribable. We pass the remains of a body, a can of beef, and a clip of shells is still beside it. The ground, ploughed and churned by titanic forces, is a terrible mess of twisted barbed wire entanglements, steel shell fragments, timbers, and bits of concrete emplacements, pieces of clothing, shrapnel, broken rifles, unexploded bombs, rifle shells, human blood and bones. All shattered and ghastly and horrible. We are in front of the English batteries and can hear the English projectiles go whining and hurtling over our heads. The German shells come screaming back, seeking out the English batteries, and throwing high into the air great columns of earth and smoke. Farther and farther we make our way up toward the present front line. The atmosphere grows so unhealthy with flying shrapnel and bursting shells that we are not sorry to reach the little red triangle sign beside the entrance to a dugout. We dive into the dugout, feeling our way down the steep steps. At first we can see nothing, then by the dim light of a sputtering candle we can make out the forms of troops in their steel helmets gathered around us. Over in the rear a secretary is serving out hot coffee. The men are just in front the front trenches, which are only 800 yards away from us. They are silent for the most part, or talking in low subdued tones. The darkness, the foulness of the atmosphere, the cramped dimensions of this rat-ridden den make indeed a squalid setting for a ministry that is like a pearl without price. Twice the week before, orderlies were killed here while serving the troops. A neighboring dugout only a short time before was smashed to bits with everyone in it. Yet the secretary in charge shows us a map of all the trenches and explains how he is crowding more and more dugouts to the front. The Y.M. must follow the troops wherever they go, he tells me. The thicker the shell fire, the greater the need. So adaptable to ever-changing conditions is the organization of the Y.M.C.A., and so varied is its work that it is possible to give only a few random pictures of the Y.M.C.A. in action throughout the army zones in France. I think of the Indian huts crowded with East Indian troops in their turbans and native uniforms, being served with native food brought by the British government all the way from India, all caste dropped under the shadow of the Y.M.C.A. I think of the countless soldiers kneeling in the quiet rooms of the various huts throughout the army zones, pouring out their hearts in silent prayer. I think of the railway station huts where tired and hungry troops, being transported by rail from the base camps up to the front, and compelled to wait during long night hours between trains, find their only shelter and sleeping accommodations in the Y.M.C.A. I can see the travel-stained soldiers loaded down with their full kits, pouring out of the French railway carriages at 2 a.m, dumped out on a cheerless station platform at a junction point not far from the front, and then catching sight of the Y.M.C.A. hut, all crowding into what seems like the one cheerful spot on the horizon. I can see their tired faces lighting up with genuine pleasure at the cheery words of the English ladies at the canteen, serving hot coffee and sandwiches all night long to each arriving trainload. I can see them as they pass into the dormitory and walk past rows of bunks filled with sleeping soldiers till they find some empty places, and there stretch out in their blankets with their knapsacks for pillows to secure a few hours' sleep. I think of the Y.M.C.A. emergency work when a great push is on, and the wounded soldiers are streaming back from the front literally by the thousands, maimed and torn and bleeding. The numbers are so vast that the stretcher-bearers can only attend to the prostrate wounded. All those who can manage to walk or crawl, known as the walking wounded, must make their own way as best they can to the first-aid stations. By the side of these first-aid stations the Y.M.C.A. takes its place, and all the walking wounded who come in are given hot coffee and made as comfortable as possible while they wait, sometimes hours, for the overcrowded ambulances to take them to the hospitals in the rear. Or again, I think of the work in the English army for relatives of wounded men. In certain cases where soldiers are gravely wounded, the surgeons report that the best tonic, perhaps the only hope of recovery, would be the cheering sight of a loved face from home. The word then goes out to the military authorities, who usually give the requisite permission, whereupon the Y.M.C.A. undertakes to bring the wife or sweetheart or mother from the Channel coast by Y.M.C.A. transport to the cot side of the wounded man. I see the little Y.M.C.A. hostel by the side of one of the hospital camps, where lie thousands of gassed or wounded men. In that little hostel are met together relatives from all over England, made one by their common grief. Their hearts, torn between hope and gripping fear, are centered in the great hospital encampment across the road, where destiny is busy settling the great issues of life and death. Here each one is waiting, perhaps, to help her loved one struggle back to life, or else, if that cannot be, to be with him at the end. And finally, in the pathetic little room at the corner of the encampment, separated by a small glass window from the body laid out before a little altar to bid it last goodbye, can one ever describe what the Y.M.C.A. means to them? Such is the work as it has developed among the English and Canadian armies, and as it is fast developing among the American soldiers in France. End of Section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Piotr. A Y.M.C.A. hut somewhere in France. Photograph, page 476. The red triangle, symbol of the Y.M.C.A., is known wherever there is an English-speaking Belgian or French soldier. And wherever the triangle has been seen, it has come to be recognized as one of the great influences of the war zone in behalf of the soldier. The American YMCA was put on a war basis soon after this country entered the war. The support and cooperation of the association was tendered to President Wilson, a national war council was organized, and work begun on hundreds of buildings for the rest and recreation of our soldiers. The standard YMCA buildings, or huts, such as shown in the illustration, are usually 1 story in height and about 40 by 120 feet in floor area. Early in 1918, there were about 300 in operation in the American Expeditionary Force, 300 with the French Army, and upward of 1,000 with the British and colonial armies. In this country, their cost is about $6,000, and in France about $15,000. These buildings are fully equipped for the soldiers' welfare. There are outfits for baseball, basketball, volleyball, quoits, boxing, wrestling, and athletic means, pianos, stereoopticons, talking machines and records, books and magazines, indoor games, and many other kinds of equipment to meet the mental, spiritual, and physical needs of the men. The huts are situated not only at all American training camps, in the French ports where our troops disembark and in the French cities where the lonely soldiers go on leave, but even in the danger zone at the front within reach of the enemy's shells, and the influence on the soldiers of having these centers of friendliness always available has been of incalculable value. End of Section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 84 of The World War, read for LibriVox.org by Jim Locke. The World War, Part 14, Political and Financial Problems. Historical note. The war had its beginning, in considerable measure, in the political problems of the Balkans. These problems became more intense as the war proceeded, and the attitude of Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece became a matter of doubt. There was not only pan-Germanism, but pan-Slavism involved. The fate of Turkey and Egypt, of Armenia, and Palestine, but any number of complications due to secret diplomacy and international marriages. All political events, however, paled into insignificance in comparison with the Russian Revolution in the spring of 1917, with the opportunities it seemed to afford for the spread of democracy. The revolution began with remarkable promise, but soon led to internal dissension and disruption, a lessening of activity at the front, and finally to a complete military breakdown. After a series of kaleidoscopic changes, Kerensky, the moderate socialist who had assumed a virtual dictatorship, was overthrown by the Bolsheviki, or radical socialists, under the leadership of Lenin and Trotsky, and peace negotiations were begun at Brest-Litovsk. On January 26, 1918, the Ukraine, or southern Russia, declared its independence and made a separate treaty with the Teutonic powers. The Bolsheviki at first refused the onerous terms dictated by Germany, whereupon the German armies invaded Russia upon a wide front, compelling the acceptance of a peace which left the western provinces of Russia, Poland, Finland, Lithuania, Livonia, and Estonia, virtually independent, but really under the domination of Germany. Romania was soon after compelled to follow suit, leaving the Teutonic powers at last free to concentrate their entire forces on the Western Front. End of Section 84. This recording is in the public domain. Section 85 of the World War, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 15, The World War, edited by Horatio W. Dresser, Section 85. Russia in Revolution, 1917, by Paul Wharton. March 10. I went to the principal shopping district in and around Nevsky Prospect, Petrograd, where I had many errands to do in preparation for my departure on Monday the 12th for the Ural Mountains. Notwithstanding my preparation for coming events, I was shocked when I turned from the Catherine Canal into the Nevsky and beheld it filled with long columns of Cossacks, out in hand a forest of lances. The Nevsky is a street apart with an atmosphere of its own, a thoroughfare for a great human current which undulates over its little bridges, eddies about its tawdry shops, or flows smoothly past the Dowager's Red Palace, while the gardens in front of Kazan Cathedral form a haven of refuge for those fatigued with mid-stream. A place of colour and life and freedom of movement, it suddenly looked still and bleak. The wide expanse of well-packed snow had never seemed static before. It had been part and parcel of the moving picture, cut in swirls by skidding sleighs or whipped up by motor wheels, constantly traversed by living things. Now it looked whiter and wider. It glistened, and I thought of the snow on the plains. The cessation of usual life in the street, the disappearance of the cheery, overcrowded red trams, and the subtlety of the snow, all heightened the psychologic effect of impending change, as the blank white curtain at a movie drama stands for both the suspense in emotions and the rapid transition of events from the black misery and injustice of the first reel to the red revolt and bright heroics of the second. That Saturday afternoon on the Nevsky was the blank between the reels. After watching it all quietly from afar, I came down into the picture and mingled with the crowds. At the curb, where the people pressed by the solid phalanxes of mounted Cossacks, there was much badinage. The omnipresent woman of the working class, with shawl-covered head and eyes alert, was the voice of all the timid or self-conscious onlookers. She walked right up to these men of her kind and called out, "You wouldn't really kill us, would you? You know all we want is food. Will you obey those who starve us?" Although the revolution may be said to have started on Saturday, March 10th, real concerted clashes between the troops and the people did not occur until Sunday the 11th. I had an engagement for the early afternoon at a friend's across the river. Leaving the house where Mary and I have lived since autumn, I found no sleighs in circulation. All trams had disappeared. The crowds were immense, representing all classes, and a black stream, like an army of ants, poured over the Latiny Bridge from the Viborg manufacturing district beyond. The people were expectant and good-natured, out to see something like a crowd waiting for balloon ascension, the hour of which is uncertain. Large bodies of Cossacks were out, either standing at rest or exercising at a walk. When I had nearly reached the Nevsky, sudden commotion ahead and a general scuttling for doorways drew my attention from passers-by. The Cossacks were charging down the sidewalks on both sides of the street, thanks to the fact that nearly all the buildings have wide entrances for vehicles. Everyone found refuge. The Cossacks passed with a clatter. They made no attempt to touch any one, and for the most part kept their faces averted. After this there was more excitement, but in my crowd at least no show of anger, just as if an irresponsible runaway horse had bolted through a densely thronged street. I soon turned into Nevsky Prospect, still rather hoping to find a sleigh and keep my engagement. At that point there were no Cossacks, and the situation seemed almost normal, except for that evanescent tenseness in the air. As I approached the big crosstown street, Availle, I heard a fusillade of rifle shots not far off. The pedestrians thinned out miraculously, and what I saw about 70 feet ahead of me riveted my attention. Lying on their backs, with blood running from their mouths, were two young workmen in high boots and black reefers. As I stood over them and looked into their unseeing eyes, a woman stooped, peered into their faces, shuddered, and said, "What a shame! Boys, only boys." As I left them, I saw the cordon of soldiers which had fired the volley stretched across the street at the corner. I now had to avoid pools of blood every 3 or 4 yards. Frantic groups in the doorways of little shops told where the wounded were. I passed 6 men wearing green students' caps, who were bearing over their heads in the street a corpse on a signboard. A company of Cossacks whirled past and surrounded them, presumably to prevent a demonstration farther on. A passing limousine was waylaid by men who held the chauffeur and made 2 occupants get out, after which wounded civilians were put in and hurried away. I also saw this act repeated with 2 private sleighs. By this time I had nearly reached the Sadovaya and was within 25 yards of the infantry. A bugle was warning the Cossacks far down the Nevsky. I heard a sharp command and saw the men of the cordon fling themselves forward on their stomachs. Another command rang out. The rifles came up as one, and as I turned the corner into safety, the air was rent with a fratricidal roar. The mobs in the side streets were on the qui vive with excitement. One began to hear the word revolution, and the people who were being killed were called revolutionists. During the first part of the day the troops were ordered to fire upon the crowds because they would not disperse, but by 3 in the afternoon the people were firing on the troops, not as parts of a large organization, but as small and independent groups which seemed to spring up from nowhere. By nightfall every one realized that the strikes and food riots had grown into a thorough-going revolution, and despite the anxiety about the effect of it on the armies at the front, nearly every one was glad. Monday, March 12th, was the crucial day of the revolution. Street fighting assumed formidable proportions early in the morning, centering around the government arsenal on Latiny Prospect. Soon the populace was thrilled by the news that 5 celebrated regiments had joined the people's cause and were actively opposing the loyal troops. Some officers were killed, others mauled, and those who would not come out in open opposition to the government hid themselves away. On Latiny Prospect a lively engagement was fought between the soldiers, the loyalists lying on their stomachs in the snow, while the revolutionists stood erect. Excited crowds in passages and doorways naturally took the side of their protagonists. Even women and children left shelter and walked out calmly under a lively fire to drag back the wounded. In spite of earnest protests, I went out on foot to keep yesterday's tryst across the river. At the farther end of the Troisk bridge I encountered a huge crowd held back by police and troops. The government had decided to stop the influx of people to the center of Petrograd. But even here privilege overruled authority, and persons arriving in motor cars or sleighs were allowed to pass over the bridge without question from the authorities. But there was a question in the common mind, and it achieved expression a few moments after I arrived. Bolder members of the throng scattered themselves back along the car tracks, and as soon as a machine or sleigh slowed down on approaching the crowd, 3 or 4 men leaped aboard, rapidly ejecting driver and passengers and appropriating the conveyance to their own ends. When returning home at dusk, I saw a scene which brought back memories of A Tale of Two Cities. Kamenostrovsky Prospect, which is the main artery of that quarter of Petrograd, beginning at the Troitsk Bridge, was literally choked with a great surging mass of revolutionists who had tramped over here from the fighting zone to proclaim victory and to draw all lukewarm persons to their flaming cause. It was an earnest, serious crowd, devoid of ranting or vandalism. Its temper was that of Russian music, strength with pathos, optimism without joy. Grey army trucks throbbed in the midst of it, loaded with soldiers, women, and boys bearing crimson banners. Bayonets were decked with scraps of red bunting, and bonfires lit up pale faces and eager eyes. Now and again a touring car would thread its way nervously through the mob, stopping every 100 yards for a student to make a 1-minute speech, or continuing to bore its way, while Red Cross nurses threw out handfuls of bulletins. The Socialists got out literature so fast that it seemed as if the pent-up energy and stifled utterances of years were behind their presses. Strange scraps of paper, such as were never seen before in this city, floated freely in the air, with the headline, "We asked for bread, you gave us lead." Eventually I wormed my way through the crowd, past the beautiful cathedral, whose graceful domes looked down with aloof incomprehension upon the drama at their feet, until I came out at the Troitsk Bridge. I hardly noticed that it was open to all, and that the police had disappeared because of the glory of the view that lay before me. Over my right shoulder the turrets and castellated walls of Peter and Paul, fortress and prison, threw their grim silhouette against the dying sun, a dynasty gone to rest. To the left the sky was all molten gold, and forked with giant tongues of flame. The high tribunal, courts of justice, and jails, instruments of injustice in the old order, were making room for the new. Some one had brought in a copy of the first bulletin of the Provisional Government. It started off this way, in big type: Izvestia News, February 27. Footnote: March 12. New style. End of footnote. The newspapers do not come out. Events move too fast, and the people must know what is going on. Dissolution of the Duma by Nikolai II. Decision of the Duma to remain in session. Telegram from Rodzianko, head of the new government, to the Tsar. The situation is serious. The capital is in a state of anarchy. The government is paralyzed. There is universal discontent. The streets are filled with disorderly shooting. Parts of the army are shooting on each other, literally friend on friend. It is necessary to find a person who has the confidence of the whole country to establish a new government. Make haste. Procrastination means death. I pray to God that the responsibility will not fall upon the crowned head. A copy of the telegram was sent to all commanders at the front, asking them to uphold Rodzianko in his appeal to the Tsar. Second telegram from Rodzianko to the Tsar. Affairs are worse. You must act at once. Tomorrow it will be too late. This is the last hour in which to decide the fate of the country and of the dynasty. The Revolutionary Army, accompanied by the armed citizens, appeared at the Duma at 2 p.m. They were met by the deputies, and the latter were loudly cheered. Speeches. Chief of the artillery factory, General Martusov, is killed. The arsenal is under guard of the revolutionists. Arrest of the President of the Council of the Empire, Shkur-Glotvitov, former Minister of Justice. Duma committee formed for the maintenance of order in Petrograd, for the protection of industry and safeguarding the public. When we went to bed, the sky from our windows was still bright from the fire. Rifles snapped fitfully, and the yelling of bands of hooligans reached our ears through double panes. Early Tuesday morning we no longer considered it safe to stay in our house, so we hastily prepared to avail ourselves of an invitation from friends on the French quay. Motor cars continually sped past, decked with red banners and bristling with rifles and bayonets. They made a very dramatic appearance, with soldiers lying forward on the mud guards, and rifles with fixed bayonets protruding in front. Many open cars had machine guns rakishly trained fore and aft from the tonneaus, and there was a continual procession of thundering army trucks, loaded to the guards with soldiers and civilians, armed with drawn revolvers or swords taken from the police. Later in the forenoon, the cadets corps, with a band, followed by a great crowd, marched down the quay. As the band struck up the Marseillaise, hats came off, and hundreds of people from all classes joined hands. Every one wore revolutionary colors. The color impression was that of Boylston Street after a football victory over Yale. In the afternoon, I found a crowd sacking a police station. Windows were smashed, the furnishings knocked about, and jubilant people inside were throwing out armfuls of records and letters on the blazing bonfire by the curb. Later I saw the same thing at the station on Fontanka Canal. Everyone seemed to take delight in lugging out his share of the archives. They threw them into the fire with a righteous zest. As soon as the tide of revolution turned in the people's favor, a citywide police hunt was started. Out of 20 to 30,000 police, not one was to be seen in the streets. During the first 2 days they were killed on sight by soldiers and civilians alike. But forgiveness outweighs lust for revenge in the Russian soul, and after the first flash of anger, the people took their erstwhile tormentors as prisoners. The search had many spectacular features, including battles on the housetops, where groups of police armed with machine guns stubbornly defended their positions against revolutionists on other buildings. Many of the police, in small groups of 3s and 4s, fired on the people from the upper windows of tall apartment houses where they had taken refuge. I witnessed an affair of this kind only a short distance from our house. I saw a rifle stuck out of a black window, and an instant later, as I heard the report, a piece of a signboard splintered away over my head. A passing soldier immediately took up his position at the corner and began firing as fast as he could, while I peeked over his shoulder to observe his marksmanship. By this time 6 soldiers were concentrating on the window from different vantage points, while a crowd gathered. The police kept up their fire with spirit until an armored car came up and gave the window a hail of bullets. Then a party entered the building, and a few minutes later a soldier brushed past me, exultantly exclaiming, "5 more taken." At midnight, March 12th, the Executive Committee of the National Duma was organized under the leadership of Michael Rodzianko, President of the Duma. That committee, which became the executive branch of the government of all Russia for the time being, issued a bulletin Tuesday morning outlining its policy, admonishing the population to refrain from acts of violence and vandalism, and closing as follows: In spite of the deep difference of political and social ideals of the members of the National Duma constituting the temporary committee, in the present difficult moment complete unity has been attained among them. Before all stands a task which must not be postponed, that of organizing the elemental popular movement. The danger of disorganization is comprehended by all. Citizens organize. That is the call of the moment. In organization lie salvation and force. Hear the temporary committee of the National Duma. On Tuesday, about 200 portfolio ministers, generals, and other officials of the old regime were arrested by the revolutionists, including I.G. Sheglovitov, one of the traitors who left the Russian armies without ammunition just before the enemy's advance in Poland; B.V. Sturmer, former president of the Council of Ministers, who intrigued for a separate peace with Germany; and Major General Balk, chief of police of Petrograd. Also on Tuesday there were great jail deliveries, all prisoners being liberated indiscriminately. Estimates of the number vary from 10 to 20,000. All of the prisons, except the historic Peter and Paul, were burned by the people. A friend of mine met an old white-haired man tottering across the Troitsk bridge, asking questions of all passers-by. It seems that he had just been freed from Peter and Paul, after having sat in a dungeon below the level of the Neva for 40 years, waiting to come to trial. When a young man, he had been put in as a political suspect. On Wednesday, the 14th, I visited the charred and smoking shell of the courts of justice. The courtyard, with its trees and walks, was crowded with curious people who wandered in and out, delving for souvenirs of that which was already a thing of yesterday. The grand staircase was entirely wrecked. Only the lower third of a marble empress remained on her pedestal. The blackened torso lay at my feet, the imperial head, orb, scepter, crown among the debris, and the archives were like the mouth of a live volcano. Going through a dark corridor, I reached an inner court next to the prison. The street entrance to the latter was closed by the soldiers, but I followed a crowd which had just forced an entrance through a high window reached from a woodpile and the roof of a lean-to. I shuddered when I found myself inside this great human cage, where everything was steel and stone, clanked and was cold. Think of the delirious joy that flew on wings from cell to cell as the revolutionists battered down the gates and flung wide every door. I went in scores of cells, and in each saw a cube of black bread, in each case just a little bitten off. The call to freedom had come at the beginning of this simple meal, which was never to be finished. Most of the bread lay dashed upon the floor, but some prisoners, perhaps hopeless ones, thinking the first alarm too good to be true, had placed theirs on a shelf. I suppose some of us will try to put bread on a shelf when Christ is coming. Those have seen so many overloaded shelves that they have grown skeptical about good tidings. Eventually I reached the commandant's office, which was gutted and wrecked. Since there were not many bidders for it, I walked off with an oil portrait of the emperor under my arm. The workrooms were depressing. It hurt to look at the well-worn tools. I hurried on to the chapel with its shattered door and its Byzantine fittings in wildest disarray. Books, vestments, and robes were strewn about the floor. The marble altar was damaged, and the crowd was curiously handling the ceremonial vessels. Presently a young soldier snatched up a richly embroidered robe and flung it over his shoulders. Next he put on a long embellished collar, and last of all he jammed a battered mitre on the side of his head. Then he opened the Testament and began to intone in a comic bass voice, while the bystanders laughed and some chuckled. There was nothing vindictive in the young soldier's manner. He was perfectly sober, but having a great lark. A short week ago it would have been indiscreet even to conjure up in one's mind such a picture as that chapel presented. The priesthood, for the most part minions of the government, are conspicuous by their absence during these stirring days. It seems here as if the whole world must be topsy-turvy. The incredible is becoming a common sight. The commonplace has quite disappeared. For instance, I passed a jolly group of soldiers who were eating and chaffing around a great bonfire on the snow, made of piles of gilded imperial eagles and crests of royalty, which they had stripped from government buildings and shops which purveyed to the aristocracy. While order was gradually being restored in some quarters by the hastily organized city militia, composed mainly of student volunteers, other districts were still being hotly contested. Wednesday afternoon I walked to the Nicolai station. Great crowds surged back and forth in the wide square, like the ground-swell of the sea, against the massive base of the equestrian statue of that arch-reactionary Alexander III. The lower end of the Nevsky was in a riotous state. Sniping from windows was still going on, and the police station nearby was in flames. I witnessed the exit into the street from the station of some Siberian troops, who immediately went over to the revolutionists amid wild demonstrations of the people. Earlier in the week the Emperor's regiment and the Cossacks, who were sent in from Tsarskoe Selo to quell the rebellion, went over to the people without firing a shot, all of which proves how universal was the spirit of discontent and how deep the longing for a democratic government. Even now huge crowds are parading the streets, singing and bearing aloft enormous red banners with the legend, "Great Russia must be a democratic republic." End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain.